Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 451 The Long Night. What's going on? Why isn't it dawn yet? Can the star ring's activation be delayed too? Lin Shen's complexion changed slightly. Could it be the doing of the night ghost tribe? He quickly picked up the communicator and started sending messages to his elder sister, Wei Wufu, Tian Xin, and others while carrying the night glow flower and walking outside. Just as Lin Shen's message was sent out, his elder sister's reply came back. I thought my watch was broken, so it's true that the star ring has missed its timing and hasn't lit up. I've never heard of the star ring being delayed, it has always been very punctual, not even a second off. No. Wei Wufu's message also came through, replying with just one word. The star ring has always lit up on time, without delay. Something's wrong. Tian Xin's message also came back. No unusual movements detected. Kong Chuan replied as well. It's a relief if there's nothing wrong. Stay inside and don't move, I'm on my way. Lin Shen went from one room to another, gathering Yun and the others before heading to the room where Yexing was held. Luckily, Yexing was still lying in bed properly, completely immobile due to a appointment ceiling. It must be the night ghost tribe's doing, the little ant still hasn't returned, now it's troublesome, Tian Xin said gloomily, looking at the pitch darkness outside. Even the strongest of the night ghost tribe, Yekong, is just a nirvana being. He shouldn't have the ability to affect the star ring. I don't know what they've done to prevent the star ring from lighting up, Lin Shen said, turning his gaze toward Yexing. Unfortunately, Tianxun was not present. Without the power of a devout blazing angel, it seemed impossible to get any information out of Yexing's mouth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky outside, followed by a rumbling explosion. Damn, a fight has broken out. A nirvana being has taken action. Tian Xin pressed her hands against the window and stared outside. Amidst the flickering lights, several people saw that, unbeknownst to them, many people had already gathered outside. Those people stood silently in the night like souls. Had it not been for the flash of light across the sky illuminating the darkness, their presence would have gone completely unnoticed. Under the unstable light, Lin Shen could see that although the people varied in race, their eyes seemed to faintly emanate a bloody light, likely the hybrid night ghosts Yexing mentioned. Sensing that they had been discovered, the night ghosts suddenly went mad, rushing toward nearby houses like wild beasts. The majority of them charged towards the Paradise Palace. What's going on with Tianxun? We already knew about it in advance, how could we still let the night ghosts succeed? Lin Shen was full of confusion, he didn't believe Tianxun could be so unreliable. The terrifying battle above Paradise Island raged on. It seemed that four nirvana beings were entangled in a chaotic fight, with various radiant displays blossoming in the night sky, leaving it unclear who the enemy was and who was an ally. Kong Chuan, defend the Paradise Palace. Lin Shen directly ordered Kong Chuan to strike. This was the time to fight with all their might. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Kong Chuan answered and flew out of the window right away. His injuries had mostly healed, and he immediately summoned his peacock life base, merging with it and spreading out the peacock feathers. However, he didn't use the limitless Buddha light, instead, he employed the binding power of peacock divine brilliance. The blue light cloaked the Paradise Palace and the nearby area, and instantly, everything touched by the blue halo was immobilized. Lin Shen and the others inside the house avoided the blue light and were not immobilized. The fearless hybrid night ghosts still rushed madly toward the area covered by the blue light, among them, several celestials. Gunfire erupted from all sides as hybrid night ghosts summoned their pets, constantly charging into the blue light zone. The ones in front were restrained, but those from behind kept on pushing, crashing into the pets ahead, each collision forcing more pets forward. Damn, the night ghost tribe really deserves to die, Tian Xin cursed upon seeing a celestial race girl among the ranks of the night ghosts. Is that your girlfriend? Lin Shen curiously asked. With what's happening now, you're still in the mood for gossip. Tianxin glared at him, replying irritably, "When I first arrived on Paradise Island, that maidservant took care of all my daily needs. She was really nice, and I had no idea she was actually a hybrid night ghost. Hybrid night ghosts should have their own thoughts, right? They're just unable to disobey the orders of pure-blood night specters," Lin Shen pondered. While they were talking, they saw a figure soaring into the sky, radiating golden light as intense as the sun, unmistakably a Nirvana being. The Nirvana being arrived in front of Paradise Palace and, without a word, pulled out a pet gun and fired 3 shots into the sky. 3 terrifying Nirvana pets appeared, circling in the air, resembling lions or tigers with wings on their backs. Discover hidden tales at Empire. No sooner had the 3 Nirvana pets appeared than they blasted ice light towards Paradise Palace. The ice light, infused with extreme cold strength, merged with the blue light, causing the area of the blue light to shrink dramatically. The 3 Nirvana pets, circling Paradise Palace, kept spewing ice light, compressing Kong Chuan's peacock divine brilliance, reducing the range it could cover more and more. Something's not right. The night ghosts are immune to the powers of the night, but why can their pets safely walk in the night? Lin Shen noticed something unusual. Once Lin Shen brought this up, Tianxin and the others also realized, and Tianxin wondered, could it be that although the sky still appears dark, the night's laws have already become ineffective? "Why don't you go out and try, then you'll know," Lin Shen suggested. "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Tianxin balked at going out, especially since Paradise Palace was currently enveloped in peacock divine brilliance, making it impossible for him to leave. "I didn't expect that bead would turn into a night ghost too." Tianxin stared fiercely at the golden shadow in the sky. That was one of Tianxun's right-hand men, who would have thought he would also become a hybrid night ghost. Yexing had briefed Lin Shen before, so he knew about bead being a hybrid night ghost, but he didn't expect that Tianxun would fail to take care of him in advance. As the peacock divine brilliance was being oppressed, only to hear Kong Chuan snort coldly, the peacock divine brilliance around him suddenly exploded in size. The blue light zone expanded in an instant, enveloping the 3 Nirvana pets within it. Even Nirvana-level pets couldn't withstand the peacock divine brilliance and were immobilized, struggling to move. From behind Kong Chuan's peacock feather screen, beams of blue light shot out of the peacock eyes, piercing through the bodies of the pets. In the blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes, clearly beyond saving. "Peacock divine brilliance is indeed powerful," Tianxin praised. But no sooner had he finished speaking than bead cast 3 beams of golden light. The golden light shone on the 3 Nirvana pets, their already riddled bodies seemingly oblivious to their own death. Their ice light surged, and they spat out their life base. "I almost forgot that bead's Nirvana power is the power of the dead. He can control dead creatures to fight." Tianxin grew even more frustrated. "Kong Chuan, go kill him." Lin Shen knew that with Kong Chuan guarding here, afraid that his own strength would hurt them, he couldn't unleash his true ability and was sitting ducks. But if Kong Chuan left, they would likely be in danger. Chapter 452 Who Gets the Opportunity? Dean. Kong Chuan was startled at his words. If he went to battle recklessly, there would be no one left to protect Lin Shen. Should a Nirvana being take the opportunity to kill Lin Shen, he would likely be in danger. "This is an order," Lin Shen said. "Yes." Kong Chuan's gaze sharpened as he fixated on bead, knowing he had to end the battle quickly to prevent someone from taking the chance to kill Lin Shen. Kong Chuan leapt into the air, charging at bead like a blue peacock. Bead, with his blood-red pupils slightly stirring, fired his pet gun again, astonishingly releasing 3 Nirvana-level pets. "Tianxin, let's hide in the warehouse for now, hoping your aunt can make it back in time," Lin Shen turned and said to Tianxin. "Okay," Tianxin nodded, accepting the plan. With the situation unclear and an unknown number of hybrid night ghosts lurking in the dark, he dared not go out and fight. Fortunately, the material used to build the Paradise Palace was extremely durable, and even ascenders would have a hard time damaging it, let alone nirvana beings who would need to exert some effort to destroy it. The warehouse beneath Paradise Palace was even more secure, a place difficult for a nirvana being to breach in a short span of time. It was the only option for shelter now. Everyone, led by Tian Xin, quickly left the room and headed towards the warehouse. Your next journey awaits at Empire. Outside, the night ghost's pets had reached the front, incessantly battering the doors and windows, enclosing the entire Paradise Palace with various pets. Shortly after they left the room, a life base shattered the window, and an ascension pet rushed in. The group hurried towards the warehouse as the sound of more windows breaking echoed behind them. Fortunately, Tianxun did not allow ordinary people to stay overnight in Paradise Palace, it was only their few who resided within. The group hastened all the way to the underground warehouse. Tian Xin took out the keys and opened the warehouse door, ushering everyone inside quickly. As Wei Wufu, who was last, entered, Tian Xin was about to close the door when he suddenly felt a huge force slamming against it. Tian Xin was sent flying by the impact, crashing into Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught Tian Xin with both hands, and like a spinning top, whirled countless times to dissipate the terrifying force from Tian Xin. The warehouse door was wide open, and a familiar figure stepped in first. The old butler. You're a night ghost too. Everyone saw the newcomer's face clearly. It was none other than the always courteous old butler responsible for looking after their daily needs. Although the old butler was not allowed to stay overnight in Paradise Palace, he had the keys to its doors. He was always the last to leave the palace, as well as the first one to arrive each day. Had his pupils not been tinged with red, it would have been very hard to imagine that such a gentlemanly old butler was also a night ghost. There's a lot more that you can't imagine, a woman said, emerging from behind the old butler. She was dressed in white, with long, straight, black hair, a delicate face, and well-defined features. She would have been considered beautiful if not for her blood-red eyes. Ye Kong? Lin Shen asked, looking at her. You actually know my name? Ye Kong's face changed slightly. Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have two sisters named Ye Yu and Ye Yun. Did they not come? Lin Shen said to Ye Kong indifferently. Ye Kong fixed her gaze on Lin Shen, and after a long while, she sneered coldly, You're trying to scare me, but it's useless. Today, all of you will certainly become vassals of my clan of night ghosts. From what you're saying, it seems you don't want to kill us. Lin Shen asked. Killing you brings no benefit to us. Besides, you're the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. If you don't return, it will only cause more trouble for us, Ye Kong said as she stepped toward Lin Shen. Her red lips parted slightly, and her ghostly, elusive singing voice drifted from her lips. Everyone suddenly felt their minds go fuzzy, as if they were drunk. Dong! 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 Wei Wufu struck his wooden fish, immediately clearing the minds of the people by quite a bit. Ye Kong was unfazed and continued to approach Lin Shen and the others, her ghostly singing voice never stopping. As she came closer, the sound of Wei Wufu's wooden fish seemed to lose its effect, and everyone felt their clarity slipping away, as if they were so sleepy that they could barely keep their eyes open. Screw this, Tian Xin cursed, trying to take action, but she couldn't even lift her arm. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. It was like when someone is extremely tired, and no matter how much they try to wake themselves up, their body simply won't move. Back off, or I'll kill her. Lin Shen's adaptability was clearly much stronger than Tian Xin's, the evolution theory ran wildly within his body. He had one hand on the acupoint-constricted Yexing and held the light sword transformed from the inheritance fan against Yexing's neck. Oh? You can actually resist my lullaby. You indeed are different. No wonder people like Tianxun fancy you, and even a tyrant like the Heavenly Emperor would choose you for the dean position of the Celestial Master Institute, Yakong stopped singing and said with interest as she looked at Lin Shen. "Glad you know that," said Lin Shen coldly. "I'm quite satisfied with you. Once you become a hybrid night ghost, you should be the most outstanding amongst our clan," Yakong said with a smile. However, her smile was too sinister to be likable. "Why should I become a hybrid night ghost?" Lin Shen asked, pretending to be curious. "There's no use in buying time. We've lured Tianxun to the giant god mausoleum, and she's trapped inside and can't get out for a while. No one can save you." Yakong saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said indifferently. "Whether she comes back or not, I don't believe you'd disregard Yexing's life," Lin Shen said, expressionless. "These child's play threats are too childish." Yakong's blood-red eyes swept over the faces of Lin Shen and the others, finally resting on Lin Miao's face. She said lightly, "You can kill Yexing if you like. If you do that, everyone here except for you will die, including your sister. If you release Yexing, I promise you, I won't harm any of them. We'll just turn them into night ghosts. The choice of life or death is yours. If you're going to kill, then do it now." After speaking, Yakong gave orders to the old butler beside her, "Kill them all, leaving only Tian alive will be enough." "As you command." The old butler's body ignited with a strange glow, clearly being of the nirvana level. "Why didn't anyone tell me that this old butler was also a nirvana being?" Lin Shen asked Tian Xin. "How should I know what you don't know?" Tian Xin summoned the despairing heartless angel, already preparing to fight to the death. "Life and death lie in a moment of your thought. This is your last chance," Yakong said coldly as she watched Lin Shen. "Keep the chance for yourself," a chilly voice rose within the warehouse. Chapter 453 Crushing. The gazes of everyone present involuntarily shifted into the warehouse, where they saw the wall inside slowly lowering, revealing yet another secret chamber behind it. In the secret chamber, all sorts of rare treasures and exotic wonders were displayed, each one a rarity, but no one paid any attention to these marvels. Amidst the pile of riches, sat a red velvet armchair for one, and an elegant woman with the grace of an angel was seated upon it. Her long legs clad in stockings were crossed, and she was holding a jelly stick, savouring it with relish. "Little aunt! Tianxun!" Tian Xin and Lin Shen exclaimed almost simultaneously, both filled with surprise and delight. "Tianxun, weren't you trapped in the giant god mausoleum?" Yakong said gravely, staring at Tianxun. "If you hadn't been lured into the mausoleum and trapped inside, how would you all have jumped out?" Tianxun, holding the jelly stick in hand, said with a smile. "You've planned well, but sadly your layout was slightly flawed. Now, Paradise Island is about to fall, and your arrangement has been of no use," Yakong replied, unflustered as she still held the upper hand. The situation outside was completely under control, taking Paradise Island was only a matter of time. Read New Adventures at Empire. Here, there was only Tianxun, a nirvana being, and she and the old butler were both nirvana beings. 2 against 1, they still had the advantage. After hearing Yakong's words, Tianxun chuckled derisively, "Yakong, you are truly pitiable and lamentable. But I can't blame you, after the Night Ghost tribe fled to Giant Ring Star and hid like rats for so many years, you've surely lost touch with the vastness of this world, and becoming a frog in a well was inevitable." "Tianxun, what exactly are you trying to say? Don't tell me you still have reinforcements. Nobody on Giant Ring Star can help you. Right now, the entire planet cannot use teleporters, one can neither enter nor leave. The Yin family and the Qi family are too preoccupied with their own troubles to even think about coming to your aid," Yakong stated. "Do I need to spell it out any clearer? Only the weak need arrangements. Do you need to scheme and strategize to kill an ant? Of course not. You kill it however you wish, you just need to lure the ant out of its hole," Tianxun said indifferently. "Arrogant and conceited. What use is your verbal skill when today, your defeat is already sealed? With those words, a black carapace appeared on Yekong, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand and a black and red base materialized in her grip. She lightly plucked the strings, and the deep sound waves instantly made everyone feel as though their hearts were struck by a heavy hammer, forcing them to involuntarily cover their chests, their blood churning and a sweetness filling their mouths. Almost simultaneously, the old butler summoned a knight's sword and raised it to strike at Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen and the rest quickly retreated, as they were currently unable to withstand the onslaught of two nirvana beings. As he retreated, Lin Shen was gathering his strength, knowing that Tian Xuan, facing two opponents, would inevitably suffer a disadvantage. His inheritance fan and the mutated Jade Linglong could well assist Tian Xuan. If push came to shove, he could even manage to hold one off on his own. With his current capabilities, plus the halo accumulated from sacrifice to heaven, it might be difficult to defeat a nirvana being, but buying some time should not be a problem. Kneel down. Facing the assault of Yekong and the old butler, Tian Xuan didn't even make an attempt to rise from the armchair. Instead, she sat there, her long legs wrapped in stockings and crossed, still holding the jelly stick, and said coldly to the two. Thump! The unbelievable happened. The formidable old butler and Yekong actually heeded Tian Xuan's words and knelt directly on the ground. Yekong knelt there, her eyes widened to the extreme, her blood-red pupils contracting, her face filled with disbelief. The old butler looked even paler, lacking any hint of color, and struggled to stand up. But no matter how hard they tried, their bodies shaking violently, their legs just couldn't straighten. Yekong suddenly pressed his hands against the ground, trying to lift his body using the strength of his arms. Does kneeling feel uncomfortable? Then lie down, Tian Xuan said with a lightness in her voice. Yekong's hands, which were pressing against the floor, twisted as if broken, and his body contorted awkwardly as he fell face first onto the ground, creating a dent in the metal floor. The old butler also lay sprawled out on the ground, unable to struggle to his feet. Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded. Although he had always known Tian Xuan was powerful, she seldom displayed her dominant side when they were together. This led him to gradually lose himself and see Tian Xuan as just a beautiful, wealthy woman, overlooking the fact that she was a hybrid celestial with a seat in the celestial court. Even pure-blood celestials like Qi 118 and An 117, who were close to the top 100 nirvana beings in the Qi and An families, did not have the qualifications for a seat in the celestial court. This put into perspective just how strong Tian Xuan was. Watching the two people struggling on the ground, Tian Xuan finally stood up, walked slowly to their side, and without even glancing at them, walked right past, casually saying, "My sweetheart, I'll leave them to you n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Lin Shen then came to his senses, rushed to the two men, and forcefully pressed down on their acupoints, sealing them on the spot. With Lin Shen's current strength, if he released his finger strength at full burst, even nirvana beings would find it difficult to avoid acupointment sealing if unprepared. Yekong and the old butler, completely powerless to resist, were thus sealed by Lin Shen. "Wei, keep an eye on them, I'm going to take a look outside." Lin Shen followed after her, curious to see how Tian Xuan would handle the chaos on Paradise Island. Tian Xin and the others also hurried out. By the time they reached the entrance to Paradise Palace, the hybrid night ghosts and various pets they encountered lay in bizarre and absurd poses all over the place. Outside Paradise Palace, Tian Xuan, radiating a holy light, had risen into the air. Her jade armor was so immaculately holy that it seemed unstained by any dust, and behind her, pairs of angels' wings unfolded. The halo above her head made her seem like an angel out of legend. Tian Xuan raised the angel's scepter in her hand, the holy light illuminating the entire island, and her cool voice in an instant spread throughout Paradise Island, "Little kitties, it's time to sleep." The moment the sound fell, Lin Shen and the others witnessed an astonishing scene. All the creatures on the ground and in the sky suddenly fell into slumber. Those on the ground simply collapsed, pets in battle fell on top of people, lying down to sleep on them. 2 people who were wrestling fell asleep as they hugged each other. Creatures and pets that were flying in the sky plummeted like meteors, including those nirvana beings and their nirvana pets who were still fighting. The only 2 who did not fall asleep were Bede and Kong Chuan, though even Bede's pets succumbed to sleep, crashing heavily onto the roofs. Although Bede and Kong Chuan did not fall asleep, their eyelids were battling heavily, looking like they could drop asleep at any moment. Golden light surged around Bede as he turned to flee from Paradise Island. Tianxun glanced at Bede and said coldly, "Bede, come down here." Ah! With a scream, Bede plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. Chapter 454 Taking Advantage of a Crisis to Loot. Crushed, this is absolute domination. The power gap between nirvana beings is bigger than I imagined, Lin Shen said, his scalp tingling. Bede, who could fight against Kong Chuan, just fell like that. This woman is terrifying. Lin Shen muttered to himself apprehensively. He had been fooled by Tianxun's seemingly gentle and wealthy appearance, but now he suddenly realized that Tianxun was not quite what he had imagined. Just a word and a nirvana-level powerhouse knelt down, and she even had the ability to make people speak the truth involuntarily. If he ever displeased Tianxun one day, the outcome would be unimaginable. What are you dawdling for? Control all the night ghosts, Tianxun glanced at Lin Shen and the others, casually saying. Lin Shen felt as if his limbs were not responding to his command, finding himself rushing out involuntarily. Similarly, Tianxin and the others, without any control over their will, burst out from the Paradise Palace and charged toward those sleeping night ghosts. "Sorry, I forgot to hold back," Tianxun said with a smile. Instantly, Lin Shen felt his body return to normal, his brain seemingly under his own command again. Without daring to say another word, Lin Shen hurriedly ran over, first used a cup ointment sealing on Bede to control him, then proceeded to seal other nirvana beings. All of them had their eyes closed, and he didn't know which one was the hybrid night ghost, so he sealed them all. Tianxin wasn't as gentle, though. The heartless angel transformed into a flurry of feathers, severing the limbs and tendons of those night ghosts. After getting everyone inside the room, Tianxun then reigned in her power. Upon returning to Paradise Palace, she said to Kong Chuan, "I need to step out with the chief of the Heavenly Institute. Leave this place to you and Tianxin. Make sure no one finds out we were gone." "Dean, Sky Star Lord, rest assured," Kong Chuan nodded. Tianxun grabbed Lin Shen and flew into the sky. Under that terrifying speed, Lin Shen felt his body pressed forcefully against Tianxun, unable to separate even an inch. Only when Tianxun landed did Lin Shen realize they had arrived near the Qi 118 castle. The situation here was just as dire, with the battle still raging on. The seas were tumultuous with the collision of horrifying powers, causing wave after wave of massive tsunamis. "You're here. Could it be that you want?" Lin Shen stared at Tianxun in a daze, unsure if she was thinking the same thing as him. Previously, he had wanted to discuss this matter with Tianxun, but she had not returned. "Don't you think the same?" Tianxun's gaze met Lin Shen's, and there was an immediate sense of tacit understanding. "How shall we begin?" Without any need for further words, Lin Shen asked directly. "Let them fight. We'll go sweep the place clean. Don't use your night glow flower, just follow me," Tianxun said, holding onto Lin Shen's hand and sneaking toward the castle. The power of the night tried to infiltrate Lin Shen's body, but was repelled by the strength coming from Tianxun's fingers. The two sneaked into the castle. Inside, battles raged everywhere, but Tianxun seemed to know the place like the back of her hand, avoiding all conflicts. Occasionally, someone stumbled upon them, but before they could see anything clearly, they were knocked out. Soon, the two passed through many obstacles and reached the secret warehouse Qi 118 had built underneath the castle. Lin Shen was curious how Tianxuan knew the location of the secret warehouse, but then it occurred to him, what secrets could possibly be kept from Tianxuan, who possessed the devout blazing angel? Unfortunately, Tianxuan did not have the key to open the warehouse, so they had to use brute force to break the warehouse door open. Lin Shen watched as Tianxuan pulled out a knife-shaped spirit base with a blade that still shimmered with light, indicating that it was a spirit base of a nirvana being. The edge of the blade was incredibly sharp. It took only a few strikes to slice through the nirvana-level material-made gate that was over a meter thick. After the two entered the warehouse, Lin Shen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had thought that the resources he had desperately bargained for from Qi 118 were already extremely valuable. But compared to the items here, those resources were simply insignificant. Every single item here was a top grade among the top grade. Qi 118 had been developing the ocean for many years, and he wouldn't have stored anything less than the finest in his secret warehouse. Stop staring. Let's take everything back with us and pick slowly, Tianxuan said. How are we going to take all this back? Lin Shen glanced around and roughly estimated that, although there weren't many items, moving them all would require an extended cargo truck. Put all the items inside, Tianxuan commanded as she summoned a shell-like pet capsule, which was initially the size of a palm. After using a skill, however, its body grew to the size of a house. The two began to move items and completely emptied the entire secret warehouse. Tianxuan gestured with her hand, and the shell-like pet capsule gradually shrank before returning to her hand. Let's go to an 117's place. I hope we're not too late, Tianxuan said as she pulled Lin Shen along. The battle outside continued with the Nirvana being sea battle causing fearful waves. The turbulent waters created huge swells, and in the darkness of the night, it was unclear who the combatants were. However, Lin Shen heard a peculiar sound of a musical instrument, similar to a piano but slightly different. Not being knowledgeable about music, he couldn't discern what instrument it was. After leaving the castle, Tianxuan took Lin Shen straight to an 117's, where the fighting was even more ferocious than at Qi 118's. Tianxuan didn't pay any attention to the combatants, instead, stealthily led Lin Shen into the city and located an 117's secret warehouse once more. Lin Shen thought he had been ruthless enough, but he found Tianxuan to be even more so. An 117's secret warehouse was plundered by her without leaving a single strand of hair behind. Once the great heist was completed, Tianxuan took Lin Shen back to Paradise Island, showing no interest in meddling with the ongoing battle. During that battle, Lin Shen heard the sound of percussion instruments and guessed that it might be Yayu or Yayun involved, though he couldn't be sure which one. After the two quietly returned to the Paradise Palace, Tianxuan first made herself known and dealt with some matters on Paradise Island. Then, she took Lin Shen to her room, where they dumped out all the looted goods, which piled up everywhere like small hills. Lin Shen was dazzled by the colorful array of high-level items, many of which he had never seen or heard of before. Read new chapters at Empire. Among the things he recognized, there were several Nirvana eggs, a few reincarnation ashes, and some Nirvana-level pet capsules. Pick a few for yourself, and we'll offer the rest to the Heavenly Emperor, Tianxuan said, much to Lin Shen's surprise. I've already obtained the resources the Heavenly Emperor needs, the mission is complete. Keep these for yourself, Lin Shen replied, staring blankly at Tianxuan. Tianxuan picked up an item and tossed it to Lin Shen, her smile beaming, simply completing the mission isn't enough. As an outsider wanting to establish a foothold among the celestial race, you only have two paths to choose from. You have no chance of taking the path of the celestial court, and it's not suited to your temperament.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. So, make the most of your promising career as a pet official, my little lover. Chapter 455 Picking Up Treasures. I think so too, Lin Shen felt that Tianxuan made a lot of sense. Having him act as a diligent, hard-working, upright, and incorruptible official, Lin Shen thought that he definitely couldn't do it. Although he wasn't bad, living like that was too exhausting, and he didn't like being too tired. Moreover, this was the celestial race, not a human kingdom, and there was even less necessity for it. Of course, he also didn't want to be a pet official, but there wasn't a better option right now, so he could only muddle along for the time being. Aren't pet officials supposed to be more greedy? Why would you hand all this over? Lin Shen still didn't quite understand. In his impression, weren't pet officials supposed to be like Wei Xiaobao, who took all the meat for themselves, leaving only some soup for the emperor? Tianxun explained, you think pet officials eat the meat and leave the soup for the heavenly emperor? That's a big mistake. The kind you're talking about is not a pet official, but a power minister, loyal minister, or manipulative minister. Regardless of who they are, they're definitely not pet officials. What kind of people can enter the celestial court? Most of them are nobility from large families. If they have great power, whose interests do you think they represent? It goes without saying, for power ministers they won't share money with the heavenly emperor. The so-called loyal ministers, like those from the Qi, An, and Tian families, also have many among them. But like with the development of Giant Ring Star, the three families can get a lot of money, yet asking them to give a little more to the heavenly emperor would make them so pained. If the heavenly emperor proposes in the celestial court that they should give up a little more, I can assure you, those so-called loyal ministers from the three families would stand up against the emperor's proposal. This routine doesn't suit you, so you can only be a pet official. Why would the heavenly emperor favor you? Because no one else will give him money, you're the only one who does, so whom else would he favor? Lin Shen suddenly felt enlightened. I see, but if all the money I make goes to the heavenly emperor, then I won't benefit myself, so what's the point of being a pet official? I told you to hand it over, but I didn't say you couldn't take money, Tianxun analyzed for Lin Shen bit by bit. Don't think the heavenly emperor only knows how to waste the family wealth. To ascend to the position of heavenly emperor, he didn't rely on wasteful skills. How much have we gotten from the Qi and An families, and how much have they lost? The heavenly emperor is probably very clear about it. You could choose not to hand it over, but if you don't, you'd be no different from the other ministers. If you hand it over, then you might become the confidant of the heavenly emperor. Usually, the heavenly emperor won't make you work for nothing. You're just handing things over to the heavenly emperor, showing your attitude. He will still give you a portion. After all, you'll need money to develop your manpower and influence for the work you'll do for the heavenly emperor in the future, and he understands this better than anyone. Since the heavenly emperor is so clear about it, if I pick the best items from here, won't the heavenly emperor hold a grudge in his heart? Lin Shen pondered. On the contrary, if you're not greedy at all, the heavenly emperor will suspect whether you have hidden other greater benefits. Why would you not be greedy? Is such a person reliable? Can he be controlled? Tianxun continued to explain with a smile, if you're greedy and the heavenly emperor knows what you covet, he could deal with you anytime, and that actually allows him to rest easy. Continue reading at Empire. That makes sense, my treasure, you really are my wise partner. Lin Shen hurriedly delivered a compliment, then asked with a smile, my treasure, what do you think I should pick? You naturally should pick the best. Tianxun pointed to the item she had just given Lin Shen and said, do you like this? What is this? Lin Shen looked at the object in his hand, unable even to recognize what it was. The object was a square little box, about the size of a contact lens case, made entirely of some kind of crystal. This thing is not simple, it's a rare item called a spatial storing device, made by using some nirvana-level materials with space attributes and then crafted by a nirvana being with space strength. Because the materials are rare and people with space strength are hard to find, the output is very low, Tianxun said. You mean, this is the legendary space item? Lin Shen's eyes lit up at once. He had only seen such things in the myths and novels of his homeland, and never expected that someone could actually manufacture them. Exactly. Spatial storing devices come in many types. Those made from nirvana-level materials can typically only hold a little and would be good to have a space of 1 cubic meter. The ones made from immortal-level materials can have about the size of a room, although some are like small bungalows, and others like large villas. Tianxun pointed at the back of the spatial storing device and said, "I took a look just now and noticed the mark of the Baisi clan. The Baisi clan specials in producing space attribute powerhouses, and it's rare for their spatial storing devices to hit the market. I didn't expect that Qi 118 actually had one, don't know where he got it from n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Tianxun taught Lin Shen how to use it. Lin Shen initially thought the box itself was the spatial storing device, but then Tianxun told him the box was a charger. To use the spatial storing device, energy is required, so it needed to be charged with the box before it could be used. Inside the box was the spatial storing device, a small item embedded inside the box that looked like a black crystal bullet. The inside of the box had some data, and after Tianxun took a look, she said this spatial storing device had more space than expected, a premium among premiums. If converted into cubic meters, it would be about 10,000 cubic meters in size. Not having a clear concept of space size, Lin Shen received an example from Tianxun. It was roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 three-story villas. Tianxun demonstrated how to use the spatial storing device, and it wasn't quite like Lin Shen had imagined. Although not overly complicated, it wasn't as simple as just picking up items to put in or take out. Tianxun held the bullet-like spatial storing device, aimed the tip at something, and pressed the back end. Rings of light illuminated the casing, and ultimately the bullet tip lit up too, firing a beam of light that struck the object. Upon contact with the light beam, the object started to shrink rapidly and was pulled toward the spatial storing device before being absorbed into the bullet. There's a number on it, each item you intake will have a number. When you want to take it out, you just need to activate it by the number. Each time you intake or extract an item, it consumes energy. This charger can provide about 10 uses of the spatial storing device, after which you will have to recharge the box. Tianxun returned the spatial storing device to Lin Shen. This is so complicated. Lin Shen felt disappointed. It was much less convenient than he had expected, and it even required charging. Unless you possess space abilities yourself, that's how complicated using space items will be with the current level of technology, Tianxun said with a laugh. Come on, let's take a good look again. Let's see what other good stuff these two have collected. Chapter 456 Tyrant. Qi 118 and N 117 had collected too many good things, including over a dozen Nirvana-level pet eggs, and these were not ordinary Nirvana-level pet eggs, but the variant kind. So many ascenders would bust their heads open for these items if they were put up for sale. Nevertheless, Tianxun suggested to Lin Shen not to take these items. Lin Shen couldn't use Nirvana-level pet eggs at the moment, nor was it appropriate for him to use them for his Nirvana. He could obtain them on his own strength after his Nirvana without the need to keep them. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't take too many items. If this wasn't a concern, who would think these good things were too numerous? There were also many spirit bases from the Nirvana creatures that Lin Shen couldn't use either. Ascenders, lacking the power of Nirvana, couldn't activate these spirit bases. All the other various items were also the best of the best, primarily Nirvana-level items, dazzling Lin Shen. This pet launcher, I seem to remember it, Tianxun said, taking a pet launcher out from inside. Lin Shen was not impressed and continued his search for treasures among the items. I remember now, this pet launcher is the personal sidearm tyrant that the furious king of the Diman tribe used since he was young. How did it end up here? Tianxun was growing more and more surprised. This is the king's sidearm. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, but that was all. The essence of a pet launcher was still contingent on one's own strength to activate it. Even if this was an immortal level pet gun, he couldn't activate nor use it if it was beyond his capability. And he didn't have an immortal level pet capsule either. If a lower level pet capsule was inserted, even if it could be activated, the capsule itself wouldn't withstand the firing power. Therefore, for Lin Shen, a pet gun was merely a means for rapid pet deployment and wasn't of much use. It should be Tyrant, but it can't fully be considered the Furious King's sidearm, as this pet gun was used by the Furious King before he ascended to his kingship. After that, he switched to another one, Tianxun said. Tianxun tossed Tyrant to Lin Shen. This is a good item. You gave me the angel revolver for my nephew, you keep this one for yourself. Can I use this? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. Yes, you can. Tyrant was crafted by the pet gun manufacturing master of the Diman tribe, tailored specifically for the Furious King. It's unknown what special materials and secret techniques were used, but it can be used from the base mutation level all the way to Nirvana level without becoming outdated. It's said to have an impressive firing speed of 1000, a rare pet gun that's uniformly usable across all levels, explained Tianxun. 1000 firing speed, usable across all levels. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled instantly, and he quickly loaded a pet capsule into it, eager to try it out. Bang! Lin Shen pulled the trigger and found it to be much lighter than he expected, hardly needing any effort. Yet, the pet capsule was launched at an unimaginably high speed. Bang! Lin Shen only saw a blur before his eyes as the pet capsule, not even having time to transform into a pet in midair, smashed directly against the wall, shattering to pieces. The pet capsule was just an ordinary crystal base level item, but due to its incredible speed, it still left a shallow dent on the wall. It's so fast! Lin Shen was both shocked and overjoyed. This pet gun was simply perfect for 7 steps of conflict. With a speed of 1000, even if he used all his skills, he couldn't reach such speed. Stable, stable, no need to fear being unable to escape from strong enemies in the future. Lin Shen was extremely delighted inside, fondling Tyrant, and almost unable to put it down. The gun was ash grey, and its design was somewhat like a desert eagle with a scope attached, but it was a bit larger than a desert eagle. Baby, help me take a look, see if there's anything good left inside. Lin Shen put away the Tyrant. There's too much stuff, take your time to look. Tianxun continued searching through the treasure. As Lin Shen searched as well, the death powder coiled around him suddenly shot out from his body, its front end enlarging dramatically, and it swallowed something in one gulp. Lin Shen hadn't even seen clearly what it had swallowed before the deed was done. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. However, considering that the nearby items were all spirit base, it must have swallowed a spirit base. This thing is getting greedier and greedier. Lin Shen reached out and pulled the death powder back. The death powder shrank back to its normal size, and after Lin Shen pulled it back, it didn't coil around him again. Instead, it tried to burrow into Lin Shen's backpack. What on earth is this thing trying to do? Lin Shen was greatly puzzled as he wondered what it was intending to do inside the backpack. Could it be that it's about to evolve again and is planning to do so inside my backpack? Lin Shen thought about it and felt something was off. Suddenly, Lin Shen was startled and quickly reached into his backpack to pull out the sleeping phase A, fatty. He suspected the death powder was trying to sneak attack and consume phase A, and that was something he could not allow. The death powder had already burrowed into the backpack with no interest in phase A. That's not right. Fatty looks harmless, but in reality, he's very powerful. He's probably already at Nirvana level. There's no way death powder could swallow him. Lin Shen realized his mistake, but it was already too late. He pulled out the death powder and checked the contents of the backpack, his expression changing slightly. The reincarnation ashes of the true extreme slaying evil divine light were gone. The death powder's body started glowing with a purple light, which quickly enveloped its entire body in purple radiance, and flames of light rose from it. Your pet is about to achieve nirvana, Tianxuan said with interest as he looked at the death powder wrapped in purple flames. It seems that it's using the reincarnation ashes of the true extreme slaying evil divine light for its nirvana. Its attack power must become incredibly strong. It's a pity that you can't achieve nirvana yet, so for the time being, you can't make use of it. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Lin Shen felt the same way. Death powder was his main combat pet, and he didn't mind giving it the reincarnation ashes. But the creature had only recently ascended, and Lin Shen had yet to use it in battle. Now, before it even demonstrated any strength, it was about to achieve nirvana again. If it achieved nirvana, and Lin Shen hadn't, he still wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Shen seriously suspected that it was deliberately biding its time to avoid making an effort. Luckily, using the reincarnation ashes for nirvana didn't carry much risk. With Death Powder's abilities, nirvana would undoubtedly be successful, so Lin Shen didn't need to worry. Its nirvana will take a long time. Let's continue looking for stuff. Tianxuan went on searching through the pile of items. There's an ascension egg here, Tianxuan pointed out, referring to a pet egg. The two of them collected nirvana eggs. Ascension eggs are almost useless to them. To have set aside this particular ascension egg, there must be something special about it. You should take it and hatch it, you might find it useful. Chapter 457 Stone Tablet. Lin Shen took the ascension egg and put it in his backpack. Anyway, he couldn't tell what kind of pet it was and could only wait until it hatched to find out. Lin Shen himself didn't know what to choose, so he simply sat there waiting for Tianxuan to select for him. In a short while, Tianxuan had picked out another item, which turned out to be a book. Why did you choose a book? Is it some kind of powerful evolution skill? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. No, Tianxuan shook his head and said with a strange expression, this book records some matters related to the giant god clan. No wonder I felt something off about Qi 118 earlier, he seems to have some understanding of the giant god mausoleum. I thought he had sneaked in before, but it turns out this is the reason. Let me see what else is written in this book, you go and pick a few things for yourself. Lin Shen had to pick out items by himself, seeing that there were many boxes still unopened, he went on to open them one by one and looked at their contents. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Many of the boxes contained medicinal potions, but, unfortunately, most of them were unlabeled and their use was unknown. To Lin Shen's surprise, he actually found promissory notes written in the name of the Celestial Master Institute, addressed to Qi 118 and 117. These two guys are really unlucky, such a small hold, yet I brought it back with me. Lin Shen said as he crumpled the two promissory notes into ashes with his hand. Lin Shen was rummaging through the boxes on one side, and whenever he encountered something he didn't recognize, he would ask Tianxuan who was reading beside him. Tianxuan started by answering casually, but later his expression became very serious, as if he couldn't hear Lin Shen speaking at all, focused on the content of the book. Seeing this, Lin Shen didn't disturb him anymore and continued to search for items by himself. The fatty that he had just pulled out jumped onto his shoulder, curiously watching Lin Shen as he picked and chose. Lin Shen opened another box, which was full of books. He browsed through some of them at random, they were all various evolution skills and skills. They appeared to be high-grade items, perhaps a collection of rare and handwritten copies by N 117. I wonder if I could keep these books for Yun to study slowly, and once learned, they could be passed on to me, Lin Shen said, turning his head to look at Tianxuan, wanting to ask if they could keep the books. These books could later be copied and taken back to the home planet, which would be of great help to the humans there. We're in trouble, Tianxuan suddenly closed the book and let out a sigh. What happened? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. This book was passed down by the Giant God clan. Originally, this ancient race, the Giant God clan, did not originate from the giant ring star, they discovered it later. Due to some reasons, after the decline of the Giant God clan, the remaining members moved to settle on the giant ring star. They thought that they could live here peacefully with the special environment of the giant ring star, but they attracted a catastrophe because they discovered the utmost darkness domain, Tianxun said gravely. The utmost darkness domain, isn't that the place mentioned by Yekong? Didn't Yekong say that the little wine emperor turned it into a trial ground? Is there a problem with it? Lin Shen thought for a moment and then spoke. The problem is huge, precisely because it was altered by the little wine emperor, that's why the situation is so dire, Tianxun said, emphasizing each word. That place isn't some mutated nirvana land at all, but an immortal land, which the little wine emperor forcibly transformed into a nirvana land. Immortal land? Could it be, that place was once capable of nurturing undying creatures? Lin Shen asked in surprise. Not only in the past, but it can still do the same now, Tianxun said, somewhat helplessly. The little wine emperor, by transforming the immortal land into a mutated nirvana land, its specifics unknown, most likely did something like that. But if the place altered by the little wine emperor is destroyed, the immortal land within will inevitably start nurturing undying creatures again, and by then, we might end up like the giant god clan, annihilated. The giant god clan discovered back then that the utmost darkness domain was an immortal land, recklessly aimed to exploit the undying creatures within, but not only did they not succeed, they also triggered a dark age lasting thousands of years, leading to the complete extermination of the entire giant god clan, Tianxun continued. This book was found from Qi 118, and now with the perpetual darkness, and giant ring star unable to recover its light, it's probably because he's targeting the immortal land, triggering the descent of darkness again. Tianxun voiced his concern. If giant ring star remained shrouded in darkness, nobody would be able to survive here for long, and with the teleporter inoperable, no one could leave giant ring star, and they would all be trapped here to die. Does Qi 118 know that the immortal land has been altered by the little wine emperor? Lin Shen pondered and asked. Theoretically he shouldn't know, since this book from the giant god clan doesn't record anything about the little wine emperor altering the utmost darkness domain, and my conclusion is also based on information from the night ghost tribe. Tianxun paused and then added, Qi 118 shouldn't have any connection with the night ghost tribe, otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked his castle. Lin Shen thought this made sense, but he felt something wasn't quite right. If Qi 118 wasn't aware that the utmost darkness domain had been altered, then how did he enter the utmost darkness domain and destroy the little wine emperor's changes? Tianxun felt that Lin Shen had indeed pointed out an issue, as a place altered by the little wine emperor wouldn't be so easily destroyed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Could it have something to do with Yeye? Lin Shen relayed the incident of being chased by Yeye upon his return. I suspect that Yeye was sent by Qi 118, and could that Yeye also be a member of the Night Ghost tribe? I feel like he's much more formidable than Yekong and the others, Lin Shen expressed his thoughts. Makes sense, let's bring Yekong over and ask her, then we'll know. You keep picking out items here, I'll be back in a bit. Tianxun didn't waste words, he got up and left the room. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue picking items by himself, putting the box of books aside for now, to ask Tianxun later if he could keep it, and then went on to open other boxes and crates. What is this thing? Lin Shen opened a small box the size of a palm and saw a stone plaque inside. That thing looked somehow familiar, and on closer inspection, this stone plaque closely resembled the tombstone that Yeye had. Or to be more precise, it wasn't just similar, it was essentially a miniature version of the tombstone. Why would Qi 118 have something like this? Lin Shen was curious and took the stone plaque out of the box, turning it over in his hands. The more he examined it, the more it seemed to be just like the one Yeye had been carrying. This thing is so tiny, does it have the same abilities as that tombstone? Lin Shen was very curious, thinking if he wrote the name of an enemy on this little tombstone, would it also have the power to kill the enemy? Chapter 458 Secret Passage. With the desire to try it out, there was no suitable subject here to experiment with. When Yaya used the tombstone before, Wei had seen most of it. It seemed that the artifact needed to be activated first. Then by looking at the opponent and writing down their name, and if the power Wei injected could overpower the opponents, there might be a chance to kill them. The artifact could easily handle weaklings, but its effectiveness against formidable foes was not absolute, though it was not entirely negligible either. Lin Shen could only attempt to activate it, but he harbored little hope for success. If the miniature tombstone was of any use, why would Qi 118 have stored it in a warehouse instead of carrying it with him? So it was very likely that even Qi 118 could not use it, or it had limited utility. It was unclear which was the case. Lin Shen, holding the little tombstone, channeled his own strength into it, and to his surprise, the little tombstone actually responded. The little tombstone trembled slightly, and blood-red lettering slowly began to appear on its front, as if the writing was formed from blood seeping out of the stone itself. Lin Shen. Lin Shen jumped in shock, wondering how his own name had appeared on the tombstone, as he certainly did not wish to commit suicide. Lin Shen quickly ceased channeling his strength, yet the bloody lettering on the tombstone did not stop appearing. The blood writing that kept emerging detailed Lin Shen's date of birth, down to the exact hour, all crystal clear. Lin Shen watched with a pounding heart, but thankfully after the details emerged, they began to fade away and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Shen, who had prepared for a struggle with death, did not feel any abnormalities with his body. Wait a minute. Could it be that this little tombstone and the larger one in Yaya's possession are a set? The little tombstone is for checking names and birth details, while the larger one is for killing. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he believed he was right. He scrutinized the little tombstone again for a good while, but couldn't ascertain its true function. What he could confirm was that as long as he infused power into the little tombstone, it would display the user's name and birth details. However, it was practically impossible to have an enemy channel their power into the little tombstone to obtain their name and birth details during a real battle, which seemed somewhat pointless. There must be more to it, I just haven't figured out the right way to use it yet. Lin Shen decided to put away the little tombstone for now, to research it more thoroughly later. There were simply too many treasures here, many of which Lin Shen did not know how to use, and he was unsure how to prioritize them for the time being. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tianxuan returned, and judging by her expression, she seemed to have made a substantial find, appearing much more cheerful. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. That Yeye, he truly is from the Night Ghost tribe. However, unexpectedly, he is not a pure-blood Night Ghost but a hybrid, Tianxuan said. Hybrid? Why do I feel like Yeye, that hybrid, is even more formidable than the pure-blood Yekong? Lin Shen said with surprise. Who said pure-bloods are necessarily more formidable than hybrids? Tianxuan gave Lin Shen a disdainful look. Baby, I'm not talking about you. You are the most beautiful and most powerful hybrid baby, perfectly inheriting the strengths of both races while avoiding their weaknesses. You're the most perfect woman in the world. Lin Shen's will to survive suddenly surged. Read exclusive chapters at Empire. Tianxuan chuckled. Although Yaya is a hybrid night ghost, he's a bit different from the ordinary hybrids. It wasn't a pure-blood night spectre that turned him into a hybrid, but he himself actively extracted the bloodline of a pure-blood night spectre, turning himself into a hybrid night ghost. The pure-blood night spectre whose bloodline he extracted was an elder of the night ghost tribe, and he is not controlled by pure-blood night spectres. You could say that Yeye, the hybrid night ghost, is actually the archenemy of the Night Ghost tribe. However, his luck wasn't very good. Just after he became a hybrid Night Ghost, the Night Ghost tribe was annihilated by a coalition of races, and he, as a hybrid Night Ghost, was also hunted by all races. He was grievously injured and fled to Giant Ring Star. Other races wanted to kill him, and the Night Ghost tribe wanted to kill him as well. He was even ambushed by the surviving members of the Night Ghost tribe on Giant Ring Star and almost got killed. In fact, the Night Ghost tribe thought that Yaya had died in that battle, which also cost the remaining pure-blood Night Spectres most of their numbers, leaving only Yexing and 3 others. So, the Night Ghost tribe holds a deep grudge against Yaya as well, and they are not on the same side. That makes sense, Lin Shen mused. Yekong and the others plan to turn everyone into hybrid night ghosts to completely control Giant Ring Star. Yaya probably doesn't know about this. He's teamed up with Chi 118, probably eyeing the utmost darkness domain. Both sides are unaware of each other's actions, and by some twist of fate, they collided. By now, Yaya and his group should have left the seaside castle and gone to the utmost darkness domain, right? Most of it is correct, Tianxun paused, then continued. Yaya and Chi 118 should have gone to the utmost darkness domain, but the home base was attacked by the Night Ghost tribe. No wonder the situation at the Chi family was so bad when we went there last time. However, the darkness falling wasn't their doing, but the work of Yekong and the others to conveniently rescue Yexing, which is also part of the functionality of this trial site. The Little Wine Emperor's reconstruction hasn't been tampered with. Another thing you guessed wrong, Yekong and the others knew making such a big commotion would be hard to go unnoticed, so they never intended to control Giant Ring Star. They planned to raid it and then leave Giant Ring Star after rescuing Yexing. Leave Giant Ring Star? Would they be willing to give up the benefits of the utmost darkness domain? Lin Shen asked in astonishment. Here's the good news. Yekong and her group have studied and explored the utmost darkness domain for many years, and they know it like the back of their hands. They just waited until today to rescue Yexing and send her to Nirvana in the utmost darkness domain to gain the Little Wine Emperor's inheritance. Then they will leave Giant Ring Star, Tianxun said with a smile. I have already obtained the secret passage into the utmost darkness domain from Yekong. If we take Yexing and Yekong with us, we should still make it in time. Why take them with us? Can't we go by ourselves? Taking them along, if there's anything we've overlooked, we can ask them on the spot to avoid any accidents, Tianxun said. There's no time to delay. Let's hurry and get there before Yaya and Chi 118, and get the Little Wine Emperor's inheritance first. Lin Shen had Wei and Kong Chuan stay to guard Paradise Island to avoid further incidents, and then he and Tianxun, escorting Yexing and Yekong, headed for the utmost darkness domain. The group arrived at the edge of the utmost darkness domain. They did not take the official route into the domain but entered the trial site's deepest part directly through a secret passage that Yekong and her group had dug out. Tianxun had a humanoid Nirvana pet carry the lamp of life and death in front, while Lin Shen carried the acupoint-sealed Yekong and Yexing in the middle. This tunnel doesn't seem to be man-made, does it? Lin Shen observed the tunnel as they walked. Many parts of the tunnel were clearly naturally formed, with rocks that were as dark as obsidian, and their surfaces as smooth as pebbles. Most of it is naturally formed. They just utilized this natural underground cavern and dug out a small part of it. With their abilities, even if they wanted to directly pierce through the utmost darkness domain to reach the central area, a few hundred more years would still not be enough time, Tianxun explained. As they conversed, the cavern ahead came to an end, and a dark underground river appeared in front of the 4 of them. Chapter 459 Artificial Galaxy. Tianxun summoned a pet similar to a devilfish, and the 4 of them rode downstream on the back of the devilfish. The black underground river widened increasingly, and as the river expanded, Tianxun's devilfish pet also grew in size, making the space more and more spacious. Lin Shen placed Yexing and Yekong on the back of the fish, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tianxun, checking out their surroundings. The humanoid pet was holding the lamp of life and death, flying ahead of them, its light illuminating the nearby area. However, as the river widened, the light from the lamp of life and death could no longer reach the riverbanks, and all around them were turbulent black waves. Lin Shen took out the night glow flower, hoping to see farther, but the result was the same, he couldn't see anything and had no idea how wide the Blackwater River actually was. The river's waves grew fiercer and even began to swell into waves, as if they were ocean waves. This gave Lin Shen the illusion that they were no longer in a river, but rather a lone boat in an endless ocean. Fortunately, the devilfish had grown large enough, the size of a basketball court, so the wind and waves couldn't harm it. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Lin Shen felt as if several hours had already gone by, yet when he checked the time, less than an hour had passed since they had entered the river. "Darling, something seems off here. Why do I feel like the waves are getting bigger?" Lin Shen said with a frown, as black waves, some 10 meters high, crashed against the devilfish, splashing water onto him. Hearing this, Tianxuan summoned the devout seraph and then restored Ye Kong's ability to speak. "You don't need to waste any more energy, I can tell you directly that we are still in the river, but that won't be the case for long," Ye Kong said, without waiting for Tianxuan to use the devout seraph to ask. "Go on," Tianxuan said indifferently. "No matter how I describe it, it will be hard to capture what you're about to see. We're almost there, you should see it for yourselves." Ye Kong just finished speaking when the devilfish suddenly dipped, startling Lin Shen. Thankfully, the devilfish was not just large as a nirvana-level creature, it simply took flight, gliding slowly through the air. Lin Shen and the others suddenly saw a bright light, realizing that everything around them was as bright as day. No, it was daytime. Lin Shen and his companions witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Behind them was a waterfall that seemed to have no end in sight. The falling water crashed into the ocean, which was endless and boundaryless to their sight. And on the horizon, where the sky met the sea, in the boundless sky, there were several planets orbiting a star. Because they were so close, the planets appeared enormous to Lin Shen and his companions, a sight so shockingly breathtaking it was unimaginable. What is that? A star system? Little Wine Emperor has created a star system beneath the utmost darkness domain. How is that possible? Lin Shen was overwhelmed with shock, hardly believing his own eyes, and astonished by the Little Wine Emperor's power. Those planets are not real planets, but man-made ones. Even the stars are man-made and not genuine stars. Otherwise, the sea water would have dried up long ago considering the proximity. Tianxuan seemed very surprised as he stared at the artificial star system above the sea and sky. An artificial star system, that's already very impressive. Lin Shen said n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. It's not just impressive, it's harder than creating a natural star system, and this place must have been altered by spatial powers, otherwise, the whole utmost darkness domain couldn't contain such a magnificent project. Tianxuan admired, Little Wine Emperor, truly lives up to his reputation, too powerful. Indeed, Little Wine Emperor is strong. However, those man-made planets are not entirely his doing. This star system and this space have existed for a long time. Little Wine Emperor merely modified it, Ye Kong volunteered. Go on, Tianxuan gestured for Ye Kong to continue. This star system evolved from Nirvana land, and each planet nurtures a mutant Nirvana creature. Ye Kong said with a complex expression, if one can tame all the mutant Nirvana creatures, one would pass the Little Wine Emperor's trial and gain his inheritance. Excluding the stars, there are a total of 5 planets in the artificial star system. So taming 5 mutant Nirvana creatures, how could that be possible? Lin Shen said, frowning. He wanted to tame an Ascension level 3-headed dragon, and he still had Death Powder, a divine artifact for taming dragon-type creatures, but he hadn't made a move as he wasn't sure yet. Taming 5 wild mutant Nirvana creatures, even an immortal being would likely find it impossible. It's different from taming creatures that have just hatched from pet eggs, the difficulty is simply too high. Unfortunately, you haven't come through the proper way. If you had come in through the right path, Little Wine Emperor left many trials and tests along the way. By passing those, one could obtain helpful methods and items for taming those mutant Nirvana creatures, making success possible. Yakong said with a bit of schadenfreude. Are you saying you've obtained those methods and items? Lin Shen asked, staring at Yakong. Yakong's pupils had returned to blue, making her look less like a ghost and more like a uniquely attractive woman. She had an androgynous look, and Lin Shen thought the word handsome seemed apt to describe her. We haven't because those trials are too difficult for us. Our qualities and talents don't meet Little Wine Emperor's criteria for choosing his inheritors. So it's almost impossible for us to pass those trials successfully. However, we were lucky to discover this secret passage that led us here, and we even learned about the method to obtain the inheritance and found a shortcut, Yakong said with a sneer. Do you want to know this shortcut? It's actually quite simple. These planets and their mutant nirvana creatures are all nurtured by the base mutation land. All we need to do is use base mutation land's nirvana to let Yexing possess the power of nirvana, similar to those nirvana creatures. This way, she can easily approach the mutant nirvana creatures, earn their trust, and then use our Night Ghost tribe's unique ghost hand imprint to transform the mutant nirvana creatures into Night Ghost bloodline. It will naturally be easy to tame them and obtain Little Wine Emperor's inheritance. Experience new stories on Empire. Simple, isn't it? Unfortunately, only Yexing can use this method. No matter how powerful you are, you can't use this technique, Yakong said, taunting Tianxuan. Taming mutant nirvana creatures doesn't necessarily have to be done your way, Tianxuan replied, immediately invoking his devout seraph and repeated the previous questions. To his surprise, Yakong didn't tell a single lie. Is it dangerous to ascend to those planets? Tianxuan asked. As long as you don't provoke those mutant nirvana creatures, there won't be any danger, Yakong answered. Which planet should we go to first? Tianxuan continued, looking at the 5 planets of varying sizes. It's all the same. On each man-made planet, there's runes left by Little Wine Emperor. As soon as one collects all 5 mutant nirvana pets, it's possible to unlock the inheritance he left inside the star, at any time. Chapter 460 The Final Trial. The star system's 5 planets are each a different color, red, yellow, blue, green, and purple, with the purple planet being the one farthest from the star. The 5 planets vary in size, with the yellow and green ones being much larger than the smallest red one. Tianxuan, leading Lin Shen, flew toward the closest purple planet. As they neared, they discovered that the mountain ranges on this purple planet unexpectedly formed some sort of text. Upon closer inspection, the text was exactly as Yakong had said, it was a set of rules left behind by the Little Wine Emperor. The content was essentially what Yakong had mentioned, indicating that one must tame the mutated nirvana creatures on each of the 5 planets to obtain what the Little Wine Emperor had left behind. The difference was that the Little Wine Emperor did not mention inheritance, only that one could obtain something he left behind. The text clearly pointed out the locations of the mutated nirvana creatures, and Tianxuan, at nirvana level speed, took them into the core of the purple planet. This planet was certainly many times smaller than the giant ring star, but not too much smaller when compared to the human mother planet. Had it not been for the mountain range text indicator, finding the hidden nirvana creatures would not have been an easy task. To their surprise, the nirvana creature in question wasn't hiding at all, it was suspended openly at the peak of a mountain. Is this the mutated nirvana creature mentioned by the Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen looked at the entity on the mountaintop with a strange expression, if it could even be called an entity. Atop the mountain, a purple robe stood against the wind, its sash seemingly dancing and fluttering. However, upon closer examination, the purple robe was still, and there was no wind around. The purple robe was fixed in the air as if an invisible being was wearing it, spreading its arms wide as if suspended midair. Rather than a robe, it looked more like a cape fashioned in the style of a robe, but there were no buttons or such on the robe, which was entirely open. It was called a purple robe, but only upon a close look did one realize that the robe itself was actually white at the base. It was the rows of purple text that covered nearly the entire fabric that made it seem purple from a distance. Lin Shen initially thought there would be something peculiar about the text on the robe, or that it might possess some mysterious strength. In fact, the text was just a ritual used for sacrifices. The entire text was a prayer to a deity known as the Jade Emperor, but there was one part of the prayer that appeared particularly archaic, and both Lin Shen and Tianxun could not fully recognize it. Tianxun knew a few characters, and Lin Shen knew a few as well, but putting them together, they still couldn't make out the whole meaning. Furthermore, the characters they did recognize, when combined, didn't seem to have any coherent significance, and the pronunciation was difficult to articulate smoothly. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Is this the mutated nirvana creature? Lin Shen asked Ye Kong. Ye Kong said with a cold face, indeed, on each of the 5 planets there are similar mutated nirvana creatures. It's unknown by what means the Little Wine Emperor imprisoned them on these planets. You can use any method to tame them, but if you attack them, the restraints on them will vanish, and they might kill you. So what you mean is, we don't actually have to attack them, right? Lin Shen keenly sensed the implied meaning in Ye Kong's words. We had also wanted to reach this place through the trial, and we got some information during the trial. To tame them, one does not need to resort to violence. You can try to wear it, and if you can wear it, it means you have gained its recognition. If you cannot wear it, even killing them is useless, as they cannot be subdued. Have you ever tried that? I've tried many times. As long as we don't attack it, there isn't much risk. The most that can happen when trying to put it on is being repelled. Lin Shen's gaze turned to Tianxun, who still lacked the ability to subdue nirvana-level creatures. It looked like it was up to Tianxun to act. Lin Shen had quite a bit of faith in Tianxun, who possessed powerful verbal abilities, almost like mythological deities who could turn words into reality. Perhaps her abilities could make the purple robe acknowledge her as its master. Release her restraint and let her give it a try first, Tianxun said while examining the robe. Lin Shen released the acupoints of Yexing and spoke to her, as long as you cooperate, I promise not to harm you, but if you harbor any other intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yexing glared at Lin Shen fiercely as if she already loathed him immensely. If it weren't for being captured by Lin Shen, Tianxun wouldn't have coerced the Night Ghost tribe's secrets from her. Perhaps their operation would not have failed, nor would they have launched an attack prematurely, and they certainly wouldn't have been forced to leave Giant Ring Star where they had lived for so many years. Little Star, do as he says, Ye Kong suddenly spoke up. Big sister. Yexing looked at Ye Kong in astonishment. You've lived under our wings for too long and don't know the struggles of the world, Ye Kong said indifferently. No one can always do as they wish in life. There will always be people and circumstances that force you to do things you don't want to do. It's time to learn patience, starting now. Yexing clenched her teeth and walked towards the purple robe. She approached the purple robe, floating in the air, turning her back towards it and sliding her hands through the sleeves that unfolded. The way the purple robe hung suspended in air really did seem quite accommodating for someone to put it on. That Little Wine Emperor had imprisoned it in this posture suggested that he indeed intended for someone to tame it this way. Lin Shen had thought that when Yexing put on the purple robe, something unusual would occur. But Yexing had put on the purple robe, and yet there was no reaction from it. Strikingly, the robe still did not move at all. To be precise, Yexing had only passed her arms through the sleeves and her body against the robe. It wasn't accurate to say she had really put it on. Seeing that the purple robe didn't budge, Yexing exerted her strength, hoping to make the robe move with her body, but no matter how much force she applied, the robe remained motionless, without even a hint of a response. Use all your strength, Tianxun instructed. Yexing gritted her teeth and unleashed all her strength. A black carapace appeared on her body, and her mouth hummed a faint song. Yexing strained to make the purple robe move with her body, and it was clear she was trying hard, but the robe remained utterly still. Don't waste your time, Ascender's strength doesn't even qualify to touch it, you must at least be a nirvana being to do so, Ye Kong stated. This is interesting, Tianxun said as she motioned Yexing to come back and walked towards the purple robe herself. Be careful, Lin Shen quickly repressed the defenseless Yexing and anxiously said to Tianxun. Chapter 461 Purple Robe. Don't worry, my dear. Tianxun gave a beaming smile as she landed in front of the purple robe, retracting her wings, turned her back to the purple robe, and slipped her arms into its sleeves. She stood much taller than Yexing, while Yexing's arms would not even allow her fingertips to show when reaching out. Tianxun's fingertips still peeked out. Just like Yexing, however, once Tianxun put on the purple robe, it remained motionless, simply hovering there and not truly being worn by Tianxun. With a slight smile, Tianxun began to exert force, trying to make the purple robe move along with her body. But the purple robe still did not budge an inch, and as Tianxun's smile gradually faded, the strength in her body continually increased. A sacred radiance began to ascend around her, as she harnessed the power of nirvana. There's a reaction. Lin Shen noticed that the characters on the purple robe were starting to glow and immediately fixated his gaze on it. Yekong said with a cold voice, "That's not a reaction, it's her forcibly using her strength to provoke the purple robe's resistance, which is not necessarily a good thing." Lin Shen didn't respond to her, gripping the inheritance fan in his hand and pinching the mutated jade exquisite in his pocket. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. If Tianxun were to encounter any danger, he would immediately provide support. The sway style of the inheritance fan and the suppressing mountains and rivers skill of the mutated jade exquisite were somewhat effective against nirvana creatures. No need to be so nervous, your strength as an ascender is of no use against it, so being tense is pointless, mocked Yekong. Unmoved and ignoring her, Lin Shen continued to watch Tianxun intently. As Tianxun's strength burst forth, the purple robe remained motionless, but the characters on it lit up one by one. In a short while, all the characters on the purple robe were alight. With a somewhat odd expression, Yekong said, "We've been trapped on Giant Ring Star for such a long time that we've become quite ignorant. I never expected an envoy sent to Pioneer to possess such power. Even at my full strength, it's difficult to activate even 1/3 of the characters, yet she managed to activate them all. Our defeat is not unjustified." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Lin Shen thought to himself, "You've really figured out the art of talking nonsense. There's a limit to self-praise. You can't even keep up with a single sentence from my Tianxun darling, so you have no right to compare yourself with her, let alone feel that your defeat is unwarranted. You're not even worthy to be Tianxun darling's opponent." He didn't bother saying these words to Yekong, though. Having been stuck on one planet for too long, the Night Ghost tribe had long lost its ability to conquer the stars. No matter how rich a single planet's resources might be, they cannot truly allow a race to rise in the universe. Although the characters on the purple robe were all glowing, Tianxun continued to release her power, but the purple robe still showed no intention of moving. Tianxun frowned slightly, and in the next instant, countless particles surged from her body, clinging to her, manifesting the power of a devout blazing angel. With the power of a devout blazing angel enhancing her own, Tianxun's intrinsic strength surged, and a holy radiance ascended around her body, as if a pillar of light reaching towards the sky. Even though Tianxun's power was now condensed enough, Lin Shen and the others were still too close and could still feel the terror of that power. Yekong and Yexing wore exceptionally peculiar expressions, fully comprehending that a fully powered Tianxun was far beyond their imaginings. Her nirvana count must be over 9 by now, right? Yekong asked with a complex look on her face. No one could provide her with an answer, and Lin Shen also didn't know how many times Tianxun had experienced nirvana, unable to answer Yekong's questions either. The next second, Lin Shen suddenly saw the text on the purple robe, its emitted purple light actually penetrating through that intense holy light. The purple light connected into one piece, almost transforming into a sinister shadow. Even Tianxun, with such terrifying strength, still was unable to move the purple robe. With such strength, yet still unable to make the purple robe budge, it seems that trying to tame it with brute force is almost impossible, Yakong thought with a complex expression. The shortcut we considered might not be guaranteed to succeed either. Whether the ghost hand imprint can transform the purple robe into the night ghost bloodline remains an unknown. Rise for me! Tianxun finally used her word-based power, hoping to directly tame the purple robe with it. As her voice rang out, the purple robe really did move. The purple robe, which had been suspended motionlessly in midair, suddenly contracted and wrapped around Tianxun's body, binding her entirely within it. The purple shadow, much like an evil ghost, flickered and contended against Tianxun's holy light. She shouldn't have used power to attack the purple robe, now that it has been released from its restrictions, I fear. Yakong intended to say that Tianxun might be killed, but hesitated to finish the sentence considering the extreme terror of Tianxun's strength and abilities. In the nirvana level, Tianxun was already at the pinnacle. The purple robe was also at nirvana level, and it probably wouldn't be easy to kill Tianxun. Lin Shen was taken aback and wanted to help, but the evil ghost-like purple shadow intertwined with the holy light, sending them flying away. It enveloped the entire mountain and made it impossible to see the current situation between Tianxun and the purple robe inside. Lin Shen feared that the power of the inheritance fan might strike Tianxun instead and end up being a disservice. Grabbing the immobile Yakong and Yexing who had been thrown out, he placed them at the foot of the mountain. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to forcefully rush to the mountain's peak to clear up the situation before taking action, he suddenly saw three shadows falling from the sky towards them. Yay! Qi 118. Who is the other celestial? Lin Shen saw the newcomers and his expression abruptly changed. As Tianxun was deadlocked with the purple robe, these three intruders had arrived at such a time. It was uncertain whether they had passed all the trials left by the Little Wine Emperor, and if that were the case, it would be bad news. When Lin Shen noticed them, they also saw Lin Shen. Yaya's blood-red eyes looked towards him, first in surprise, then revealing an evil grin. "Release us, and we can lend you a hand," Yakong suddenly said. Knowing they were also bitter enemies with Yaya, Lin Shen didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately released the restrictions on Yakong and Yexing. Without waiting for Yakong and Yexing to react, Lin Shen turned and fled immediately, having no intention of fighting Yaya and his companions. Although they were also three people, Yexing was only at the ascension level and had not yet advanced to nirvana. Even if he and Yakong could match up one-on-one, the remaining celestial would be too much for Yexing to handle. Lin Shen merely viewed them as tools to distract Yaya and the others. As long as they could hold out until Tianxun emerged, the three of Yaya would be of little concern. Yakong did not expect Lin Shen to be so straightforward, swiftly lifting the restrictions on her and Yexing. She had planned to take advantage of the current situation to deceive Lin Shen into gaining his trust, and once free, she would escape with Yexing, having no intention of helping Lin Shen in battle, knowing they could not win. But, to her surprise, before she could even use her prepared rhetoric, the restrictions were lifted, and Lin Shen was running even faster than she could. Before she could even think of fleeing, Lin Shen had already plunged into the mountain ranges and vanished from sight. Chapter 462 Battle against Yaya again. These two are for you to deal with, that one is mine. Yaya, abandoning Yakong and Yexing, carried the tombstone, falling like a phantom towards the mountains. Qi 118 and Qi 96 exchanged a glance, both slightly frowning. They were yet unaware that their own homes had been attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, somewhat perplexed as to why Lin Shen and the two women would be here. However, they could tell from the fluctuations of power that the person atop the mountain taming the mutated nirvana creatures must be Tianxun. Tianxun's power, how terrifying, she's hidden it so well. Qi 118's face showed a slight change. For Tianxun to occupy a place in the celestial court with her mixed heritage, her strength must indeed be extraordinary. I just never imagined she'd be this strong, probably already beyond the level of 10 times nirvana, mused Qi 96. It doesn't matter. Although we don't know how they got here, we can be certain they didn't pass the trial. Without the techniques and items gained from it, it's impossible for them to tame the purple star ritual robe. Looking at her condition, she seems to have triggered the robe's restrictions and is unlikely to survive. Let's deal with these nuisances before we do anything else, Qi 118 said, gazing at Ye Kong and Ye Xing who were fleeing, flapping his wings behind him, turning into a stream of light as he surged forward. Qi 96 followed suit, moving even faster than Qi 118. Just as Lin Shen had plunged into the mountains, he saw Ye, like a ghostly figure, dropping down, disrupting his plan to find a hiding spot. Ye and the Night Ghost tribe should be mortal enemies, shouldn't they? Why is he not after Ye Kong and Ye Xing, but chasing after me instead? Lin Shen felt slightly vexed. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. I told you I would kill you, and I didn't expect I'd get to keep that promise so soon, Ye grinned, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth. We have no grudges or enmity, why must you insist on pursuing me? Said Lin Shen, yet his hands holding the inheritance fan gently shook it, and countless mysterious characters turned into light shadows flying towards Ye. From his pocket, the mutated Jade Linglong also released the mutated Jade Seal, sending out ripples of mountains and rivers. To Lin Shen's surprise, the approaching Ye didn't even attempt to use his strength to block the mysterious characters or the ripples of the mountains and rivers. He didn't even dodge, allowing the symbols and ripples to land on his carapace. As long as he was within a certain range, the sway style and suppressing mountains and rivers were almost impossible to miss unless Ye chose to keep his distance. Of course, he wouldn't leave, so he didn't block, letting his body be afflicted with negative effects. Without Kong Chuan here, no matter how weakened I get, killing you, an ascender, is still as easy as turning over my hand, scoffed Ye, plunging the tombstone into the ground, causing the earth to quake a few times as if there were an earthquake. He wrote the name Tian on the tombstone, and with a twisted laugh, said, "You think I can't kill you just because I don't know your real name? Even if it's a fake name, as long as you've used it, the deeper the bond you have with it, the more you'll be affected by the deathly destiny steel. Now your bond with the name Tian isn't deep enough to kill you outright, but its power is still sufficient to harm you." Ye's excitement grew as he spoke, "You like using a fake name, don't you? Then I will write down your facade again and again, letting you suffer the steel's harm over and over. I remember you having a strong recovery ability. That's even better. Suffer the steel's pain again and again. It's more interesting than a death by 1,000 cuts. Let's see just how many times you can withstand the power of the deathly destiny steel. I hope you last through many rounds, don't die too easily, or I'll be disappointed." Lin Shen's carapace shone with a brilliant light as he entered the super base form, with both super base pattern and super base recast activated simultaneously. Discover more content at Empire. One hand, grasping the inheritance fan and the other, clad in stubborn lone will gauntlets, was already charged and ready to unleash the power of Surfing Fist and the Sacrificial Halo. The Sacrificial Halo had been accumulating for so long, barely breaking through 200 in attribute. Today, however, it skyrocketed wildly, having already surpassed 300 and was fast approaching 400. This was a tribute from the Night Ghost tribe's unrest to the Sacrificial Halo, but such power could only be used once. If Lin Shen wasn't completely confident, he would never use it lightly. Having prepared to withstand the power of the deathly destiny steel, and with the experience from before, Lin Shen knew that its power indeed affected him, but the impact was not too great. Super reconstitution should be able to quickly repair his injured body, enough to counteract the influence of the deathly destiny steel on him. Ye wrote the 2 characters Tian on the tombstone, staring at Lin Shen with a sinister smile on his face. However, moments later, the sinister smile on Ye's face froze. He had finished writing the characters Tian, yet Lin Shen across from him seemed to have no reaction at all, still standing there intact. Let alone being injured, he didn't even sneeze. Not just Ye, even Lin Shen himself was slightly taken aback, wondering why he felt nothing. Before, when Ye wrote the characters Tian, he had definitely been injured. So why didn't it work this time? A thought flashed through Lin Shen's mind: could the little tombstone be the reason? Could it be preventing the power of the deathly destiny steel from affecting me? Besides that, Lin Shen couldn't think of any other possibility at the moment. Ye seemed to find it hard to believe. Looking at the name that was fading on the tombstone, he wrote the characters Tian on it once again. It was still useless. Lin Shen remained unharmed. Ye's face turned ugly, frantically writing the characters Tian on the tombstone over and over, but naturally, it was impossible to have any effect. What did you do, to make the deathly destiny steel useless against you? Ye's blood-red eyes stared at Lin Shen, seemingly wanting to see through him, to understand why the deathly destiny steel suddenly had no effect on him. Lin Shen was not in the mood for idle talk with him and directly blasted him with the surfing triple punch. The sky-shocking punch waves rose higher with each wave, crashing down towards Ye like a mountain collapsing and the sea overturning. Courting death. Ye snorted coldly, and punched out directly. The black-red power of Nirvana shattered Lin Shen's fist power into foam, and the residual force of the power caused Lin Shen to stagger backwards, leaving deep footprints on the rocky ground. Even under a double weakening, Ye's strength was still not something Lin Shen could contend with. Their strengths had a qualitative gap. Even if the strengths were the same, Lin Shen would still be at a great loss, not to mention that even after Ye's strength was weakened, it was still far superior to Lin Shen's. If Lin Shen's fist power was compared to a brick, then Ye's strength was like a block of iron. Even if the force was the same, when a brick and a block of iron clashed, it would certainly be the brick that shattered. Without undergoing the baptism of nirvana, the strength of ascenders was still difficult to contend with a nirvana being. However, this strike gave Lin Shen a bit more confidence. Chapter 463-463 Ascenders challenging those above their level, fear being directly crushed the most. Lin Shen once asked Tianxun how the strength of a nirvana being should be calculated. Tianxun told Lin Shen that the strength of a nirvana being is divided into two parts. One part is the same as ascenders, which is attribute points. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. After achieving nirvana, the four peripheral attributes of a nirvana being also increase significantly. Generally speaking, the attributes of a nirvana being are 10 times that of an ascender, so the gap between ascenders and nirvana beings is insurmountable. A mutator wishing to defeat an ascender might do so with one or two powerful innate skills, but for ascenders to defeat nirvana beings, they must risk their lives. With a tenfold difference in attributes, it is almost impossible to bridge the gap with individual skills alone. Those who successfully advance to the nirvana level are either chosen by the heavens or blessed with extraordinary luck. Under normal circumstances, 80 attribute points after nirvana become 800, such a gap is too vast to consider, so even facing a typical nirvana being, Lin Shen wouldn't dare to attempt a battle lightly. The disparity in attributes is only one aspect of the difference. Nirvana beings also acquire nirvana attributes, which not only endow them with certain attributes but also result in a qualitative improvement in the power of nirvana. The previous analogy of bricks and iron, although not entirely accurate, sort of conveys the idea. The destructive force of a nirvana being, with the same number of strength points, is far greater than that of an ascender. Each time a nirvana being undergoes nirvana, their inherent strength and nirvana attributes both get enhanced, leading to a significant qualitative leap. The more nirvana experiences a being has, the larger the gap with ascenders becomes. Moreover, with the additional effects conferred by the nirvana attributes, for ascenders wanting to challenge beyond their level, the task is nearly as hard as ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, a nirvana being's nirvana does not increase basic attributes, meaning a nirvana being's base attributes should be around 800, and this won't change. Ye is undoubtedly a top-tier ascender who completed nirvana, and his attributes should be around 800 points. Through previous battles and observing Ye's combats, Lin Shen knew that he has at least one innate skill that enhances all attributes. After the enhancement, an attribute of 1600, no matter how Lin Shen uses his innate skills to strengthen himself, he would still be facing an overwhelming crush. Lin Shen's attributes are 81, and with super base form they become 162. After super base change, even if he doubles his base attributes, it only reaches 243. His strength is slightly better than the other attributes, at about 300. Even with the bonus from Surfing Fist and the Stubborn Lone Will Gauntlets, he could at most manage a normal fight with someone possessing 5 to 600 in attributes. With an attribute of 1600, even the spare points are higher than Lin Shen's, he wouldn't even be able to break through his opponent's defenses. This doesn't even factor in that a Nirvana being's strength is more destructive than an Ascender's, in addition to the effects of the Nirvana attributes. Nor does it consider his opponent's various skills and abilities in case those skills were to counter Lin Shen's, then there would be even less hope. So, challenging a Nirvana being is mainly about whether the weakening skills can play a role. Both the sway style of fan dance and the suppressing mountains and rivers from the mutated jade exquisite can weaken Ye's abilities and attributes, but to what extent, Lin Shen does not yet know. During the contact of this punch, Ye used no skills. Lin Shen utilized all his skills except for super base change. Although he took a bad beating, the attack was ultimately received. This indicates that the current gap between their attributes is not particularly large, as the sway style of fan dance and the suppressing mountains and rivers from the mutated jade exquisite played a massive role. Lin Shen's punch was roughly 3 to 400 in strength, and Ye's strength had been weakened to a similar level. It was only due to the high quality of the power of Nirvana and inherent strength that Ye suppressed Lin Shen, which for Lin Shen, was good news. The effects of the double weakening were so strong that it meant Ye, even after using his innate skill that boosted all attributes, probably couldn't exceed 800 in any attribute. Since both weakening skills were percentage-based reductions, their effectiveness was impressively high. And this was when used on a Nirvana being. The effects would be even better if used on an Ascender. Of course, Lin Shen still struggled to contend with a strength of 800, but he had the Tyrant's pet gun in his hands. In Lin Shen's hands, the pet gun could only activate Ascension-level pets and those below, but the pets it fired had a velocity reaching 1000. That is to say, Lin Shen was faster than Ye when using 7 steps of conflict. Even if Ye had means to enhance his attack power, as long as Lin Shen was faster, there was still a chance for battle. Have I really become this strong? Lin Shen thought to himself. He knew his attributes, bolstered by external items and the fire seed abilities, were not truly a match for Ye's strength. Ye snorted coldly, swooping in like a strange bird, transforming his palm into a blade and slashing out a black and red blade flame. Lin Shen unleashed his surfing fist, his steps growing quicker, his fist power heavy, stirring up waves of force that towered one after another, directly clashing against Ye's blade flame. Unfortunately, the quality of Lin Shen's strength was too poor, his fist power was cleaved apart by the blade flame, yet due to the resistance of the fist power, he had enough time to dodge the oncoming blade flame from Ye. Ye slashed out several blade flames in succession, all of which Lin Shen dodged. This kid seems to have gotten a lot stronger since the last time I saw him, Ye thought with crazed eyes. The double weakening on his body made him uncomfortable, and although he held an absolute advantage, he couldn't finish off Lin Shen. Lin Shen found that by using Surfing Fist to delay, Ye couldn't do much if he didn't use his innate skills. It's a pity Wei isn't here. If I could combine his white robe power with mine, killing a Nirvana being isn't impossible, Lin Shen calculated in his heart. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Blood seeped from the black feather armor on Ye's body, not actual blood but blood-colored patterns. Here it comes. Knowing Ye was about to use a skill, Lin Shen dared not delay and activated super base change immediately. His carapace radiated brilliant light, which grew increasingly intense. Yes, snorted coldly, his figure blurring instantly, his body aflame with black and red light. In an instant, he was before Lin Shen, reaching out to grasp Lin Shen's head. If he managed to catch him, Lin Shen's head would likely be crushed outright. Without hesitation, Lin Shen threw a punch to meet the attack, unleashing an explosive surfing quadra punch. The black and red flame on Yaya's fingers touched the fist power, which burst like a fragile watermelon, easily crushed by his fingers. The accumulated power of the surfing quadra punch wasn't enough to withstand Yaya's strength. After 4 consecutive steps, Lin Shen still hadn't completely avoided Yaya's attack, and a wound was sliced across the faceplate on his helmet by the black and red flame, causing blood to spray forth immediately. The quality gap is still quite significant. Lin Shen inwardly exclaimed in shock. Yaya's attributes were about what he had estimated, but the quality difference between their strength meant that Lin Shen's fist power couldn't compete with the power of nirvana that Yaya wielded. A look of madness appeared on Yaya's face as he, with both hands, madly slashed out black and red blade flames at Lin Shen, who was retreating. A series of black and red blade flames reached Lin Shen in a flash, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Chapter 464 The Power of the Evil Ghost. Lin Shen summoned all his strength to dodge and punch, yet he couldn't block such a ferocious assault, as blade flames carved wound after wound into his body. Fortunately, super reconstitution was incredibly effective, quickly repairing his injured body. However, Yaya's assault grew increasingly frenzied. Lin Shen no longer had the power to parry, the number of wounds on his body multiplied, and the healing speed of super reconstitution couldn't keep up with the rate of injury. With old wounds still fresh and new ones constantly added, there was simply no time to reconstitute. This battle differed somewhat from his previous encounter with Flarela due to the environment of the fierce fire star. The super base pattern had absorbed an excessive amount of the world's force, maintaining him in an energy-saturated state. The environment of this planet wasn't much different from that of ordinary regions, offering little enhancement to the super base pattern, which meant that the speed of his super base recast wasn't as fast. The scars on Lin Shen's carapace multiplied. As the carapace shattered and splintered, his flesh body underneath was revealed, bearing deep, bone-exposing lacerations. Bang! Lin Shen blocked a blade flame with his arms, shattering the carapace and splitting the flesh on his arms to reveal the stark white of bone. His body was cleaved like a plummeting meteor, crashing into the purple rock ground and creating a large crater. Spurt! Blood spewed from Lin Shen's mouth as most of the chitinous armor on his front lay in ruins, his entire body drenched in blood. The gap is still a bit too wide, I can't even hold on until super base change is complete. Lin Shen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he watched Yaya, cloaked in flames of black and red like a demon incarnate, descend and stand before him. Time to be on your way. Yaya stood before Lin Shen, reaching for his head with a hand burning in black and red flames. The carapace on Lin Shen's face was almost completely shattered, marked with crisscrossing gashes. If caught by that grasp, there would only be death. Yaya was too fast. Lin Shen wanted to raise his head to block, but it was already too late. Just as Yaya's hand was about to seize Lin Shen's head, a sudden bang of a gunshot was heard. In Lin Shen's hand, which hung at his side, a pet gun had appeared at some unknown moment, and he fired at Yaya. The moment he fired, Lin Shen's speed astonishingly surged to an incredible degree. Yaya's palm reached Lin Shen's head, but his fingers simply passed through without resistance, as if they had grasped only a phantom. So swift was Lin Shen that he left an afterimage in his place. Yaya's pupils contracted, his body twisted impossibly, bending into a C shape at such close range to dodge the bullet shot from the pet gun. Even though he dodged the bullet, he couldn't evade Lin Shen's hand, which struck like a phantom. Clang! Lin Shen's fingers struck fiercely against Yaya's A-cup ointment, twisting and fracturing from the harsh impact. Yaya grunted, his body stiffening. Ignoring his own wounds, Lin Shen raised his fist to launch a fierce assault on the paralyzed Yaya. Previously, he had experience fighting with Yaya and knew that when he lacked strength, a cup ointment sealing was not very effective against Yaya. It probably could only make him stiff for a while but couldn't completely immobilize him. Having managed to hit Yaya's acupoints with the speed brought by the tyrant's power, Lin Shen wanted to repeat his previous tactic, using continuous attacks on the acupoints to keep control over Yaya, denying him any chance to counterattack. He would wait for the super base change to complete and his own strength to reach its peak, then, paired with the attribute boost from the sacrificial halo, he would finish Yaya in one strike. But before Lin Shen's fist could touch Yaya, his body stopped moving beyond his control. What's happening? Lin Shen felt as though something had grabbed his body. Looking down, he saw black and red mists rising from it. In just an instant, Lin Shen realized what had happened. He had never been able to see what the power of nirvana that Yaya possessed was, nor did he understand its use. After watching the battle between Yaya and Kong Chuan, Lin Shen only thought that yes power of nirvana might be something that enhanced destructive power, but now it seemed that was not the case. Yaya's body trembled as if he would break free from the A-cup ointment restriction at any moment. He was still able to speak and did not have his speech restricted. He laughed sinisterly, "The same trick won't work on me twice. I've always known you had some tricks up your sleeve." The black and red aura around Lin Shen grew stronger, like an incorporeal evil ghost wrapping around him, pulling at his body, making it difficult for him to move as he wished. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Crack! Crack! Yaya's body made a bursting sound, and with a fierce shake, he broke free from the restraints of A-cup ointment sealing and regained his mobility. Looking at Lin Shen, who was being forcibly pulled and unable to move, Yaya did not immediately strike to kill him. Yaya observed Lin Shen, frozen in the pose of throwing a punch, raising one hand with black and red flames flickering uncertainly on its surface. His fingers moved as if playing the piano, and with each press, Lin Shen's body moved like a marionette. Bang! 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 Lin Shen truly became a puppet at someone else's command, his fists hitting himself, continuously pounding on his body, his face, causing his nose to bleed profusely and his eyes to swell, but he couldn't stop. Explore more at Empire. This is my nirvana attribute, the power of the evil ghost. Once you are invaded by my power of nirvana, your body is no longer yours. You have been possessed by the power of the evil ghost, your life is at my whim, Yaya said as if playing a puppeteering game, continually manipulating Lin Shen's body to twist into various strange postures. If Yaya wished, he could even make Lin Shen break his neck. Inside Lin Shen, the evolution theory was frantically working, but breaking free from the control of the power of the evil ghost wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Your carapace can become stronger with each recovery from damage. I saw through this long ago and used your need to inject the power of the evil ghost into your body. Yaya looked at Lin Shen contorted into odd shapes and sneered, "Do you know why I could have struck earlier but didn't?" "Why?" Lin Shen, enduring the pain of his body twisting, asked through gritted teeth. "Because you are special. At the base mutation level, you could fight to such an extent with me at the ascension level. As an ascender, you could fight to this degree with me at the nirvana level. You have no idea how incredible you are. I'm the only one who challenges others beyond my level, nobody ever challenges me beyond theirs. Although you have failed, what you have done is already great enough," Yaya said passionately. "You possess two types of stackable weakening abilities, full attribute enhancement skills, speed abilities that break limits, frightening recovery abilities, stacking fist power, bizarre control abilities. A normal person possessing one or two of these abilities would already stand out amongst their peers. But you, combining so many in one, are a rare existence indeed," Yaya professed with fervor. Yaya walked up to Lin Shen, grabbed his cheek, staring intensely at him, his face almost touching Lin Shen's. "Such a remarkable person, killing you would be a waste." Chapter 465 Bloodline Transformation. Yaya looked at Lin Shen as if a starving ghost had seen a scrumptious meal, and even stuck out his tongue to lick Lin Shen's face. Then, Yaya closed his eyes as if savoring an ultimate delicacy, and his face unexpectedly revealed an expression of intoxication. "I'm going to turn you into one of my people," said Yaya, causing Lin Shen's complexion to drastically change. Yaya continued, "Since I obtained the Night Ghost bloodline, I've never used it to transform anyone because those trash are utterly unworthy of possessing my bloodline. Now, I will transform you into my exclusive hybrid, and you will become my most loyal servant." Upon hearing Yaya's words, Lin Shen's face actually looked a bit better. "You're a hybrid night ghost yourself, do you have the ability to develop more hybrid night ghosts?" "Who told you I'm a hybrid night ghost?" Yaya snorted coldly. "Don't lump me together with those trashy hybrids developed by the Night Ghost tribe. I extracted the most pure and powerful bloodline from the Night Ghost tribe and merged it into my own bloodline. It's fair to say that I am even stronger than a pure Night Ghost. Stay updated via Empire. Not only do I possess the capability to transform others with the Night Ghost bloodline, but the bloodline I create is far superior to those trash Night Ghosts. I've given my bloodline a new name, the Yaya bloodline." Yaya grew more and more proud as he spoke, forcing Lin Shen to lift his head with a strong grip of his fingers and look into his eyes. "You should feel honored. From now on, you will be the universe's first hybrid Yaya, and you will take pride in that." Having said that, Yaya released Lin Shen, his gaze burning as he stared at him. A dark red aura began to converge towards the center of Lin Shen's chest. Part of his carapace had already been recast, with the carapace at his chest relatively intact, yet it couldn't withstand the gathering of the dark red aura. In a moment, a dark red palm print started to emerge on his chest. As the aura continued to pool into the imprint, its color deepened and sharpened. With the formation of the palm print, Lin Shen felt a strange power spreading within his body, invading every cell like a virus that was omnipresent, causing his body temperature to soar unprecedentedly high, and his entire body was burning up. Evolution theory operated wildly, trying to induce a mutation in Lin Shen's body to adapt and counter this viral-like power. Within Lin Shen's black pupils, a sinister shade of red began to appear, black and red blended together, his pupils dilated to the point where they occupied the whole eye socket, giving him a ghastly and terrifying look. "Are you fucking sick?" Lin Shen was both shocked and angry, not wanting to become any sort of hybrid Yaya. "How do you know I'm sick?" Yaya's response made Lin Shen pause for a moment. Yaya continued with a sinister laugh, "I've been sick since I was born. The Blood Crow clan is actually a branch of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan was once one of the ancient noble clans, capable of contending with the Phoenix clan. However, during the battle for the Realm King, they were almost eradicated due to their defeat. The few Golden Crows that survived had no choice but to intermarry with other races to swiftly recover their numbers. The Blood Crow clan is the mixed blood race born at that time. The Blood Crow clan inherited the strong physique and talents of the Golden Crow clan, and also possessed the abnormal regenerative ability of the Bloodbird clan, making them the strongest among the hybrid Golden Crows. Unfortunately, I was born unlucky, not only failing to inherit the strengths of both clans but instead combining the weaknesses of both. Frail of body and lacking in blood and chi, I didn't even have the most basic crow's wings, while a typical blood crow would at least possess a crystal base body at birth. I wasn't even on par with a steel organism. Even my own parents considered me a naturally defective and diseased seed, unfit to live as a blood crow in this world, abandoning me in the wilderness just after I was born to fend for myself. But fate didn't let me die, it let me survive." Yaya's eyes were nearly crazed as he spoke. "The first thing I did after my nirvana was to annihilate the Blood Crow clan. You can't imagine the look on their faces when they were trampled underfoot by the diseased seed they discarded. Even now, recalling it still thrills me. However, that wasn't enough, I also wanted to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Unfortunately, although the Golden Crow clan had fallen, they were still not something a nirvana level could contend with, I need to become stronger to have a chance to wipe out the Golden Crow clan. So, I chose to extract the Night Ghost bloodline, giving myself stronger talents and abilities. Fate is so fucking ridiculous. Just as I had succeeded, the Night Ghost tribe was exterminated by the allied forces of the other races. I was also unjustly harmed, narrowly escaping death. Later, I fled to the giant ring star and fought those trash night ghosts in a fierce battle, injuring my core and having to start all over again. Excited, Yaya narrated his life. Now, I am not any blood crow, nor am I a golden crow, nor a night ghost. I will create my own clan, and my race will be called Yaya. You are the second member of my Yaya clan, and you will also be my most loyal servant. Unlike those trash hybrid night ghosts, you will have the same night ghost bloodline abilities as me, able to freely transform other races into members of my Yaya clan. Lin Shen's eyes glowed increasingly with a black and red hue, making him look like a fierce ghost. You are strong, but I don't want to be part of the Yaya clan. I just want to be an ordinary human. The carapace that covered Lin Shen's body had fully recovered, emitting an astonishing brilliant radiance. However, the black and red aura swirling around him and the black and red palm print on his chest added a few touches of a demonic aura to his appearance. You don't have a choice. If I say you are going to be part of the Yaya clan, then that's the only thing you can be, Yaya said with maniacal laughter. Let's try and see then. Lin Shen closed his eyes as a white mist suddenly rose from his twisted body. The super base change was finally complete, and Lin Shen's body had been strengthened once again. Lin Shen's body writhed slightly as he forced his twisted body back into its original shape while slowly raising the pet gun in his hand, aiming it towards Yaya. What an astonishing fellow! Even when I was at your level, I was not as good as you, Yaya. Surprisingly, neither dodged nor evaded but stepped forward instead, letting the muzzle of Lin Shen's gun press directly against him. Come on, this is your final strike as a human. After this, you will become part of my Yaya clan. Say goodbye to your human self with this strike. Lin Shen, looking at the seemingly crazed Yaya, had eyes that became icy to the extreme, and he fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! Yaya truly didn't dodge or avoid, allowing the pet capsule to rupture forth from his flesh, smashing into him. As he fired, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared around Lin Shen. His body, which had barely been able to move, suddenly broke free from Yaya's control, with both speed and strength soaring to unimaginable levels, his fists swinging in rapid succession, ending with a heavy punch that struck a vital spot on Yaya.nov, L.B//JNN. Chapter 466 Phase A makes a move. Boom! Yaya's body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into a large mountain, creating cracks in the mountain wall that interlaced like a spider web. Centered around the acupuncture point, the feather armor on Yaya's body also shattered piece by piece, with feathers falling off him. An indentation the size of a fist appeared at the acupuncture point, almost penetrating through Yaya's body. After the full force strike, Lin Shen felt as if the strength inside his body had been drained. He could no longer maintain the base mutation state, and the carapace on his body disappeared without a trace. On his bare body, there was still a dark red aura swirling around, the dark red palm print on his chest was still there, just faded a bit, and the black and red in his eyes had deepened. Looking at Yaya, motionless embedded in the mountain wall, Lin Shen couldn't be sure if he had killed him. Drawing the scrap sword, Lin Shen was ready to deliver another blow. Crack! Crack! Yaya on the mountain wall started to move slowly, breaking free from the wall, and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up, fixed his gaze on Lin Shen, and walked towards him step by step while tearing off the broken feather armor and even the skin from his body. Lin Shen's complexion drastically changed because, as the feather armor and skin were torn off together, the mysterious text and the suppressing mountains and rivers brand that were imprinted on Yaya's body were also peeled off. Yaya brutally ripped off a thick layer of skin from his body, beneath which clear muscles and blood vessels were visible. However, as soon as the skin was pulled away, new skin quickly grew over those muscles, snow white and translucent, looking even smoother than a newborn's skin. When Yaya even tore off his hair, the terrifying skinless body continuously grew new skin, and his hair also grew back rapidly. In just a moment, Yaya's body had returned to its original state, without a mark or even a blemish to be seen. Do you know why I was able to survive in the wilderness when I was an infant? No one gave me charity, no life form helped me. From the moment I was born, all I could feel was the evil in this world. Yaya looked at Lin Shen, as new dark red bloodlines and black feather armor gradually appeared on his body, covering him entirely once again. I was able to survive because I possess an innate skill that even the Golden Crow clan and Blood Crow clan can't match. The living dead, Yaya continued as he walked towards Lin Shen, as long as I'm not completely dead, I can undergo a transformation and be reborn, even if I was buried alive for 1,000 years, I just need an opportunity to be resurrected. Every rebirth from the brink of death makes my body stronger. Yaya once again stood before Lin Shen, but Lin Shen no longer had the strength to fight. Dark red bloodlines emerged on his body like the curse of an evil ghost possession. The palm print on his chest had disappeared, and his eyes had turned deep black with only a hint of blood red around the edges. Your all-out strike consumed most of the energy in your body, allowing the unobstructed power of the bloodline to integrate more quickly into your body, rapidly transforming your blood vessels. You're about to become Yaya. Yaya stopped in front of Lin Shen, admiring him as if he were a perfect work of art he had created, sizing up Lin Shen's body. You're a monster, Lin Shen's face contorted as black and red bloodlines also crawled across it. Monster, hey? You're about to be one too, Yaya answered, laughing wildly. Nov, L, B /JNN. Suddenly, the smile on Yaya's face froze, the black and red bloodlines on Lin Shen's body were gradually fading away. How can this be? It's impossible. The power of the bloodline has already invaded your entire body, transformed your physique. You should be turning into Yaya right now. Why? Yaya's eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the bloodlines on Lin Shen's body slowly recede. Finally, it has come. Lin Shen felt the evolution theory gradually taking effect and let out a sigh of relief inwardly. His body had adapted to the evil ghost power invading his bloodstream, and was now generating resistance. Trash! Since you cannot become a noble Yaya, then die. Yaya seemed to go mad, extending a hand to summon the evil ghost blade, intending to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen grabbed his battered backpack from the fight and hurled it directly at the evil ghost blade swung by Yaya. A streak of white light burst from the battered backpack, heading straight for the evil ghost blade, which was slashing down with a black and red flame, but then it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yaya's body abruptly froze, and above his head appeared a plump dove, round like a snowball, in stark white. Yaya's face contorted, his body trembling, the evil ghost blade in his hand vibrating incessantly. But his body couldn't move an inch, no matter how the power of Nirvana flickered on him, he couldn't move in the slightest. What? What is this thing? Yaya felt as if he were crushed under a great mountain, struggling to speak as if he couldn't catch his breath. Damn it, Fatty, this lazy bum, obviously so strong yet refuses to exert himself, Lin Shen grumbled internally. He had thought that Fatty had only recently succeeded in Nirvana and at best, his strength was not much different from Yaya's, and possibly even inferior to Yaya's. Who knew that this creature would actually suppress Yaya, who had broken free from double weakening, and it seemed like he didn't use much effort. Lin Shen remembered back on their home planet, Fatty, that lazy creature, had used this trick before, and now it seemed, this move had grown stronger. Experience more tales on Empire. Fatty, finish him off, Lin Shen yelled at Fatty. But Fatty just stood on top of Yaya's head, holding him down, showing no intention of attacking. Lin Shen grew even more frustrated, this creature, sometimes I really want to roast him. The two men and bird were at a stalemate, Fatty pinned Yaya down, Lin Shen's evil ghost power was still being slowly expelled and he didn't have the strength to kill Ye. The evolution theory operated wildly, and the blood patterns on Lin Shen's body became fewer and fewer while the power within his body revived. The black and red in his eyes also slowly receded, revealing parts of the whites. Ye continued in vain to try to shake off Fatty's suppression, which was utterly useless. Fatty was as unmovable as a mountain, as stable as Mount Tai crushing down. When the blood patterns completely disappeared from Lin Shen's body, the splendid carapace reappeared on him, and various innate skills were also activated. Without even a second's hesitation, Lin Shen used the sway style of feather dancing again, and the mutated Jade Exquisite activated the suppressing mountains and rivers skill. The two weakening powers landed on Ye, who did not retain any imprints of the suppressing mountains and rivers as ripples on his body. They seemed to have lost their effect. The mysterious text was imprinted on Ye's body once more, and it still took effect, but the outcome remained unknown. Ye had not lied, he had risen from death, and after a transformation, his body had become stronger, and suppressing mountains and rivers had unexpectedly failed on him. Chapter 467 Scrap Sword Saw Head. Lin Shen already knew that regular strength simply couldn't kill Ye. If he were a nirvana being, he would have directly chopped Ye into mincemeat, and no matter how powerful Ye's abilities were, it wouldn't have been possible for him to resurrect again. But now, the gap between Lin Shen's strength and Ye's was too great, and the power of sacrificial halo had already been used. Killing him now would not be so easy. Lin Shen slightly pondered and, holding the scrap sword, walked up to Ye. Taking advantage of the fact that Phase A could still suppress him, he had to quickly figure out a way to finish him off. Because Lin Shen was unsure of Phase A's capabilities, nor did he know whether it didn't want to kill or if suppressing Ye had already exhausted its full strength and it simply didn't have the ability to kill him. Although the scrap sword wasn't sharpened, its tip was still sharp enough. "You can't kill me," Ye said hoarsely. Lin Shen wasn't interested in wasting words with him. He didn't want to make Ye his servant, he just wanted to kill him quickly. Lin Shen gripped the sword with both hands and slashed with all his might at Ye's neck, wanting to see if he could break it. Unfortunately, the strike on Ye's neck didn't have much effect, not even injuring his feather armor. Because of Phase A's suppression, Ye's body didn't even move when struck with such force. Without another word, Lin Shen switched from chopping to stabbing, using the sword as if it were a finger, employing the finger skill he had been practicing recently. Clang! The tip of the scrap sword stabbed at Ye's A-cup ointment, but couldn't penetrate at all. The destructive power of the scrap sword is too poor. If it were the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, it probably would have chopped off Ye's head with one slash, Lin Shen thought gloomily. "I told you, you can't kill me," Ye muttered with a strange laugh, mocking Lin Shen's incompetence. A thought struck Lin Shen, and he placed both hands on the scrap sword, pressing it against Ye's neck, then started to saw back and forth. "It's pointless. If you were of nirvana level, I would certainly be dead today. Unfortunately, you are just an ascender, you can't kill me." Ye glared at Lin Shen like an evil ghost. "As soon as this freak bird's strength is depleted and it can't suppress me anymore, that will be your time to die." Lin Shen ignored him and continued to saw back and forth. Although the scrap sword lacked serration, it was full of impurities, and those golden spots were like fine sand, making the blade edge appear not so smooth. Lin Shen initially only wanted to try, but after a few pulls, he surprisingly found that a wound had been cut into Ye's feather armor by the scrap sword, and the power of the evil ghost on it couldn't withstand the abrasion of the scrap sword. Seeing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed and bit down on his teeth, sawing with all his might, gradually cutting through the feather armor. At first, Ye was unconcerned, but when Lin Shen sawed through the feather armor and started on his neck, Ye's complexion drastically changed. What kind of sword is that?" Due to the intense pain, Ye's face contorted hideously. He couldn't imagine that a sword forged by human hands could saw through his feather armor and injure his flesh. Lin Shen had no intention of responding, continuing to saw at the neck attentively. Blood spurted from the wound, splattering all over Lin Shen's face and body, turning the scrap sword completely blood red. Ah! Ye let out a painful cry. This kind of sawing back and forth was so much more painful than dying from a single cut, it was simply unbearable for humans. Your journey continues with Empire. If given a choice, Lin Shen would not have wanted to kill Ye using such a method either, but he had no other choice. With each stroke, the scrap sword gradually sank deeper into Ye's neck, even cutting through bone, as blood followed the blade down, staining everything around. Good, good, good. To die like this, my death is truly unique in this world. Trash. Use more force, don't let me die too easily. Only the most extreme pain in death is fitting for me, Ye. Ye screamed madly, as if in pain and laughing, as though an evil ghost were wailing. Lin Shen was deaf to his screams and curses, forcefully sawing over and over again. He had sawn so many times that even Lin Shen, known for his endurance, felt his hands go numb, barely able to hold the blade. At last, Ye's neck was severed by the scrap sword, and it was only at the moment his neck snapped that Ye's voice abruptly stopped, along with the power of nirvana emanating from his body. The evil ghost blade in Ye's hands fell to the ground, and without its head, his body collapsed. Only his head, suspended in mid-air by Phase A, remained motionless. Those blood-red eyes remained open, staring straight at Lin Shen. Phase A spread his wings and flew back to Lin Shen's shoulder. Without its suppression, the head rolled to the ground and aside. This way, he should be dead, right? Lin Shen, not daring to be careless, grasped Ye's head, placed it on the ground and continued to saw through the middle with the scrap sword, determined not to give him any chance of rebirth. Outside the Purple Star, a horrific battle continued as well. Ye Kong, carrying Ye Xing, tried to flee, but without the cover of night, the Night Ghost tribe couldn't play to their strengths. Ye Kong couldn't escape the Sea of Stars and was intercepted by Qi 118 and Qi 96. Facing two opponents, and also having to protect Ye Xing nestled under her arm, Ye Kong was in dire peril after only a few exchanges. Although Qi 118 was unaware that his homeland had been attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, he made every strike a killing move, showing no mercy, wanting to kill them quickly and then to tame the sacrificial robe. Both showed no quarter, driving Ye Kong nearly to collapse. Ye Xing desperately shouted for Ye Kong to drop her and escape, but Ye Kong, as if deaf to her cries, continued to fight while protecting Ye Xing. Suddenly, the sound of a drumbeat startled everyone in the midst of battle. Ye Kong and Ye Xing were overjoyed, looking toward the direction of the sound, and indeed saw the figures they had imagined, and not just one. Two women of the Night Ghost tribe emerged, soaring into the sky, one with many drum-like instruments in front of her, holding drumsticks, the other had a keyboard-like instrument floating beneath her hands. Before even approaching the battlefield, the sound of their instruments already filled the air, the waves of sound rampaging and reverberating, startling both Qi 118 and Qi 96. Sister Yu! Sister Yun! Ye Xing called out with excitement. With Ye Yu and Ye Yun joining the fray, Ye Kong flung Ye Xing forcefully away, plucking her bass to emit a deep tone. The three surrounded Qi 118 and Qi 116, with waves of sound weaving together to trap Qi 118 and Qi 116 in the swelling waves of music. With 3 against 2, the Night Ghost tribe reversed the situation, gaining the upper hand. Ye Xing retreated again and again, knowing such a battle was not for her to be a part of. She had not felt it before due to Ye Kong's protection. Without Ye Kong's protection, she could only distance herself from the battlefield. As she flew over the Purple Star, Ye Xing happened to see Lin Shen below, and upon this sight, her face turned deathly pale. Nov. L. B/JNN. Chapter 468 Celestial Bounty, Extra for Alliance Hierarch Vikhong _. Ye Xing watched from above as Lin Shen sawed through ahead, an act so gruesome it turned her stomach. The sight caused her complexion to pale dramatically. She didn't care about killing, and was no stranger to scenes of death, but this was the first time she had encountered something so revolting. She felt nauseous and nearly vomited. Is that guy a demon? Yexing had never encountered someone so twisted before. She had a deep hatred for Lin Shen, which now morphed into disgust. Because she was so young, Yexing had not experienced the previous battles and therefore did not recognize Ye, nor did she realize Lin Shen's true strength. She simply thought that Lin Shen could act so boldly here because of Tian Xuan. Captured before by Lin Shen, she had thought it was simply a surprise attack and hadn't managed to put up a real fight, believing that Lin Shen might not be her match in a head-to-head battle. She had thought Lin Shen only killed an ascender and, with a quick thought, moved towards Lin Shen, simultaneously summoning her spirit base with the protection of her carapace. A guitar-like spirit base appeared in Yexing's hands, with the strum of her fingers. The sounds from the strings were like demonic music attacking Lin Shen's brain. Lin Shen, who was still sawing the head, felt a piercing pain in his brain. He turned and looked up to the sky, only to see Yexing flying towards him, hovering in the air and strumming at her instrument. When Lin Shen saw only Yexing in the air, a gleam appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, well, isn't this a self-delivered hostage? He heard the sounds of instruments and battle explosions from the void and knew that reinforcements from the Night Ghost tribe were coming. Helplessly, as Tian Xuan was still up on the mountain, Lin Shen could not leave. While he worried about how to deal with the Night Ghost tribe, he didn't expect Yexing, the perfect bargaining chip, to come to him. It was like winning the lottery. Tian, you ambushed me and left me in such a sorry state. Today, I will settle this score with you, Yexing said and began to sing while fiercely strumming the strings. Showing some intelligence, she kept a safe distance from Lin Shen, using only sound waves to attack him, ready to flee if he proved too strong. The sound waves surged towards Lin Shen like waves, but his carapace erupted with a brilliant glow as he summoned the Inheritance Fan. The Inheritance Fan turned into beams of light swords flying towards Yexing, piercing through her sound waves and enveloping her. Yexing, startled, swung her guitar to deflect the interweaving light swords. But before she could react a second time, she felt a sharp pain in her waist from behind and then found herself immobilized. The Lin Shen behind her, after hitting her acupoints, wrapped one hand around her body and with the other gesture, drew the light swords back into his hand, turning them back into the Inheritance Fan. Yexing was both shocked and furious. She couldn't believe that she had been captured by Lin Shen again, and so effortlessly. Full of regret, Yexing wanted to cry but knew it was too late. Lin Shen returned to the ground, tossing Yexing aside and continuing to saw at Ye's head with the scrap sword. Falling to the ground, Yexing watched with an increasingly ghastly pale face as Lin Shen continued his gruesome task. She didn't fear death, but the thought of Lin Shen sawing into her head as well sent shivers down her spine. What made it worse was that she had fallen into Lin Shen's clutches again. He would surely use her to threaten Ye Kong and the others. Unfortunately, now powerless to commit suicide, Yexing could only watch helplessly as Lin Shen sawed away. The red and white matter splashing out from the head stained her clothes and face, causing her complexion to turn even paler. After a long while, Lin Shen finally sawed Ye's head in two, smashing the brain into bits. This should stop you from coming back to life. Lin Shen finally let out a breath, stood up, and began to search through Ye's belongings. Ye's evil ghost blade was lying nearby. As a Nirvana-level spirit base, it should have its own consciousness and either escape on its own or launch a final attack on the enemy upon its master's death. However, since Ye was killed, the evil ghost blade had fallen to the ground without any reaction. Lin Shen tested it and found that the evil ghost blade really had no reaction at all, as if, like the Ascension-level spirit base, although it had spiritual sense, it didn't have its own consciousness. Obtaining a Nirvana-level spirit base was naturally a great thing for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't touch it immediately but buried it under some rocks, planning to retrieve it after Tianxun came out. The main concern was that it might be playing dead, who knows why it was completely unresponsive. There was no need to search Ye's corpse, he had stripped himself bare earlier, even peeling off his skin, so there was absolutely nothing hidden on his body. What remained was just that large tombstone. Lin Shen picked up Yexing and approached the tombstone, which was also completely still. He tried to channel his strength into the tombstone, and to his surprise, it was actually activated. What exactly is this thing? It doesn't seem to be a spirit base, but it can be activated by the strength of ascenders. Could it have been man-made? Lin Shen looked around, but there was no one there to help him test the power of the tombstone. First, let's see how Tianxun is faring and whether he has tamed that strange purple robe. Lin Shen packed up his things, carrying the tombstone in one hand and holding Yexing in the other, flying towards the mountain where the purple robe was located. From a distance, he could see the purple and white lights still entangling at the top of the mountain, indicating that Tianxun had neither tamed the purple robe nor escaped. I wonder if my abilities can lend Tianxun a helping hand. Lin Shen approached the mountain and attempted to rush straight over. But his body was repelled by the purple and white lights, the forces inside were too strong, and he couldn't break through at all. If only I were at Nirvana level. Lin Shen sighed and landed at the foot of the mountain, with no choice but to wait. The battle in the void lasted for a while, and the sounds of instruments and explosions suddenly vanished. Lin Shen couldn't help but turn his head to look. Soon after, he saw 3 figures cutting through the air, rapidly approaching the mountain. Everyone stand still and don't move. Lin Shen transformed the inheritance fan into a light sword, placing it against Yexing's neck. Nov. L. B //JNN. Yekong, Yayu, and Yayun exchanged glances and reluctantly came to a stop. Yekong addressed Lin Shen, "Let go of Yexing, and we'll let you leave. We can settle our scores later. Dream on. If you dare to come closer, I'll kill her right now." Lin Shen was not falling for that. Yekong coldly retorted, "Tianxun has provoked the purple star ritual robe, and his death is certain. You won't last until he comes out. We night ghosts keep our word. If you release Yexing, you are free to leave, and we won't stop you." Lin Shen looked at her coldly, too lazy to utter another word. Once Tianxun appeared, these female night ghosts wouldn't cause any trouble. The 3 night ghosts exchanged glances and suddenly summoned their life bases, about to use their sound wave allure to gain control of Lin Shen. Before they could make their move, the light sword in Lin Shen's hand was ready to strike, with blood already showing on its blade. "Stop!" The 3 night ghosts cried out in shock, all at once. "Don't play dirty, or she dies," Lin Shen halted, glaring at them coldly. Blood dripped drop by drop from the injured neck of Yexing. "Killing Yexing will bring you no benefit. We'll make another concession, let Yexing go, and we'll leave Giant Ring Star right now. It will all be yours," Yekong proposed again. "You're not going anywhere." A voice came from the top of the mountain, and in an instant, a figure bathed in holy light appeared before Lin Shen, staring coldly at the 3 night ghosts. Chapter 469-469. The 3 from Yekong immediately tensed up, their expressions turning to one of horror as they looked towards that figure, indeed seeing Tianxun, with his lithe figure, standing in front of Lin Shen. You didn't die." Yekong's face drastically changed. It shocked her to her core that Tianxun had used force against the purple star ritual robe and still managed to come out alive. Whether Tianxun had tamed the purple star ritual robe or had safely escaped after its activation, both scenarios proved that Tianxun possessed incomparable abilities. As if having a telepathic connection, the 3 from Yekong simultaneously launched their sonic wave power from their life bases, attempting to use the combined power of sound domain to suppress Tianxun. The sound domain formed by the trio's drums, guqin, and bass, together with the song they sang, merged various sound waves into one, resembling a deafening rock concert, instantly causing a tingling sensation in the scalp. Of course, Lin Shen felt a tingling sensation because his body was sufficiently strong. If it had been someone weaker, not just their scalp, their head would probably have burst open by now. Quiet, Tianxun coldly snorted. The noisy clamor instantly subsided, and the combined strength of the three from Yekong couldn't withstand Tianxun's word power. It had to be said that Tianxun's word power was simply the bane of the Night Ghost tribe's Song of Night. Against other categories of Nirvana-level beings, it might not have been so effortless for Tianxun. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Stand there and don't move. Seeing that the three from Yekong wanted to flee, Tianxun's words followed by law, freezing them in the air. This time, Lin Shen was quite attuned to the situation. Without waiting for Tianxun to speak, he flew over by himself and sealed the acupoints of the three from Yekong. The last four purebloods of the Night Ghost tribe all became prisoners at the steps. Where are Qi 118 and Qi 96? Lin Shen left Yekong able to speak so that she could answer the question. Qi 118 and another celestial, I don't know if it's the one you call Qi 96, have been killed by us. Yekong knew that in Tianxun's hands, they didn't have even the right to refuse to speak, better to speak voluntarily than to be coerced by Tianxun. Lin Shen was greatly surprised upon hearing this, for these were strong members of the Qi family ranked around 100. The fact that Yekong and her two companions could kill them indicated that their strength was commendable. Before, Lin Shen had always felt that they seemed quite weak, mainly because every time he saw them, they were easily dealt with by Tianxun, which gave the impression they were very weak. Did you bring back everything that was on them? Tianxun asked. Everything is in the backpack, Yekong replied very shrewdly and promptly. Lin Shen collected their backpacks and brought them before Tianxun, who reached into them, rummaged around, and took several items to keep. Tianxun, what do you plan to do with us? Yekong inquired. Why do you think I won't kill you? Tianxun asked with interest as he looked at Yekong. With so many from the three families turned into hybrid night ghosts, it won't be easy to recruit anew, only we can control them, Yekong spoke. So, you wish to pledge allegiance to me? Tianxun said with a smile as he looked at Yekong. Find exclusive stories on Empire. Yekong spoke earnestly, we've been in hiding for so many years. If we just die like this, the Night Ghost tribe will come to an end. So, we do not wish to die. Give us a chance, and we are willing to swear loyalty to you. Swearing an oath is pointless, as it's not up to me to decide what to do with you, that has to be reported to the Celestial Court and await their commands, Tianxun said indifferently. However, if you wish to follow me, there might still be a chance for redemption after the decision from the Celestial Court comes through. We swear to follow unto death, Lord. Rest assured, we know what should be said and what should not. We will never reveal a word related to the utmost darkness domain, Yekong promptly replied. Tianxun did not give a clear response, simply instructing Lin Shen to release their acupuncture points and allow them to move freely, seemingly unafraid they would try to escape. Yekong and the others showed no intention of fleeing either. At least in Tianxun's presence, they knew they had no chance of escape. Which of these items inside are used to tame the sacrificial robe? Tianxun asked, pointing at the contents of the trio's backpacks. Lord couldn't tame the sacrificial robe. It was only then that Yekong realized that Tianxun had not succeeded in taming the robe. Indeed, I was not successful, Tianxun admitted without avoiding the topic of failure. That the Lord could come back in one piece is already beyond astounding to us. Yekong pointed to some items within the backpack and explained, these were found on those from the Qi 118, and I only know that these two items may be related to taming the sacrificial robe. We have not passed through all the trial domains, so we have no idea whether the other items have anything to do with taming the robe. There is plenty of time to try them out slowly. Tianxun instructed Lin Shen to collect all the items before they once again ascended to the mountaintop and returned before the Purple Star Ritual Robe. The Purple Star Ritual Robe had returned to its previous state of being suspended in the air, as if nothing had happened. Tianxun had Yekong and the others try out various items one by one, but it seemed none of them worked. It could be because the items they held required specific incantations which they did not possess, therefore, they were unable to utilize them. It seems we can only learn how to use these items by going through the trials. Tianxun had no choice but to give up on the idea of taming the sacrificial robe that day. Are these sacrificial robes artificially created objects or naturally occurring creatures? Lin Shen curiously observed the robe. The little wine emperor only said that they are mutant nirvana creatures. Whether they are artificially made or naturally occurring is unknown. Yekong tried once more and still could not move the purple star ritual robe an inch, and so she walked back. Must one be at nirvana level to tame a sacrificial robe? Can't someone at ascension level do it? Lin Shen pondered. There's no rule stating that, but if nirvana level can't do it, the chances are even slimmer for someone at ascension level, Yekong said. Let me give it a try, who knows, it might work. Lin Shen had been eager to test it and walked towards the purple star ritual robe.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. This purple star ritual robe reminded him of a myth widely known on his home planet. There was a divine sword stuck in a stone, and legend had it that only the true chosen one could pull it out, otherwise, even a deity would fail to extricate the sword from the stone. Many powerful beings did not believe in such a story and came to pull out the sword, but not one could make it move the slightest bit. Over time, some began to suspect that the sword in the stone was simply stuck and that no one could pull it out, dismissing the concept of a chosen one altogether. It was not until a gallant young warrior approached the stone and effortlessly drew the sword out that people realized there indeed were chosen ones in the world. Chapter 470 Missing Sense of Accomplishment. Have those who have heard this story ever fantasized, when they were children, about being the chosen one? Lin Shen had such fantasies too, imagining himself as the chosen one who could pull the sword in the stone. Of course, after growing up, countless harsh realities told him that he was not the chosen one. Things others couldn't do, he couldn't do either. That kind of unrealistic fantasy had long been snuffed out. Seeing the purple star ritual robe today, he couldn't help but think of the story of the sword in the stone, and for a moment, he was somewhat eager to give it a try. Yekong didn't really care. If Lin Shen wanted to try, she'd just let him after all, it had nothing to do with her. Tianxun said with a laugh beside him, you never know, it might actually work. It's worth a try, and if you really are the chosen one who can pull the sword in the stone, that would save us a lot of trouble. What chosen one? Yekong was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Tianxun meant. You've heard the story of the sword in the stone too? Lin Shen was surprised. He thought the story was only passed down on the human mother planet, he didn't expect that Tianxun had heard it as well. The story of the sword in the stone is a very famous fairy tale among the celestial race, well known indeed. How could I not know it? Who hasn't fantasized about being the chosen one who could pull the sword in the stone? Tianxun smiled as she recounted the story of the sword in the stone. Her story was roughly the same as the one Lin Shen had heard, largely similar except for a few details. In the story from the human mother planet, the chosen one is a young warrior of common birth. In the celestial race's story, the chosen one is a handsome prince. Listening, Yekong shook his head and bitterly smiled. There is no such thing as a chosen one in the world. Even if there truly is a sword in the stone, the one who can pull it out is not some chosen one but a spokesperson thrust forward by a power behind the scenes, representing an interest group. With the identity of the prince, it's already predetermined that he is the chosen one. If it were someone of no status and no background, an ordinary person, they could never become the chosen one. Tianxun smiled without speaking, knowing that indeed, the story of the sword in the stone could be interpreted that way, which is also how adults think. Lin Shen, however, didn't care about these things. He walked over to the purple star ritual robe and, touching the robe, said, in the legends of my homeland, the chosen one is an ordinary young man without status or background. I believe that there are miracles in the world. Naive. Yexing muttered to herself inwardly, but she dared not voice this out loud. Ye Kong didn't say anything further, but it was obvious she did not agree with Lin Shen's view. Whether there is a chosen one depends on the perspective, Tianxun said with a smile. A race that hasn't even stepped off their planet, the chosen one they select can only be a representative of the local interest groups, only those with money, power, and background can become the chosen one. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. But if a powerful cosmic race came there wanting to select some talented young people, then the planet's internal interest groups lose their influence, and only innate talent matters. You can say those young people are the real chosen ones. My little love, I believe you are a talented person, you will definitely be the chosen one, Tianxun said very supportively. Of course, with how outstanding I am, I'd definitely be the protagonist in a movie, I must be the chosen one. A mere sacrificial robe is nothing to me, I could wear it with ease, Lin Shen laughed heartily. That's a given. With how handsome you are, you'd definitely be the protagonist in real life too, Tianxun laughed and said. The more Lin Shen looked at Tianxun, the more pleasing he found her. For someone with her achievements and capabilities to willingly engage in such nonsensical talk with him felt just right to Lin Shen. Yexing ranted internally, there should be a limit to being self-absorbed. Even for a powerful being like Tianxun, it's hard to tame the purple star ritual robe. You, an ascender, can indulge in your fantasy all you like, but if you start to take it seriously, that's just brainless. Tianxun had already set the atmosphere, and Lin Shen puffed out his chest, turning around majestically to put on the purple star ritual robe. Regardless of whether the task could be accomplished, one must have a firm grasp on demeanor and poise. One may lose a battle but never lose face, anyhow, Lin Shen had never really thought he could succeed, it was just for the thrill of it. With his back to the purple star ritual robe, Lin Shen slipped his arms into the sleeves, then subconsciously moved his hands toward his chest, his hands emerging from the sleeves, intending to straighten the robe. Lin Shen tugged at the collar only to suddenly realize something was amiss. When he had seen Tianxun and Ye Kong attempting before, the purple star ritual robe had remained utterly still. The series of movements he just made was as smooth as flowing water, completed without feeling any hindrance, and all done subconsciously, which was why it took Lin Shen a moment to catch on. Ye Kong and the others were already dumbfounded, standing there staring at Lin Shen, unsure of how to react. Impossible! How could the purple star ritual robe move? It looks just like an ordinary robe. How did he put it on? Yexing felt her brain almost short-circuit. Tianxun, a powerhouse like that, had used all her might and still struggled to tame the purple star ritual robe, yet Lin Shen, who was clearly merely an ascender, managed to slip it on so casually. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Could it be that there really is a chosen one in this world? The three from Ye Kong couldn't help but stare at Lin Shen in his purple star ritual robe with wide eyes, utterly confounded. Naturally, they didn't believe Lin Shen had tamed the purple star ritual robe with sheer strength. If it was a matter of strength, Tianxun was incomparably stronger than Lin Shen, many times over, and even Tianxun hadn't succeeded, so how could Lin Shen? This shook their millennia-old worldviews severely, forcing them to recall what Tianxun had said earlier. Could it be that this man's talent is even stronger than that of Tianxun? The three from Ye Kong shared a look, full of concealed speculation. Tianxun was also staring at Lin Shen, stunned. Although she believed miracles existed in this world and that Lin Shen's talent was truly extraordinary, she also hadn't expected Lin Shen to actually do it, and so nonchalantly, at that. Lin Shen himself hadn't figured out why he could wear the purple star ritual robe, he didn't feel any obstacle nor anything extraordinary. There was no divine radiance on the purple star ritual robe, no soulful communication, it was simply worn over his body as casually as any ordinary garment. If there was anything magical about it, the only noteworthy feature was that the purple star ritual robe automatically adjusted to fit his size. Many battlesuits had this feature, which to be honest, really wasn't all that magical. Besides, this thing didn't even have buttons, just a butterfly knot hidden clasp at the collar. Lin Shen tried it on and found that the robe didn't look particularly good on him, not as good as wearing it like a cape. Indeed, removing his arms from the sleeves and draping the purple star battlesuit over his shoulders like a cape gave off a much more imposing and commanding appearance. That's it? No challenge at all? The least you could do is give me a little difficulty, a symbolic struggle. This makes me feel totally unaccomplished, Lin Shen sighed. Chapter 471 Merge of the Five Robes. Is this even human speak? Yexing was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. His three elder sisters had prepared for hundreds of years, just for the chance to gain the approval of the sacrificial robe, only to lose even the opportunity to try. Lin Shen actually complained about a lack of a sense of achievement, and Yexing only wanted to say, let his sense of achievement go to hell. Sure, we can try on other planets. Tianxun was very happy. If they could take away the things left by the little wine emperor right now, that would be great, to avoid any longer complex dreams. Although Yekong and her sisters promised to keep it a secret, Tianxun didn't believe them at all. She had her own plans, and whether they could keep the secret or not, it would have no impact on Tianxun. The group arrived at Yellow Star, which was much like Purple Star. A yellow robe was suspended above the peak of a mountain. In fact, it was white with yellow patterns, not a truly yellow robe. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Shen, wondering whether he would be able to tame this yellow robe as well. Do I need to take it off? Lin Shen asked as he pointed to the purple star ritual robe he was wearing, his eyes looking towards Yekong. The rules only say you need to collect all 5 sacrificial robes, it doesn't say whether you have to take them off or not. Yekong shook her head. Since that is the case, then let's not take it off. Lin Shen directly tried to put on the yellow star sacrificial robe over the purple star ritual robe. Yexing's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shen, hoping with all his heart that Lin Shen would not succeed, or even better, that the yellow star sacrificial robe would teach him a lesson. Unfortunately for her, her wish was not fulfilled. Lin Shen directly put on the yellow star sacrificial robe that was floating in the air. This is too easy, not challenging at all. Darling, watch as your husband collects all 5 sacrificial robes for you. Lin Shen was now certain that he could easily take these sacrificial robes. What puzzled him was why these robes did not show any reaction at all. After being tamed, shouldn't wild creatures present a key and then turn into a pet capsule? Now, with 2 sacrificial robes on him, they looked no different than 2 ordinary capes, and didn't seem to be of any use to him at all. The yellow star sacrificial robe also had a ritual text on it, roughly with the same meaning, also invoking the deity known as the Jade Emperor. In the middle, there were some characters that he couldn't understand, looking odd as if he recognized them, yet he did not. The group subsequently went to Blue Star, Green Star, and Red Star, and the sacrificial robes of Blue Star and Green Star were easily obtained as well. Lin Shen, wearing 4 sacrificial robes, didn't feel any different, and he didn't know if these robes would protect him from others' attacks. Yekong and her sisters had become numb. They felt that their hundreds of years of effort were nothing but a joke in the eyes of Lin Shen. What they had sought and not obtained, someone else could easily grasp with just an outstretched hand. Such a disparity was too great for them to accept. Lin Shen's existence seemed to tell them that their past few hundred years had been lived in vain, and all their efforts were meaningless. They arrived at the last planet, Red Star, which was actually not much different from the previous 4 stars, except that it was closer to the Sun, hence the temperature was somewhat higher than the other planets. With the strength of the few, naturally, they did not fear such a temperature and directly approached the Red Star sacrificial robe. Lin Shen once again reached out and took off the Red Star sacrificial robe. Until now, everything had been the same as before. But when he put on the Red Star sacrificial robe, the 5 robes suddenly shone brightly, with red, yellow, blue, green, and purple divine lights ascending and enveloping Lin Shen in a multicolored glow. Lin Shen was startled, but thankfully the colorful glow didn't harm his body, which gave him some peace of mind. Tian Xun was already by Lin Shen's side. If Lin Shen were to be hurt, she would have reacted immediately to help Lin Shen free himself from the control of the sacrificial robe. Fortunately, what they feared did not happen. The 5 robes merged into one amidst the colorful glow. The myriad of colors vanished, leaving only black and white on the merged robe. With a white background and black characters, the robe appeared quite striking. It was only then that the onlookers, who were attentively observing the robe, realized that those incomprehensible parts were originally incomplete. When the 5 robes merged, the incomplete texts also came together, forming characters that Lin Shen and the others could recognize. The desperate hymn was some words of prayer to the Jade Emperor. After Lin Shen recited those hymns, he suddenly felt as if time had come to a standstill. Everything around ceased moving, and only Lin Shen, wearing the sacrificial robe, was able to move freely in this paused space. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a beam of light descend from the sky, as if shooting out of nothingness, landing before him. The beam gradually unfolded, turning into a mysterious and ancient door, with jade as bricks and colored glaze as tiles, surrounded by immortal aura and hidden flashes of lightning. The door appeared as if it came from a land of gods and demons, carrying an endless terrifying aura. As the beam unfolded, the door slowly opened. Behind the door lay a long staircase, leading to an unknown destination. Beyond the staircase, a series of peculiar buildings stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, appearing like vast behemoths in the clouds. The sacrificial robe on Lin Shen moved on its own, leading him through the door and up the staircase with an unstoppable force. Lin Shen wanted to resist, but was completely unable to. The power of the sacrificial robe had reached an unimaginably terrifying level, far beyond Lin Shen's ability to contend with. All sorts of strength was useless under the power of the sacrificial robe, and he could only watch helplessly as his body was led up the stairs by the robe. At the end of the staircase was evidently a huge palace, a style Lin Shen had never seen before and difficult to describe because it was unlike anything he had ever heard of and therefore hard to depict. The palace doors opened, and guided by the sacrificial robe, Lin Shen entered the interior of the palace. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Inside the palace was a resplendent sight, filled with a hazy glow that made everything appear fantastical and indistinct to Lin Shen's eyes. At the highest point of the palace, a figure sat upon a lofty throne, but shrouded in a diffuse glow. The light was especially intense around the figure, rendering Lin Shen unable to clearly see the one seated on the throne. It was like staring directly at the blazing sun in the sky. After only a few glances, his eyes felt like they were about to be blinded. "Why have you come?" The figure on the throne surprisingly began to speak. "How would I know why I've come? I didn't choose to come here myself, I was pulled in by the sacrificial robe." Lin Shen felt depressed inside, but then he thought, the hymns on the robe are used to ask for the help of the Jade Emperor deity. Could it be that deities really exist in this world, and the one above this throne is that Jade Emperor deity? Chapter 472-472. Are you the Jade Emperor, Lord? Lin Shen pondered, then decided to use an honorific. No matter whether the other party was an actual deity or not, the strength he possessed was beyond Lin Shen's ability to contend with. It was better to be deferential. "Yes," the other replied simply and directly, then asked, "Why have you come?" Lin Shen could clearly hear the other's voice, yet he couldn't determine if the voice was male or female, old or young, pleasant or unpleasing. "Nothing much, I just admire you, so I came to see you, to behold your grace," Lin Shen said with an awkward chuckle. Although the other had admitted to being the deity Jade Emperor as mentioned in the sacrificial texts, as an atheist, Lin Shen did not believe in the existence of deities in the world. Even if deities did exist, Lin Shen thought they were merely another kind of advanced beings, not omnipotent entities. If the Jade Emperor were an all-powerful god, omniscient and omnipotent, then he should know who Lin Shen was and why he had come here, and he would not have asked why Lin Shen had come. Therefore, Lin Shen made no requests. He usually did not worship deities, so he could hardly expect them to bless him. You mean to say, you wish to make me your guardian spirit? The Jade Emperor's voice remained ethereal, betraying no emotion. What is a guardian spirit? Lin Shen was startled and quickly spoke up. If not to seek a guardian spirit, why would you use spirit communicating robes to come to the celestial court? The Jade Emperor asked. Lin Shen had to explain, I just stumbled upon collecting 5 sacrificial robes and had no idea there were so many mysteries involved. Regardless of how you arrived here, now that you have, you are entitled to choose a guardian spirit. The Jade Emperor paused, then continued, each guardian spirit can grant you different fortunes. For example, if you choose the god of wealth as your guardian spirit, when you invoke the guardian spirit, you will receive the god of wealth's fortunate protection. Your fortune will be better than others, business will be easier to prosper in, winning the lottery will come more easily, and you will earn more than others when working. If you choose the longevity star as your guardian spirit, your life will be longer than others. Of course, a guardian spirit can only grant you a certain fortune. If you go with the flow, you can surely profit, but if you insist on defying fate, no one can save you, not even the strongest fortune will be of use, the Heavenly Emperor added. Lin Shen understood the Jade Emperor's meaning, suggesting that even with fortune on his side, if he knowingly pursued a losing business venture, even the added fortune would be of no help. If he chose the longevity star as his guardian spirit but insisted on suicide, the longevity star couldn't save his life. Even so, this was already incredibly magical. If one chose the god of wealth and didn't court disaster, they would certainly make more money than they could spend a huge attraction for the average person. What other spirits can I choose from? Lin Shen did not rush to make a choice but continued to inquire. You don't have much of a choice, said the Jade Emperor, causing Lin Shen to feel a slight shock. Didn't you say I could choose a guardian spirit? You just mentioned the god of wealth and the longevity star, how come there are no choices now? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. You already chose me just now, so I am already your guardian spirit. Naturally, you cannot choose again, the Jade Emperor said indifferently. I see, Lord Jade Emperor, what is your fortune? Lin Shen murmured to himself, I never really said I wanted to choose you, how can this count? But Lin Shen dared not speak those words, for when you are under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Just feel it for yourself, go. The immortal spirit protection can only be used once. If you need my protection, you only need to recite my divine name, and it is true Jade Emperor Maluo of the Haoshan Jinke, the supreme sovereign naturally mysterious. As the Jade Emperor's voice faded, Lin Shen felt his body being violently pulled back by the spirit communicating robes, and in a flash, he flew through the grand doors of the palace, hurtling down the stairs and out. Could you repeat that one more time? I didn't catch it. Ah! Lin Shen desperately shouted, but he had already exited the gates of the celestial court. The gates of the celestial court closed with a bang, and the beam of light disappeared as well. With the disappearance of the light beam, the glow on the spirit communicating robes also dissipated, and they split into 5, leaving Lin Shen's body and flying off in different directions, vanishing in an instant. Nov. L. B //JNN. The space that had been still returned to normal, and it seemed like Ye Kong and the others had no idea what had just happened. In their eyes, Lin Shen's robe glowed with a rosy light, then turned to white with black characters, and after Lin Shen recited the sacrificial text, the robe split into 5 and disappeared into nothingness in a flash. Damn it! This sucks! What was the Jade Emperor's name again? I didn't catch it. Why did you have to have such a long name? Lin Shen felt like crying but had no tears. Tian, what happened? Tian Sun, like Ye Kong and the others, only saw Lin Shen's sacrificial robe join together, then scatter again, disappearing into the void. The time Lin Shen spent in the celestial court seemed to them as if it did not exist at all. I don't know what happened either, they just ran off. Since Yekong and the others were still there, Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tianxun about the matters of the celestial court. So, what do we do now? Without the sacrificial robe, we can't get the things left by the little wine emperor, said Yekong. Lin Shen now knew that the things left by the little wine emperor might not be inside the artificial sun but were probably the opportunity to obtain the guardian spirit. It was now clear that the spirit communicating robes were not crafted by the little wine emperor, nor were they creatures born from this base mutation land, but were collected by the little wine emperor from somewhere, placed here waiting for someone to activate them and reach the celestial court. As to why the little wine emperor would do such a thing, Lin Shen had no idea. Whether or not there was anything else inside the artificial sun, Lin Shen also did not know. Perhaps it would take a test trial before he could find out if there was anything else within the artificial sun and how to access it. How would I know what to do? It's not like I made them fly away. Lin Shen was in a very bad mood. He had no choice once inside the celestial court, and he hadn't even managed to remember the divine name of the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen only recalled something about Haoshan, Jade Emperor, God or something like that. It was too long, one could not possibly remember it all after hearing it just once. Couldn't you have repeated it a few times? With such a long name, who could remember it in one go? Lin Shen wished he could step back into the celestial court, grab that Jade Emperor and give him a good beating, then rattle off a series of names to make him remember them. If he couldn't, then Lin Shen would beat him again. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something. Previously, when Lin Shen had learned stepping on the immortal court, he thought that the celestial court was just a metaphor for the dwelling of deities. He had never expected that there was indeed such a place as the celestial court. Chapter 473-473. It must just be a coincidence. Lin Shen didn't give it much thought, and whatever the Jade Emperor did made him quite unhappy. The matters here had come to a conclusion, and if there were any gains to be made, they could only be found in the trial left by the little wine emperor. L.B//JNN. Tianxun had no time for the trial now and could only lead a few people back the way they came. Before leaving, Tianxun also had Yekong and the others lead the way to the place where Qi 118 and Qi 96 had been killed. There, they indeed saw the bodies of the two, their heads burst open by sonic wave power, leaving only headless corpses. Regrettably, their life bases had escaped, and there were no nirvana remains or such found on them. Tianxun helped collect their bodies and returned to Paradise Island with the headless corpses. Yekong and the others were temporarily placed in custody. Tianxun's intention was for Lin Shen to return to Sky Pinnacle Star as soon as possible to report back to the Heavenly Emperor, to prevent any further mishaps. Lin Shen, of course, listened to Tianxun, and after the dark night ended, he took all the items and Kong Chuan with him back to Sky Pinnacle Star. Following Tianxun's instructions, Lin Shen presented to the Heavenly Emperor all the resources he had extorted from Qi 118 and N 117, along with those he and Tianxun had raided together, with the exception of those he kept for himself. Tian Kanjiun, who was tasked with liaising with Lin Shen, showed a hint of surprise when he saw the resources Lin Shen had brought back. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to have obtained resources from N 117 and Qi 118 so quickly. Originally, he thought that Lin Shen would probably not be able to get anything and that it was very likely Tianxun had paid on his behalf. To his surprise, Lin Shen had really gotten them back, and so swiftly at that. Just as Tian Kanjiun was about to praise Lin Shen led him to another warehouse. Stored there were the items looted from the private treasuries of N 117 and Qi 118. This, where did all this come from? Tian Kanjiun's eyes widened in shock. Steward Yun, these are the items I've taken back from the private treasuries of N 117 and Qi 118, Lin Shen said, leaving Tian Kanjiun feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning. What in the world? Taken back from someone's private treasury. Tian Kanjiun looked at Lin Shen, dumbfounded, his gaze akin to that of someone looking at a madman. The An and Qi families were related to An 117 and Qi 118, who were also subordinates of the Celestial Court. Lin Shen had audaciously raided our treasuries. Such an act even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't protect him for this, and the Celestial Court would certainly not turn a blind eye. Tian Kanjiun believed this man was done for, he would definitely die a horrible death, and it was possible the incident of the previous dean being executed could replay with him. Steward Yun, please do not misunderstand, I merely plundered amid chaos. Aside from you, me, and the Lord Heavenly Emperor, no one knows these items are in my possession. Lin Shen recounted the giant ring star night ghost's disturbance. Good, 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 the chief of the Heavenly Institute did an excellent job. This time I will definitely plead for your achievements with the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Tian Kanjiun rejoiced inwardly. According to Lin Shen, he not only retrieved the resources the Heavenly Emperor wanted to double, but he also swept up the private treasuries of Qi 118 and An 117, which was a tremendous achievement. Tian Kanjiun was already considering how to forge better relations with this celebrity in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor, and the emerging noble of the other races on Sky Pinnacle Star. Steward Yun, I claim no merits but am burdened with guilt, and I dare not accept undue credit. I'd like to ask you to plead on my behalf with the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen said with a sigh. What do you mean by that? With such an enormous achievement, how can you say you have no merits but only guilt? Tian Kanjiun looked at Lin Shen with confusion, aware there must be something more to it. To get Qi 118 and An 117 to surrender their resources, I tore up the self-portrait of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen reported truthfully. Tian Kanjiun was shocked to his core, feeling as if talking to this man was like riding a roller coaster, with sudden ups and downs that could nearly scare someone with a weak heart to death. Dean Tian, I cannot assist you with this issue, nor plead for mercy on your behalf. You'd better come with me to the palace and await the Heavenly Emperor's judgment, said Tian Kanjiun with a complex expression, ordering the resources to be taken away as well. Lin Shen waited outside the palace to be summoned by the Heavenly Emperor, seemingly unfazed. Before coming here, Tian Sun had already analyzed all the possible outcomes for him. The offense he committed might not necessarily be a bad thing, and even if it wasn't something good, the worst that could happen was simply not receiving his share from the Heavenly Emperor. Shortly after, Tian Kanjiun hurried out with a smile on his face, saying, Dean Tian, the Heavenly Emperor has summoned you to the Heavenly Consort's splendid palace. Hurry and follow me. Steward Yun, about my matter. Seeing Tian Kanjiun's expression, Lin Shen knew he should be safe. When the Heavenly Emperor heard about your affair, he said good 3 times. Little brother, you are in luck. Don't forget about your old friend when you make it big, Tian Kanjiun said cheerfully. Upon returning to the splendid palace, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Consort were still sitting behind the beaded curtain, and Lin Shen still couldn't see the Heavenly Emperor's face. Tian, do you acknowledge your crime? The majestic voice of the Heavenly Emperor came from behind the curtain. I acknowledge it, Lin Shen answered, sincerely alarmed. Since you acknowledge it, then tell us what crime you have committed, the Heavenly Emperor continued. I should not have desecrated your Majesty's portrait, Lin Shen replied, head bowed. Humph, the Heavenly Emperor snorted angrily, slamming his palm on the tabletop, and said furiously, is this how you acknowledge your crime? Lin Shen was instantly confounded, wondering to himself, what's happening here? Didn't Steward Yun say the Heavenly Emperor was overjoyed? Why has it turned into rage now that I'm here? Thankfully, it's only the Heavenly Emperor who's angry, not Zhao Yun. Thinking that, Lin Shen could only once again feign a look of sincere alarm and say, everything is my fault. Please, Heavenly Emperor, mete out your punishment. Of course, it's all your fault. You were born a millennium too late, causing me not to meet you sooner, leaving the Celestial Master Institute without a dean for over 100 years, and depriving our celestial race of a pillar of strength for 1,000 years. Dean Tian, your sin is indeed grave. How should I punish you? The Heavenly Emperor's voice started thunderously furious, making Lin Shen somewhat nervous, but as he proceeded, his voice carried a hint of laughter. Damn, this old codger really wants to scare me to death. Lin Shen inwardly wiped away a cold sweat. Any punishment will do, I will accept your Majesty's decision, Lin Shen said. Good, then I will punish you, to reflect behind closed doors on Celestial Star for 3 months, the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Dean Tian, aren't you going to thank the Heavenly Emperor for his grace? Steward Yun reminded the unmoving and bewildered Lin Shen. I thank your Majesty for your gracious punishment, Lin Shen said aloud, but inwardly, he was thinking, what the hell? I went through so much trouble, secured you so many resources, and you want to punish me by making me reflect in seclusion. The Heavenly Emperor seemed to see right through Lin Shen's thoughts, and smilingly said, it seems our Dean Tian does not understand what kind of place Celestial Star really is. My consort, please enlighten him as to what kind of place Celestial Star truly is. Chapter 474 Celestial Star. The name Celestial Star sounds very much like the birthplace of the celestial race, but in fact, Celestial Star originally had no connection with the celestial race whatsoever. The true birthplace of the celestial race is Sky Pinnacle Star, and the original name of Celestial Star was something else. It was renamed by the celestial race after they discovered it. What it was called before is no longer known. Because very few have ever visited Celestial Star, throughout the generations, only the Heavenly Emperor and his favored imperial consorts, or the imperial relatives, have had the privilege of residing on Celestial Star. Since its discovery, Celestial Star has been used as the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation ground. Heavenly Emperors through the ages have all cultivated on Celestial Star for a period, some since childhood, while others only after acquiring the throne. In the Tianxia dynasty, besides the Emperor himself and his imperial consorts, only his children were privileged enough to cultivate on Celestial Star. Among the other imperial relatives, only the little imperial uncle Tian's Hixia had the qualification to cultivate on Celestial Star. Besides him, no other so-called relatives, not even the Emperor's own uncles and aunts, could enter Celestial Star. That Lin Shen, an individual of other races, had actually gotten the chance to enter Celestial Star, was truly an unprecedented event in the Tianxia dynasty. Although it was said to be for reflection, it was in fact a tremendous opportunity given to Lin Shen, as well as protection. Lin Shen took so many supplies from Qi 118 and An 117, and that was something that couldn't be kept secret. Their private treasuries were even emptied, and although such matters are not publicly acknowledged, once the Night Ghost tribe's chaos is quelled and those resources aren't found with the Night Ghosts, the An and Qi families would naturally suspect Tianxun and Lin Shen first. In the Celestial Court, among the many individuals from the Tian, Qi, and An families, apart from the Emperor Tianxia himself, probably no one wished to see the Celestial Master Institute rise again. No one wants a knife hanging over their head, taking pieces of flesh from them from time to time. The best way to prevent the Celestial Master Institute from standing up again is naturally to knock down the Dean, and the Night Ghost incident on Giant Ring Star, although seemingly unrelated to Lin Shen on the surface, inevitably requires someone to sully Lin Shen's name. The reason Emperor Tianxia sent Lin Shen to Celestial Star for reflection was to show all the Tian, Qi, and An families his stance that he was under his protection and no one should think about touching his person. To protect such a moneymaker, the Heavenly Emperor was willing to put his face aside and would not let anyone take Lin Shen down. Lin Shen also conveniently mentioned Kong Chuan's merit, omitting the part about Kong Chuan's near-fatal meddling. Originally, Lin Shen did not want to mention Kong Chuan, that thorn in his side, but considering Kong Chuan's peacock eyes were in his control, and there was the relationship with the heavenly consort, he decided it was best to mention him after all. As for the position of chief of the Special Service Department, that would depend on Kong Chuan's own fate and the heavenly consort's abilities. He wouldn't be bringing that matter up anyway. How the heavenly emperor intended to reward Kong Chuan was no longer Lin Shen's concern. After being sent out of the splendid palace, he packed up overnight and left for Celestial Star to reflect in seclusion. He did not even visit the Celestial Master Institute, going straight from Sky Pinnacle Star to Celestial Star. Before Lin Shen returned to Sky Pinnacle Star, the reports from Tianxuan and An 117 had already reached the Tianzhu family and An family's third mansion, as well as the Celestial Court. Although the Qi family fourth mansion, which Qi 118 belonged to, also received the news, their source wasn't from Qi 118. Since Qi 118 and Qi 96 went to the utmost darkness domain, the castle by the sea had fallen, and there was no one to send word back. The reports from Tianxuan and An 117 differed. An 117's report merely stated that the Night Ghost tribe committed atrocities on Giant Ring Star, attacking his castle and plundering a large amount of supplies. After his fierce resistance, he finally repelled the remnants of the Night Ghost tribe. His detailed account was emotion-filled, and he also incidentally mentioned Lin Shen coming to borrow money before and taking away a large batch of supplies. Tianxuan's report seemed fairly straightforward. It merely stated that the Night Ghost tribe attacked Paradise Island, but the situation was now under control, and 4 pure-blood Night Spectres were captured, awaiting further instructions. At the end, Tianxuan also mentioned that Lin Shen had borrowed a batch of materials from her. Though written simply, anyone with a keen eye could spot the underlying issues. Normally, such an event wouldn't be considered a significant issue among the celestial race, and a developing planet like this wouldn't usually provoke the Celestial Court to convene a council meeting. Strangely though, this incident actually alerted the Dean and the Vice Dean, prompting an urgent council meeting. The focus of the meeting was on who should be sent to Giant Ring Star for reinforcements and to eradicate the remaining night ghosts. All families acted uncharacteristically, expressing their urgent desire and willingness to support Giant Ring Star, causing quite a ruckus in the council.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. While everyone was engaged in a war of words, Emperor Tianchu, who hadn't visited the Celestial Court for many years, suddenly made an appearance. It was only after Lin Shen arrived at Celestial Star that he realized just how forceful the Heavenly Emperor's punishment of reflection was. Standing on the grass of Celestial Star and breathing its air, his watch suddenly vibrated, displaying a prompt of base mutation rate +1. What's going on? Lin Shen was stunned. He hadn't done anything, yet his base mutation rate had increased. This was just too abnormal. Who are you, and what are you doing here? While Lin Shen was surveying his surroundings, trying to understand what was happening, he suddenly saw a splendidly dressed female celestial flying towards him, eyeing him with puzzled beauty. I am the head of the Celestial Masters Institution, acting on the behest of the Heavenly Emperor, here for reflection. How may I address you? Lin Shen knew that a celestial appearing on Celestial Star must have an extraordinary status. Reflection? Here. The female celestial's face was filled with surprise. This is the decree from the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen produced the decree given to him by the Heavenly Emperor and showed it to the woman. After confirming that the decree was authentic, the woman's expression grew even more strange. However, she didn't say much more. Your place for reflection is at Silent Residence, not far from where I live. I'll take you there. Thank you. Since the woman didn't give her name, Lin Shen didn't ask further. My name is Qing Yu, and I live in the Rainy Mist Tower downstream from Silent Residence. There are many restrictions on Celestial Star, so it's best not to wander around. If you encounter any problems, you can find me at Rainy Mist Tower, she said as she brought Lin Shen to Silent Residence, thinking for a moment before she left. Lin Shen gave his thanks again, and after Qing Yu left, he began to inspect Silent Residence carefully. Silent Residence was built beside a pond at the foot of a mountain, directly opposite the mountain wall and waterfall. The waterfall cascaded from the summit, and although the flow was gentle, the splashes still created mist everywhere nearby. The entire Silent Residence seemed to float amidst the clouds, bearing some resemblance to the dwelling of a deity. Lin Shen took a deep breath, sensing the high humidity in the air. Yet, in the time it took to breathe in, his phone vibrated again, indicating another +1 to his base mutation rate. Abnormal, utterly abnormal. Even a dog cultivating here could take off on the spot. Lin Shen was a mix of shock and delight. Chapter 475 Tian Buluo. Sister, weren't you at the stargazing platform to cultivate? Why have you come back so early? Asked a young celestial within the fireworks pavilion, looking somewhat puzzled at Tian Qingyu. I ran into a man who had just been transported to Celestial Star, so I showed him the way and came straight back, Tian Qingyu said. Which prince was it? Tianya or Tianxia? No, that's not right. If it were them coming to Celestial Star, why would they need you, sister, to show them the way? Moreover, they wouldn't stay here, Tian Buluo frowned and said. It was not a prince, Tian Qingyu shook her head. If it's not a prince, then something is amiss. Apart from us princes, the only others who could come to the celestial court are father's imperial consorts, and naturally, they couldn't be men. Could it be? Little imperial uncle has arrived. Tian Buluo's eyes suddenly lit up. Stop guessing, it's not little imperial uncle, nor a celestial. It's a human. He claims to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute, punished by father to face the wall in introspection at Silent Residence, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tian Buluo's eyes widened. Silent Residence, introspection. Did I mishear, or did you misspeak? Why would father allow a foreign trip-s person into Celestial Star, let alone to contemplate at Silent Residence? What's there to contemplate? That place is where the gods and Heavenly Emperor understood the Dao. It's one of the few places with the densest concentration of the immortal laws. Even the location of this rainy mist tower is inferior, father himself cultivated there in his youth. I've asked father several times, and he has never agreed to let me stay at Silent Residence, so how could he allow a foreign human to stay there? Tian Buluo found it increasingly bizarre as he spoke. That man has father's handwritten decree, I've seen it, and it's genuine, Tian Qingyu said. Such a thing actually happened. Wait, you said that man claims to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. I know who he is now. But why would father have him come to Celestial Star to face the wall in introspection, and even arrange for him to stay at Silent Residence? Said Tian Buluo, rising to his feet and heading outside as he spoke. I must go and see for myself. Don't cause trouble, Tian Qingyu quickly stopped him. Sister, don't worry. I won't look for trouble with him, I'm just going out to gather some information, to see why he has come here, Tian Buluo said before leaving the rainy mist tower. Though Tian Buluo said he would not stir up trouble, as soon as he left the rainy mist tower, he took a turn and headed towards Silent Residence. He wanted to see for himself what entitled the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute to reside at Silent Residence, where even he could not stay. Tian Buluo knew that Emperor Tianzhu had his reasons for letting someone stay at Silent Residence, and on a normal day, Tian Buluo wouldn't have objected. However, the situation was different recently. The cosmic ranking battle, which took place once every 10 cosmic years, was about to begin in a few months. People from every race had the opportunity to participate, though young people like himself wouldn't greatly impact the celestial race's ranking in the universe. Nevertheless, it would still be a matter of great honor to shine in the cosmic ranking battle. Most of the smaller races and powerful cosmic races didn't join the battle to achieve high rankings but rather to make a name for themselves. Of course, Tian Buluo wasn't particularly interested in fame. His primary reason for wanting to participate was hoping to confront DESI in battle. He considered himself the second greatest ascension-level expert of the celestial race. If he could defeat DESI in the cosmic ranking battle, he would prove that the celestial race's talents were no less than those of the supreme clan's DESI. Tian Buoluo wasn't blindly arrogant. He had already won first place in the Ascenders ranking battle held by the Celestial Court during his 9th turn, indeed making him one of the top young powerhouses of the celestial race. Tian Xin, having ascended too recently, had not participated in the Celestial Court's rankings for Ascenders, but even if she had, she would likely not be a match for Tian Buoluo. In preparation for this inter-clan ranking battle, Tian Buoluo had prepared for a very long time and had already reached the pinnacle of 10th turn. However, Tian Buoluo knew that reaching the pinnacle of 10th turn wouldn't be enough to defeat DESI, he had to become even stronger. Therefore, he requested Emperor Tianchi for permission to reside in silent residence, where the residual rhythms of the immortal laws left by the union of the deity and the heavenly emperor lingered. If he could comprehend even a fraction of them, it would greatly aid his battle against DESI.N/O/vel/B//JN.C//OM. The union of the deity and the heavenly emperor was an earlier celestial emperor of the celestial race, who once served as the pinnacle of the race's martial prowess. In the era of the union of the deity and the heavenly emperor, the celestial race had once killed their way into the top 3 of the racial rankings. Although they did not reach the summit, it was the best achievement in the celestial race's history thus far. One of the widely propagated 5 fundamental evolution skills in the universe, the Heavenly Heart skill, was adapted from the Celestial Unity Mind skill of the deity and heavenly emperor, who also possessed a skill that complemented the Celestial Unity Mind skill, called the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, reputed to be the skill closest to divinity. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill had extremely high requirements for a cultivator's talent. Since the deity and the heavenly emperor, no one has been able to perfect the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, unable to fully express the essence of this skill closest to divinity. Moreover, as the Celestial Unity Mind skill gradually became obsolete with the times, more powerful evolution skills were created. Fewer members of the celestial race practiced the Celestial Unity Mind skill, and without the support of this evolution skill, it became even less likely for anyone to master the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill. Tian Buoluo, for the sake of the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, stubbornly chose the now outdated Celestial Unity Mind skill as his evolution skill, with the ultimate goal of mastering the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill and bringing it to prominence. Indeed, Tian Buoluo was an extraordinary prodigy. The outdated Heavenly Heart skill was practiced by him to nearly invincible levels within his tier, and he even made initial progress in the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, grasping some of its profound essence, but compared to the realm of the deity and heavenly emperor, he naturally still had much to improve. He asked Emperor Tianchi several times for permission to comprehend the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill at silent residence, but was refused each time without a proper reason, which made him feel unconvinced. Tian Buoluo had come to understand that Emperor Tianchi did not wish for him to continue on this path and wanted him to switch to another evolution skill. Yet, he was determined to proceed, intent on proving to Emperor Tianchi that there were no useless evolution skills, only incapable people. He wanted to make Emperor Tianchi realize that by cultivating the Heavenly Heart skill, he could still be invincible in his tier, and could shatter the elite of 10,000 races, including DESI. If you won't let me stay in silent residence, I will visit the owner of silent residence and stay there as a guest. That should be allowed, Tian Buoluo mused. He had no intention of causing trouble for Lin Shen, he had made up his mind to freeload. Rainy Mist Tower was located downstream, just beside silent residence, not far away. It didn't take long for Tian Buoluo to reach the vicinity of silent residence, and from a distance, he saw a figure standing in the pavilion of silent residence, with an upright posture, gently waving a folding fan in hand, leisurely enjoying the view of the waterfall opposite. Chapter 476 Heaven and the Divine People. The feeling that Celestial Star gave Lin Shen was almost no different from that of the human mother planet, gravity and the composition of the atmosphere were very similar, making him feel extremely comfortable here. What puzzled him was that simply by standing here, doing nothing at all, not only was his base mutation rate increasing, but the life base within him also seemed to be stirring, as if showing signs of rebirth. Truly a mystical planet. Lin Shen opened the door to the balcony. Outside there was a platform built of wood, and beyond the platform was a pavilion standing over the water. Standing in the pavilion, his mind felt clearer, as if even his memory had strengthened, and his gaze revealed many minute details that normally escaped his attention. If I had practiced here from a young age, my accomplishments would probably be much stronger than they are now, and my mind would probably be sharper. Lin Shen had never understood as he did now why the environment is so important for learning. The waterfall here was not as violent as the one in the ascension pool, because the mountain was terraced. The waterfall dropped 3 times, winding and turning before finally falling into the pond below, thus its force was somewhat mitigated. The stream also became more meandering and gentle, losing some of its violent impact yet gaining an air of ethereal grace in the process. Lin Shen saw that the mountain wall beside the waterfall was actually inscribed with some characters. Heaven does not gift me, nor do I take, time does not favor me, nor do I wait, people do not grant me, nor do I reciprocate. Gods do not bless me, I take by myself. Lin Shen was taken aback as he read. The beginning seemed to be written by a hermit who was indifferent to fame and desire, aloof from the worldly affairs. It seemed to indicate that if you ignore me, then I will ignore you, if you don't give to me, then I don't want it. But the tone changed later on, somehow it turned into if you don't give to me, then I will take it myself, if you hide it, then I will snatch it. The sentiment was completely different. This made Lin Shen highly suspect that the first few sentences and the latter ones were written by 2 different people, otherwise, how could they be so inconsistent with each other? Yet looking at the handwriting, it seemed consistent, as if it should come from the same person. This is the song of heaven and celestial beings personally inscribed by the deities and the heavenly emperor of our celestial race. Legend has it that it contains the immense terror of the heaven and celestial beings' skill. If one could comprehend even a fraction, it would greatly benefit one's path of cultivation. A voice rang out behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned to look and saw a celestial male whose stature and appearance were not inferior to Tian Xin, but whose temperament far surpassed hers. What is the heaven and celestial being's skill? Lin Shen saw that the other party seemed to harbor no ill intent, and so he asked with a smile. The heaven and celestial being's skill is a skill created by the gods and the heavenly emperor, possessing unfathomable power. It is said to allow communication with the cosmos and spirits, to gain enlightenment from the universe, protection from deities, to unite body with heaven, and to receive wisdom in the heart from the divine. Every movement embodies the ultimate principles of the universe, every action is as if deities descend to the world, it's a skill that aggregates the great terror of the world. Tian Buluo looked up at the song of heaven and celestial beings inscribed on the stone wall, speaking with longing. Such a divine skill, how is it that I have never heard of it before? Lin Shen was quite interested. The heaven and celestial beings' skill is not exactly lost amongst our celestial race, but those who can truly grasp its essence are few and far between. Furthermore, one needs to practice the heavenly heart skill to master the heaven and celestial beings' skill. Nowadays, there are not many in our race who know this skill, Tian Buluo sighed. I see. Lin Shen felt a surge of disappointment, having thought to witness the heaven and celestial beings' skill, only to find that it was a proprietary skill of the heavenly heart skill, which quickly dampened his interest. I am Tian from the Celestial Master Institute. May I ask who you are? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tian Buluo. Tian Buluo, 17th son of the Heavenly Emperor, Tian Buluo replied with a smile. So it's Mr. Shiki, my apologies for the oversight, Lin Shen said politely, yet without any substantive gesture. Tian Buluo frowned slightly, but since he had come to Lin Shen with a request, it was naturally inappropriate for him to make a scene. He smiled and continued, this silent residence is the very place where the gods and the heavenly emperor first realized the Dao. The heaven and celestial being's skill was created right here. Living here now is tremendously beneficial for your understanding of the heaven and celestial being's skill. Prince is jesting, I'm cultivating the heavenly heart skill, not the heaven and celestial being's skill, Lin Shen said. That's not necessarily true, Tian Buluo said with a smile. Without the heavenly heart skill as a foundation, it's true that one cannot cultivate the heaven and celestial being's skill. However, the heaven and celestial being's skill itself teaches how to sense cosmic rules, achieve unity of heaven and man, and the subtleties of sensing the cosmic law. Even without cultivating this method, one can sense its subtleties. This has a tremendous benefit for achieving immortality and establishing immortal laws in the future. Tian, residing here is a tremendous opportunity, make sure not to miss it. Perhaps it is my mediocre talent, but I haven't felt anything special, Lin Shen said. That's because you don't understand the heaven and celestial being's skill. Once you have some understanding of it, naturally you will feel the difference here, Tian Buluo said. How could I, someone like me, have access to such a secret art of the celestial race? Lin Shen shook his head, where would he learn the heaven and celestial being's skill? Haha, what's difficult about that? If you want to learn, I'll teach you, Tian Buluo said generously. Is that appropriate? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tian Buluo, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why this suddenly appeared Prince Tian Buluo was so attentive towards him, even wanting to teach him the heaven and celestial being's skill. What's inappropriate about it? The heavenly heart skill has long been obsolete, and without it, the heaven and celestial being's skill is just a method for sensing the laws of heaven and earth, it has no practical value and is no longer considered a secret art, Tian Buluo said. Let's forget about it, I'd hate to commit a taboo and cause trouble for you, Prince, Lin Shen said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly interested in these profound mysteries, he preferred more practical skills. Lin Shen had always felt that realm only mattered when one had comparable strength. If your realm is high but your body can't keep up, what's the difference between that and having keen eyes but clumsy hands? Nov. L. B //JNN. No matter. No one has dared to give me trouble over a mere heaven and celestial being's skill, you just rest easy. Tian Buluo did not give Lin Shen a chance to speak and started reciting the incantation of the heaven and celestial being's skill on his own. Lin Shen frowned inwardly, but he couldn't very well cover Tian's mouth to stop him from speaking, so he had to stand aside and listen. As Tian Buluo recited the incantation, he explained it to Lin Shen. His only intention was to get Lin Shen to memorize the incantation of the heaven and celestial being's skill as quickly as possible, so he could start practicing. Then, he himself could feel the immortal law's residual rhythm left by the gods and the heavenly emperor within the silent residence, and attempt to understand the heaven and celestial being's skill to push it to a higher realm. Give it a try, you should be able to gain some insight, Tian Buluo suggested after going through it once, indicating Lin Shen could give it a shot. Could you repeat that? The incantation is too long, and you spoke too fast, I didn't catch it, Lin Shen said helplessly. You didn't remember it, impossible. Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. The celestial star itself has the effect of strengthening the body and enhancing spiritual sense, so even an average celestial on this star could almost achieve a photographic memory. Although Lin Shen was not a celestial, he was, after all, the head of the Celestial Masters institution selected by the Heavenly Emperor. It seemed unreasonable for him to be so deficient. Chapter 477 Sacred Ground for Cultivation. Lin Shen's memory had indeed improved a lot on Celestial Star, his mind felt clearer, much better than before. If the Jade Emperor were to report names in front of him now, he should be able to remember them all in one go. However, the heaven and celestial being's skill sprawled over 10,000 characters, many of which were awkward and hard to comprehend, so expecting him to memorize it all at once was rather unfair to him. The kind of memory that Tian Buoluo referred to was based on the standards of celestials, which was significantly superior to human memory. Lin Shen was just of average human level. Even with the enhancement from the environment of the celestial star, it was impossible for him to remember 10,000 words just by listening once. "I'd rather not learn at all," said Lin Shen, who had no interest in the heaven and celestial being's skill from the start, and Tian Buoluo's astonished expression only decreased his interest even more. "No problem, no problem. It's my fault for reciting too quickly. It's normal not to remember. I'll slow down the speed and go over it again," Tian Buoluo hastily said. He needed to use the excuse of teaching Lin Shen the heaven and celestial being's skill to stay at the silent residence for free, so he had to get Lin Shen hooked. Ignoring what Lin Shen said, Tian Buoluo recited the skill again, deliberately slowing down and giving Lin Shen detailed explanations sentence by sentence, fearing that he would not understand or remember. Yet, this only increased the amount Lin Shen had to memorize, making it even more difficult for him to recall. As Lin Shen listened, he even started to feel sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. His interest in the heaven and celestial being's skill waned even further. After Tian Buoluo's detailed explanation, Lin Shen could understand some of it, though he was still far from completely grasping it. However, one thing was sure: cultivating the heaven and celestial being's skill was very tedious, requiring one to calmly comprehend the laws of all things in the world, to achieve a state where they could sense the response from heaven and earth. Lin Shen had always been an impatient person, save for the moments of quiet when reading or sleeping. The thought of tranquilly contemplating the universe was simply not his cup of tea. This practice wasn't suited for him at all. The immortality scripture, which focused on sleeping, was a much better fit for Lin Shen's temperament. The less interested he was, the harder it was to remember. Lin Shen would forget the beginning after hearing the end and forget the end after memorizing the beginning. Tian Buoluo repeated himself over and over, veins bulging on his forehead and nearly running out of saliva, yet he still couldn't get Lin Shen to completely memorize the heavenly heart skill. "Prince, why don't you write down the heaven and celestial being's skill and look at it slowly later?" Lin Shen genuinely felt it was too boring to stay interested in learning. No, heaven and celestial being's skill must not be put on paper. Tian Buoluo certainly wouldn't let Lin Shen write it down. If Lin Shen remembered everything, how would he justify staying here to explain it to him? Tian Buoluo realized that Lin Shen wasn't intentionally making it difficult for him. He genuinely couldn't remember. Of course, he also understood that Lin Shen really wasn't interested in the heaven and celestial being's skill, hence his lack of dedication. Nov. L. B/JNN. After all, Lin Shen wasn't cultivating the heavenly heart skill, and the heaven and celestial being's skill had very limited benefits for him, so it made sense for him to be uninterested. Once you are able to sense the immortal law's residual rhythm within the silent residence, you won't give up on it even if I tell you not to, Tian Buoluo thought, and continued to teach Lin Shen over and over again. After practicing for an entire afternoon, as the sky darkened, Lin Shen finally memorized the complete mantra of the heaven and celestial being's skill without missing a single word. "You try it now, see if you can sense anything," Tian Buoluo said. "It's getting late. Shall we try again tomorrow?" Lin Shen had been yawning non-stop, genuinely not wanting to learn any more. "It's already this late, hey? I felt an instant connection with you, brother Tian. My place is quite far from here, so I'll just stay over at your place tonight, and we can talk late into the night by candlelight," Tian Buoluo said. "You don't sleep at night?" Lin Shen was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, "An instant connection my ass, you just like playing teacher. You've been teaching me all afternoon, and if it weren't for your status as a prince, I would have kicked you out long ago. True friends are hard to find, and meeting you, brother Tian, I'm so excited I couldn't possibly sleep." Tian Buoluo's acting skills skyrocketed, putting on an air as if he'd found someone who truly understood his music. "Prince, I'm really tired, let's talk about it tomorrow," Lin Shen sighed. "No worries at all, you go back to your room and rest. I'll wait here for you until you wake up, then we can chat, Tian Buluo quickly said. Fine then. Since the other party was, after all, a prince, Lin Shen didn't feel it was his place to send him away and could only retreat to his own bedroom. Seeing Lin Shen finally leave, Tian Buluo was in high spirits. Sitting on the balcony, he looked at the heaven and celestial beings' skill inscribed on the mountain cliffs and began to comprehend the immortal law's residual rhythm that lingered there. Lin Shen lay in bed, summoning a contrarian to guard inside the door. If Tian Buluo made any unusual moves, he would know immediately, ensuring he wasn't caught off guard by any scheming. He didn't believe in this instant connection or the meeting of minds through music. Tian Buluo surely had some ulterior motive for coming here. Lin Shen just hadn't figured out whether Tian Buluo's intentions were directed towards him or this silent residence. When Lin Shen woke up, he found that his base mutation rate had increased a bit. Although it was much slower than when he first arrived, the fact that he could increase his base mutation rate without doing anything was already a huge windfall. Seeing that Tian Buluo was still sitting on the balcony outside, with no unusual movements, Lin Shen retracted the contrarian and also stepped out of the wooden house to join him on the balcony. Brother Tian, are you awake? Tian Buluo, seeing Lin Shen come out, stood up and said, Brother Tian, shall we practice the heaven and celestial beings' skill together? Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first, Lin Shen said, somewhat exasperated. Here on Celestial Star, there's an abundance of immortal law power. Therefore, the energy concentration in the air is much stronger than on other planets. Merely breathing in the energy is enough to sustain life. Most people in this place even run the risk of having excessive energy and don't need to eat, Tian Buluo explained. Is that so? Only then did Lin Shen realize that he indeed didn't feel hungry. Not only that, but, as ascenders like us, just by living here without doing anything, both the base mutation rate and the rebirth count of life base will gradually increase, though the rate of increase is slow. With just a little effort in cultivation, even without using ascension liquid and spirit base, the rate of advancement would be quite rapid, Tian Buluo continued to enlighten Lin Shen. Only then did Lin Shen discover why his base mutation rate had increased even though he had not done anything. Celestial Star truly was a training ground for the Heavenly Emperor, and indeed it was exceedingly comfortable, allowing one to improve their level even while lying down. The only thing that troubled Lin Shen was that Tian Buluo wanted to drag him into practicing the heaven and celestial beings' skill again. Brother Tian, the battle for racial ranking is only a few months away. Don't you want to fight for honor for your race? If you can comprehend even a bit of the immortal law's residual rhythm, it will surely be beneficial then, said Tian Buluo, throwing out another piece of news when he saw Lin Shen unwilling to engage with him. Chapter 478 Marionette. Is the racial ranking war about to begin? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't had much time to watch the universe news lately and truly hadn't noticed this event. There's less than 4 months left, I believe. With your strength, you should be able to make a difference in the ranking battle, Tian Buluo encouraged. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The participants in the racial ranking war are all the big shots of various races. As an ascender, what difference can I make? Lin Shen shook his head. Tian, you're mistaken, Tian Buluo said earnestly. While it's true that ascenders can hardly affect the race rankings, your own achievements in battle can still be of help to you and your race. The racial ranking war is a showdown that all members of a race can participate in. Before the ranking battle starts, there's an elimination round. Combatants of different levels are teleported to separate areas. Mutators to one area, ascenders to another, and nirvana beings and immortals to yet others. If you can deliver an astounding performance in the elimination round, you can bring fame and glory to yourself and your race, Tian Buluo said with some excitement. Since you're an ascender, if you could defeat a figure like DESI, your reputation would be made. In the future, you'd be held in higher regard within our race. Others will see that your race has potential, and even your fellow race members would benefit from your light. My strength is not enough, I'd rather not participate. Lin Shen was uninterested in gaining fame and glory. If humans as a whole were not strong, then the strength of an individual human wouldn't be of much use. Tian Buoluo was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to lack such ambition. Prince, Silent Residence is so big, and it's quite lonely with me living alone. If you don't mind, how about you stay and keep me company? When Lin Shen heard Tian Buoluo bring up the racial ranking war, he understood why Tian Buoluo was insistent on staying there, so he took the initiative to suggest that he stay. Tian Buoluo was delighted upon hearing this. Good, 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 I'm bored living alone too. It would be great to have some company. Sure enough, with this, Tian Buoluo stopped forcing Lin Shen to learn the heaven and celestial beings skill. He went off to the pavilion and started practicing on his own. Lin Shen stayed alone in the house, taking out Ye's life base, the evil ghost blade, to study. Tian Xun had already examined the spirit base and had found no problems with it. What was strange was that, although it was a nirvana being's spirit base, it could be activated by the strength of an ascender. The power of the evil ghost blade was not as formidable as he had imagined. It seemed very strong in Ye's hands, but in his own, it only matched the standard of a 10th turn spirit base and couldn't unleash the power of nirvana. Tian Xun had said that the evil ghost blade was indeed a spirit base of nirvana level. Tian Xun could activate its power of nirvana, but even though ascenders could also activate it, they could not unleash its power of nirvana, which was quite intriguing. Lin Shen merely used it as a substitute for death powder, treating it as a rather peculiar spear that was still suitable for practicing thrusting skills. After studying for a while, Lin Shen still couldn't activate the power of nirvana inside the evil ghost blade and lost interest in continuing the research. He put the blade aside and started studying how to merge the 28 fists with Thousand Men's pointer. The key to merging these two skills naturally lay in the concealed heart skill. Originally, Lin Shen intended for Yun to learn the concealed heart skill, but before he could teach her, he had come to Celestial Star. After all, with 3 months of idleness here, it was a perfect opportunity to study the technique. Maybe by the time the 3 months were up, he would have already succeeded in merging the skills. Over the past few days, Tian Buoluo had lived in silent residence but barely spoken a few words to Lin Shen. He spent most of his time in the pavilion facing the mountain wall, absorbed in comprehending the heaven and celestial beings' skill. Although it was Lin Shen who was supposed to spend his time in contemplation facing the wall, Tian Buoluo seemed more like the one doing so. Lin Shen practiced one skill for a while, then another, and during dull moments, he would lean against the window, watching Tian Buoluo in contemplation against the wall. Although there were no guards stopping him from going out, the Heavenly Emperor had sent him here for reflection, so he felt it wouldn't be right to run around carelessly. No need to eat or drink, no need for cultivation, just casual practice can lead to growth. Every day, apart from practicing skills, is practicing abilities. Such days are truly boring. This kind of cultivation is too uninteresting. I would rather go out and hunt ascended creatures. Lin Shen picked up the evil ghost blade and swung it a few times, feeling like a hero with no battleground to prove his valor. Of course, the premise for Lin Shen to think this way was that hunting ascended creatures posed no threat to him anymore. After practicing a couple of movements, he felt bored again and casually placed the evil ghost blade to the side. I wonder how things are going with Tian Xun. Lin Shen thought of Tian Xun and those 4 pure-blood night specters. If Ye Kong and the others were not able to stay with Tian Xun, it would probably also pose a considerable problem for him. After all, they knew Tian Xun's true strength, and if used by others, it would still have some impact on Tian Xun. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard some noises coming from the pavilion outside the window. Lin Shen raised his head to look out and saw that Tian Buoluo, who had been sitting in the pavilion, had stood up at some unknown time. An invisible, intangible aura emanated from Tian Buoluo's body, yet it was so powerful that it could be felt. Tian Buoluo was clearly standing there, but in Lin Shen's eyes, it seemed as if Tian Buoluo was no longer just a person. He seemed to have merged with the pavilion, the pond, the waterfall, the mountain wall, and even the whole universe, giving Lin Shen a very strange feeling. If Tian Buoluo were his enemy, then attacking him would feel like making an enemy of nature itself. As expected of a prince of the celestial race, quite impressive indeed, Lin Shen watched as the aura around Tian Buoluo grew stronger, almost as if the force of the universe was converging within him, and he couldn't help expressing his admiration. As Lin Shen watched, he suddenly burst into laughter, reminded of something amusing by Tian Buoluo's state. This condition of Tian Buoluo's could probably be considered reaching the state of unity of heaven and man. Being able to sense the subtleties of all things in nature, every move he made naturally aligned with the laws of nature. He could almost do without using any skill, and any action would perfectly execute various skills, without even needing to think. If that were the case, wouldn't a person who achieved unity of heaven and man have become a puppet of nature, just fighting according to the rules of nature, not even needing to think for himself? Then, is it really him fighting, or is nature using his body to fight? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more Tian Buoluo resembled a puppet on strings. Suddenly, the smile on Lin Shen's face stiffened. He subconsciously shook his head vigorously, then rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was thinking too much or if he was hallucinating, because he thought he really saw thin lines appearing on Tian Buoluo's body, as if he had indeed turned into a puppet on strings. Chapter 479 The Thread of the Void. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The fine strings on Tian Buoluo's body had disappeared. Indeed, I'm thinking too much. One shouldn't indulge in wild flights of fancy. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to watch for a while, but gradually, he began to see those fine strings on Tian Buoluo's body again. Those strings seemed as if they extended from the void, connecting to Tian Buoluo's body, pulling and manipulating his movements. To others, Tian Buoluo appeared to move with the laws of nature, embodying the harmonious beauty of unity with heaven and man. However, through Lin Shen's eyes, Tian Buoluo seemed to be pulled by those void strings, like a marionette. Lin Shen shook his head and rubbed his eyes again. When he looked once more, the void strings on Tian Buoluo's body had vanished. Yet, after focusing intently for a while, he could see those void strings again. Nov. L. B //JNN. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my eyes, or are there really those strings on Tian Buoluo's body? Lin Shen was full of doubt and uncertainty, not knowing what was happening with his eyes. Lin Shen repeatedly tested this several times, and the result was always the same. As long as he concentrated and watched Tian Buoluo, just as one would observe another person's pressure points, he could see those void strings on Tian Buoluo's body. It wasn't until Tian Buoluo emerged from that state of unity with heaven and man that Lin Shen could no longer see the void strings on his body. Haha, I've finally made another breakthrough, gaining a deeper understanding of the heaven and celestial beings' skill, and I've reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. The highest realm, the God-Ghost realm, is only a matter of time now, Tian Buoluo excitedly declared. Prince, when you were in the state of unity with heaven and man just now, did you see anything? Seeing that Tian Buoluo was speaking to him, Lin Shen asked. He wanted to know if Tian Buoluo could see the void strings on his own body. If Tian Buoluo could also see them, that would mean Lin Shen's eyes were normal. You can see them. Tian Buoluo looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. I saw a little. Lin Shen breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. It seemed that the appearance of those void strings on Tian Buoluo's body was normal and probably the effect of the heaven and celestial beings' skill. Hearing Lin Shen claim he could see a little, Tian Buoluo was even more surprised. I have comprehended the skill of unity with heaven and man, merging my body with the way of heaven and possessing a sense of unity with the heavens, vaguely able to glimpse a trace of the heavenly Dao laws. And you can actually see it too. What heavenly Dao laws? Are you talking about those strings? Lin Shen frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that what Tian Buoluo was describing was a bit different from what he said. What strings? I'm talking about the heavenly Dao laws, the operational rules of all things in heaven and earth, indescribable and formless. Using the term strings to compare might not be quite appropriate. Tian Buoluo checked his clothes and saw no strings. Maybe our ways of expressing it are different. I'm referring to those rules as well. Lin Shen could now be sure that Tian Buoluo couldn't see the strings. But what he referred to as the operational rules of all things in heaven and earth probably were the strings Lin Shen saw, as it was those strings that were guiding Tian Buoluo's movements. In Tian Buoluo's perception, that must be the heavenly Dao laws. Lin Shen wanted to know if, aside from himself, anyone else could see the strings on Tian Buoluo's body, but unfortunately, there were only the two of them there, so there was no way to verify it. Brother Tian, I've just grasped the realm of unity with heaven and man. Would you accompany me in a practice to see how it fares in actual combat? Tian Buoluo, not noticing Lin Shen's peculiarity, excitedly asked Lin Shen to be his sparring partner, wanting to know the effect of this realm in real combat. Sure. Lin Shen agreed at once. He also wanted to try and see if he could detect those void strings in actual combat. Brother Tian, just attack as you wish, I have my own ways of responding. The two moved outside, and Tian Buoluo said with full confidence. Lin Shen directly used the skill of the Thousand Men's Pointer, employing extremely covered techniques to point at Tian Buoluo's body. It was odd. Lin Shen's hand technique was already incredibly concealed, yet as soon as his finger moved, Tian Buoluo reacted, evading Lin Shen's finger effortlessly and naturally. Really, it's possible. Again, attack me with your strongest technique. Tian Buoluo said. Lin Shen executed Thousand Men's Pointer, his finger flicking towards Tian Buoluo like a phantom. His finger technique changed unpredictably, but Tian Buoluo always managed to evade or block his finger naturally every time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. No matter how varied Lin Shen's moves were, Tian Buoluo could effortlessly counter them. Lin Shen saw clearly that after entering the unity of heaven and man state, Tian Buoluo indeed manifested ethereal threads around him once again. As soon as Lin Shen made a move, it was as if it triggered the ethereal threads on Tian Buoluo's body, guiding Tian Buoluo's form to perfectly counter Lin Shen's attacks. No matter how fast Lin Shen moved, how strong his force was, or how stealthy his actions, he couldn't avoid affecting the ethereal threads. As long as he moved, the ethereal threads would inevitably follow, as if the other end of the threads were connected to Lin Shen himself. This thought startled Lin Shen, and he hastily checked his own body, relieved to see none of those ethereal threads on himself. What's wrong? Tian Buoluo looked at Lin Shen with confusion, wondering why, in the midst of fighting, Lin Shen had started looking at his own body, not attacking anymore. It's nothing. I just felt my clothes were a bit uncomfortable. Let's continue, Lin Shen said. Let me attack you this time. I want to see the effect of unity of heaven and man when on the offensive, Tian Buoluo said. When Lin Shen had previously attacked, Tian Buoluo had realized Lin Shen's skill level was very high, and his attribute was also strong, so he had no reservations and directly used unity of heaven and man to launch an attack on Lin Shen. His approach was eerie yet natural, striking from angles no one could anticipate, as if that was exactly how it should be. Every attack from Tian Buoluo seemed to have the advantage of the right timing, location, and harmony. Going with the flow, striking from an elevated position, making full use of everything at his disposal, it was as if the entire environment was aiding Tian Buoluo. Lin Shen deployed his movement technique and finger skill to grapple with Tian Buoluo, only to be so suppressed that he struggled to counter and kept retreating. Although his movement technique was derived from Yun's teachings, after mastering it, Lin Shen used it flawlessly. Combined with the subtle changes of Thousand Men's Pointer, an average ascender would likely be hit by Lin Shen within a few moves. But from the beginning of the battle to now, Lin Shen had been under Tian Buoluo's pressure, not being able to match him at the level of technique at all. Every strike from Tian Buoluo was flawless, in harmony with the heavenly Dao, and not just Lin Shen, but anyone facing Tian Buoluo would be unable to find a flaw. Heaven and celestial beings' skill, quite impressive. Lin Shen marveled to himself. If this weren't a spar, Lin Shen would now have to rely on sheer strength, not playing a game of skills anymore. Chapter 480 Unexpected Discovery. No, why should I compete with him in terms of skill? There's no need at all. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he did not have to compete with Tian Buoluo in skill. Because he could see the void threads on Tian Buoluo's body, these threads moved in concert with Tian Buoluo's innate body movements. Therefore, Lin Shen only needed to figure out which threads would move to trigger what kind of action in Tian Buoluo's body, and he would know what Tian Buoluo would do next. Wasn't this equivalent to cheating, knowing the answer in advance? With this in mind, Lin Shen quietly observed the patterns of those void threads. He didn't need to remember what each thread did, just find the pattern each thread corresponded to on the body. Memorization was tedious, but finding the pattern made things simpler. Soon, Lin Shen had roughly deduced the influence patterns of those threads on Tian Buoluo's body, but the threads moved too quickly to give Lin Shen any time to judge. Even if he saw through the pattern, it was still of no use. In such fast-paced combat, it's impossible to anticipate Tian Buoluo's actions based on the movement of the threads. Once a thread moves, Tian Buoluo has already followed suit. This method won't work. Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. Tian Buoluo, however, grew more and more valiant in battle, displaying unparalleled power in both offense and defense with the heaven and celestial beings' skill. If it had been before the realization of unity of heaven and man, with Lin Shen's skill level, Tian Buoluo might not think he would lose, but it would take a great deal of effort to defeat Lin Shen. How could it be as easy as it was now, constantly pressing Lin Shen down? If Tian hadn't wanted to practice unity of heaven and man more, seeing Lin Shen as full of flaws, he would have taken him down long ago. If the offense has every advantage, and the defense anticipates every move, how can I play this? Lin Shen felt that unless he overpowered his opponent with raw strength, he could not possibly defeat Tian Buoluo in his unity of heaven and man state with skill alone. With such a powerful skill as heaven and celestial beings' skill, why has it declined so much among the celestial race? Could it truly just be because the heavenly heart skill is outdated? Even if the heavenly heart skill is outdated, it can be modified and upgraded. Many minor races' evolution skills were modified from the 5 fundamental evolution skills, and among them are many powerful evolution skills. Even without modification, the effect of the heaven and celestial beings' skill alone is enough to offset the advantages brought by other advanced evolution skills, and it's even more practical. It's too far-fetched that the celestial race has almost no one left who can use such a strong technique. Lin Shen wondered to himself. He strongly suspected that the reason the celestial race abandoned the heavenly heart skill and did not cultivate heaven and celestial beings' skill was because they also discovered the void threads on their bodies, realizing that everything was being controlled from behind, so they chose to discard such a powerful technique. But then again, he felt that it didn't quite add up. What creature in the world could control such bizarre and unpredictable void threads? Could it be a higher dimensional being? Or perhaps the entire world was just like a puppet show, with every move of theirs controlled by the creator, every person a puppet on strings.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. If that was the case, then why couldn't he see the void threads on other people? Lin Shen thought long and hard but could not figure it out. Tian Buoluo fought with rising enthusiasm, refusing to stop. Lin Shen thought, I can't just be a sparring partner for nothing. If he's using me for practice, then I might as well use him for practice too. As a result, Lin Shen let himself go and attempted to use the merged Thousand Men's Pointer, hiding the 28 energy within the Thousand Men's Pointer. At first, there was no effect at all. He either directly used the 28-finger force derived from the 28 fists or only used the 1000 men's pointer, failing to infuse the 28-finger force into it in time. This just confirmed the old saying, focus on the head and ignore the tail. Even the secret heart technique Lin Shen had practiced was only half understood, he had not yet fully mastered it. Lin Shen's blind fumbling, however, unexpectedly made Tian Buoluo feel unusually uncomfortable. Many times, he could not distinguish which type of finger force Lin Shen was using. Even though Tian Buoluo could not distinguish them himself, the heavenly Dao laws could help him see clearly, so Lin Shen remained firmly suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Shen's endurance was truly strong, and even Prince Tian Buoluo had to admit defeat. By the time he was too tired to fight, he could only stop and rest. Lin Shen then noticed another issue. No matter how strong a being was, even a nirvana being, once there is a problem with their stamina, their movements will certainly be distorted, and they could not maintain their previous perfect state. But even though Tian Buoluo was so tired he could barely stand, his movements were still perfectly executed without a hint of distortion. No more fighting, let's continue after I've rested. Sitting on the ground, Tian Buoluo looked at Lin Shen as he gasped for air and laughed. Brother Tian, your endurance is impressive. I'm exhausted like this, but you seem to be perfectly fine. Endurance is pretty much my only strength. Lin Shen smiled back. Okay, then. We'll fight again after I recover, Tian Buoluo said, not overly concerned. He agreed with Lin Shen's statement. Aside from endurance, he genuinely did not think much of Lin Shen's skill. With unity of heaven and man, Lin Shen's techniques were all flaws. If he wanted to win, he could have done so many times over. In the days that followed, other than meditating on the heaven and celestial beings' skill, Tian Buoluo sparred with Lin Shen. Tired of fighting, he would sit and meditate. Once he had some insight, he would engage in actual combat training with Lin Shen. After many exchanges with Tian Buoluo, Lin Shen's finger skill and movement technique gradually matured. Indeed, progress in actual combat was faster than solitary contemplation. Lin Shen could now unleash 1000 men's pointer wrapped with 28-finger force. To the eye, it appeared plain, but it actually contained explosive strength. The success rate was still rather low, however, and it was not solid enough to bind the force into a needle. To avoid being used by a force-borrowing expert like Ximen Swordsman, he still couldn't manage it. Once, during a sparring session with Tian Buoluo, Lin Shen unexpectedly unleashed two types of finger force at the same time. The forces merged with each other rather than one enveloping the other, and this unexpectedly caused a moment of panic in Tian Buoluo. Hey, that mistaken finger strike just now, it seems like those void threads didn't move. Lin Shen suddenly discovered a new world of possibility. He began to recall exactly how he had managed to release that strike because it was an accident. Lin Shen himself did not know how he had done it. After many attempts, he was unable to produce that mixed finger force again. I refuse to believe this is impossible. Lin Shen researched repeatedly, determined to recreate that finger strike. Chapter 481 Abandon. That finger force just now was quite interesting, why did you stop using it? Tian Buoluo suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Shen, asking. Lin Shen felt frustrated, do you think I don't want to use it? There was a mistake when I tried to experiment with the concealed heart finger skill just now, I myself don't know how I managed to do it, and after many attempts, I can't produce the same finger force as before. I've only recently started practicing that finger skill and haven't mastered it yet, occasionally I can succeed once. Lin Shen had no choice but to make up an excuse. Then you better master it quickly, and then we'll fight again, Tian Buoluo said. Lin Shen had just that one set of moves to rely on, although he was also a top existence among the Ascenders, he no longer posed any threat to Tian Buoluo, who was becoming less willing to practice with Lin Shen. The finger force from just now, had actually caught Tian Buoluo's unity of heaven and man off guard, making Tian Buoluo think that Lin Shen had a killer move hidden, only resorted to in desperation. Hearing that Lin Shen hadn't mastered it yet, Tian Buoluo urged him to practice quickly, for only a skill that could threaten his heaven and celestial being skill would allow him to continue making progress. How I wish I could master it, but the problem is I don't know how to. Lin Shen calmed his mind and thought carefully about how exactly he had managed to execute that finger force just now. He had originally intended to use the skillful technique of the concealed heart to hide the 28-finger force within the 1000 men's pointer, but because the success rate was low and mistakes were frequent, sometimes the 28-finger force would break through and expose itself beyond 1000 men's pointer, and at other times the 28-finger force was too swift, and before 1000 men's pointer could be executed, the 28-finger force had already been released. Sometimes, the 1000 men's pointer was executed, but the 28-finger force failed to keep up. There were two difficulties in this process. One was the skill of concealment, which Lin Shen hadn't practiced enough and mostly failed to hide. The other difficulty was that he needed to release the 28-finger force first before he could hide it within the 1000 men's pointer. However, the 28-finger force was incredibly fierce and rapid, not slowing down easily. If 1000 men's pointer was even slightly slower, it couldn't keep up with the 28-finger force, let alone conceal it. Thus, various problems kept occurring, and Lin Shen remembered that at that moment, it seemed as if he had directly used 1000 men's pointer, but ended up producing spatial finger power. There was no concealed heart involved, it was as if they had merged directly. Lin Shen also didn't know how the two had merged together. He tried again several times just now but couldn't execute both types of finger force at the same time, and merging them was out of the question. Lin Shen researched and analyzed, but consistently couldn't grasp the essence. Tian Buoluo went back to the pavilion to contemplate his heaven and celestial being's skill. He had already reached the celestial unity stage, the next stage being the God-Ghost realm. Since the era of the Heavenly Emperor, only a handful of people had managed to develop the heaven and celestial being's skill up to the celestial unity stage. The Ghost God realm had been achieved by only the Heavenly Emperor himself. What Tian Buoluo demanded was to master that Ghost God realm. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. The unity of heaven and man was certainly powerful, but not necessarily enough to beat DESI. Only by reaching the Ghost God realm could Tian Buoluo have a greater chance of winning. Lin Shen stepped outside, took a few breaths of fresh air, and his base mutation rate increased by +1 again, bringing his base mutation rate to an even 80. Lin Shen estimated that before the deadline of 3 months was up, his base mutation rate would likely be full. Standing on the balcony, watching Tian Buoluo painstaking cultivate inside the pavilion, Lin Shen could only exclaim, born with such privileges, and yet so hard-working, no wonder the celestial race has always stood tall. Even though their ranking fluctuates in the universe, they have always remained among the powerhouses, which is largely related to the celestial race's own cultural heritage and character. The ethereal threads around Tian Buoluo appeared clearer than before, showing he was continuously making progress. However, reaching the legendary God-Ghost realm would not be so easy. After watching for a while, Lin Shen looked up at the etched heaven and celestial being's song on the mountain cliff, and suddenly, something clicked in his mind. The heaven and celestial being's song starts with the phrases "You ignore me, I ignore you, you don't give, I don't ask," which is about following the natural order. Yet, the following parts say, "If you don't give, I shall take, if you ignore me, I must make you notice me," which is not about following the natural order but about taking. Lin Shen thought, it seems that the heaven and celestial being's song corresponds to 2 stages of the heaven and celestial being's skill. The first part about the natural order corresponds to the celestial unity stage, the latter part about the way of taking should correspond to the God-Ghost realm. The insights Lin Shen had were also clear to Tian Buoluo, but knowing is one thing, actually understanding how to achieve it is quite another. At least no one aside from the Heavenly Emperor had managed it. What set Lin Shen apart from Tian Buoluo was that he could see the ethereal threads on Tian Buoluo's body. After grasping the details corresponding to the heaven and celestial beings' song, Lin Shen couldn't help but ponder further. If those ethereal threads are like strings by which ghosts and spirits control humans as if they were puppets, then the first stage of the heaven and celestial beings' skill, unity of heaven and man, is about surrendering one's body to the control of ghosts and spirits to gain formidable combat abilities that are not one's own, he mused. This stage of the skill is not about personal strength but rather about leveraging an external force. It's indeed powerful, but not yet to the point of defying the heavens, he continued. However, the second stage, the ghost god realm, must be about reversing the control, manipulating the puppeteer ghosts and spirits for one's own purposes, which is simply defying the heavens. To swap the roles of the puppet and the puppeteer, to invert the natural order and become a being capable of controlling ghosts and spirits, what terrifying power that requires! The more Lin Shen contemplated it, the more astonished he became. The fact that the Heavenly Emperor had created such a skill was a truly heaven-shocking, earth-shattering existence. No wonder no subsequent member of the celestial race has been able to cultivate the heaven and celestial beings' skill to the god-ghost realm. To toy with ghosts and spirits like puppets is simply beyond human capability, Lin Shen lamented internally. Inverting the natural order, reversing control. Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as though he had thought of something, and quickly returned to his room. Lin Shen picked up his wristwatch and looked over the concealed heart finger skill once more. The essence of the skill lay in the concept of concealment, but he didn't necessarily have to use it in that way. After thoroughly studying the intricacies of the concealed heart finger skill many times, Lin Shen finally felt confident that his idea was worth a try. He discarded the focus of concealment in the concealed heart skill and instead utilized the initial step of casting the shell, the very first part of the process. He would not hide the 28-finger force, but use the separate casting the shell step of the concealed heart as a bridge to directly merge the 28-finger force with the thousand men's pointer. The finger strike he had inadvertently executed before was likely the result of this combination, which could only be achieved by letting go of the concealed heart approach. Lin Shen tried several times and indeed once succeeded, his finger pointed in the posture of the thousand men's pointer, yet the force emanated silently and invisibly. Chapter 482 Finger Sand. Lin Shen's practice became smoother and more adept, and the finger power he casually emitted became more concentrated, with less resistance, making the existence of the spatial finger power hardly perceptible. The yin-yielding thousand men's pointer gained the spatial ability and rigidity of the 28-finger force, and when Lin Shen pointed his finger, it was as if an invisible and shadowless needle as fine as an ox hair shot out, making it nearly impossible to detect. Good, 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 this finger power is just too superb. The more I condense the finger power, the smaller the ripples it creates, the less the resistance, and the faster the speed will get, but its destructive power has become even greater. Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. If he continued practicing in this way, it wouldn't be so easy for Ximen's swordsman to borrow his strength anymore. The key was that such finger power was very hard to detect. Lin Shen could completely use it to silently strike acupoints from afar, catching others completely off guard. What should I name this finger skill? It could continue to be called Thousand Men's Pointer since it is essentially a technique of Thousand Men's Pointer, just merged with the features of 28 fists. However, that name sounds like it's about being pointed at the backbone, too disheartening. Let's choose something more elegant. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen had an idea. As the finger power becomes more and more condensed, ultimately, it must be compressed into the smallest particles. But calling it particle or granule sounds rather unpleasant. Let's name it finger sand instead. With the initial success of Lin Shen's finger sand, he excitedly practiced for a while longer but soon felt that something was amiss. The finger sand, having merged with the rigidity of the 28 fists, made some of the previous techniques feel awkward. Lin Shen simply discarded those awkward parts and also removed many techniques that absolutely couldn't produce finger sand. This was an inevitable trade-off. To gain some things, one must give up others, you can't have your cake and eat it too. In the world, there are many things that simply cannot coexist. Making a choice for one meant having to abandon another. Come on, Prince, I've made some progress with this finger skill. Try it again. Lin Shen wanted to test the power of his finger sand on Tian Buoluo. Here I come. Tian Buoluo stood up and approached Lin Shen, his entire being merging with the momentum of heaven and earth, each movement seamlessly aligning with the ultimate principle of the cosmos. Tian Buoluo's palm strike toward Lin Shen felt as though the entire heavens and earth were pressing down on him with that single strike. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Tian Buoluo has improved as well, growing so quickly. Without revealing any change in expression, Lin Shen concealed his fingers within the sleeve and gave a gentle flick. Thud. A blood hole the size of a pinhole was pierced through Tian Buoluo's palm, leaving him stunned, staring blankly at the blood hole in his hand. How could this be? Why didn't unity of heaven and man react? Tian Buoluo couldn't understand why the heaven and celestial being's skill hadn't guided his body to dodge that burst of finger power. Lin Shen hadn't expected that finger sand would be so effective either, even if the ripples it caused were tiny. For it to have left the heaven and celestial being's skill unresponsive was no small feat. Thousand Men's pointer itself was the pinnacle of yin yielding and would have triggered the action of the heaven and celestial being's skill, yet finger sand managed to avoid it. What exactly went wrong, not even Lin Shen himself could figure out. The first time he inadvertently used finger sand, the immature technique had caused a moment of panic in Tian Buoluo. Now that finger sand was more refined, it unexpectedly left the heaven and celestial being's skill completely unable to react, a surprisingly strong effect. Moreover, its destructive power seemed to be stronger than the surfing fist. Lin Shen had held back some strength and did not go full force, yet it pierced through Tian Buoluo's palm. Clearly, the damage dealt was much greater than a single instance of surfing fist. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shen understood the reason. Surfing fist required the movement of momentum, thus the fist power itself was more dispersed. And finger sand is concentrated strength, much like a bullet, possessing great destructive power at a single point. Both have their advantages, representing different types of skills, and it cannot be said that one is stronger or weaker than the other. Again, Tian Buoluo reacted, not alarmed but delighted, and continued to spar with Lin Shen. Lin Shen used finger sand again to practice with Tian Buoluo and quickly discovered that finger sand did not fail to trigger a response from the heaven and celestial being's skill. Instead, when faced with finger sand, the heaven and celestial being's skill was noticeably half a beat slower. Lin Shen did not know why there was this half-beat delay, and could only suspect that it might be due to the Earth Law's interaction causing Tian Buoluo's delay. This discovery greatly excited Tian Buoluo, as his understanding of heaven and celestial being's skill had hit a bottleneck and he found it difficult to advance further. Now, discovering that Lin Shen's finger force could cause the heaven and celestial being's skill to fail to react in time, he took this as a breakthrough point. If he could resolve this issue, perhaps he could push the heaven and celestial being's skill to an even higher realm. Because the heaven and celestial being's skill was always half a beat slower, during combat with Lin Shen, the positions of strength and weakness were reversed, and Lin Shen could easily suppress Tian Buoluo. When Tian Buoluo did not use heaven and celestial being's skill, he was fine, but as soon as he used it, he was like a fish on a cutting board, completely at Lin Shen's mercy. Heaven and celestial being's skill could still detect flaws in Lin Shen's techniques, but with its half-beat delay, any flaw became useless. However, Lin Shen continued to refine and revise finger sand with the help of heaven and celestial being's skill, gradually perfecting the skill and reducing its flaws. Of course, flaws were inevitable, no technique without flaws existed. Any skill had to be used at the right moment to unleash its true power, rather than being used randomly to become invincible. After a series of changes, even the creator of Thousand Men's pointer would probably not recognize it as the skill he created. He could only see some similarities, but the styles were not entirely the same. Tian Buoluo felt extremely miserable being mastered, and now he somewhat understood why Emperor Tianxia did not want him to follow this path. When in the celestial unity stage, if he encountered someone like Lin Shen, who could restrain the unity of heaven and man, heaven and celestial being's skill would not only fail to aid him but would become a fatal weakness. Unless he could reach the ghost god realm, heaven and celestial being's skill remained an extremely unstable and dangerous element, potentially fatal during combat with an enemy. But achieving the ghost god realm was a daunting challenge. Over such long ages, only the heavenly emperor had attained the ghost god realm. I definitely can achieve it, Tian Buoluo, exhausted, sat in the pavilion, calming his mind to continue perceiving the immortal law's residual rhythm left by the heavenly emperor. Lin Shen, on the other hand, continued to delve into his finger sound sand, examining how the techniques of finger sound sand could be coordinated with various movement techniques, all of which were intricate. For prolonged combat, rely on surfing fist; for a stealthy wound, look to finger sand. Lin Shen was dedicated to researching how to use finger sand in the most covered manner, with sleeve concealing hand being just the basics. Chapter 483 Prince Qingyu. Lin Shen had studied for quite a few days and came up with an extremely vicious method of application. He used the surfing fist with a normal rhythm and manner, then taking advantage of the crooked path heresy skill he learned from Ouyang Yedu, he would release finger sand against the rhythm. Each punch of the surfing fist was on the beat, while each flick of finger sand was off the beat, which could drive a person insane. The fist was visible, and the fingers were hidden; the fist was righteous, and the fingers were crooked. One was overt, and the other covert; one righteous and the other crooked. If someone paid attention only to the ferocious onslaught of the surfing fist and got carried away by the rhythm, they would inevitably be harmed by the finger sand. Poisonous, it's just too poisonous, Lin Shen said to himself after a few tries, feeling that this skill was indeed too vicious. Lin Shen wouldn't abandon a technique just because it was vicious; on the contrary, he preferred using it this way. Of course, he did not use this technique on Tian Buoluo. The two were only sparring normally, not in a real hostile relationship, so naturally, he couldn't use such a vicious technique against him. Tian Qingyu hadn't seen Tian Buoluo for quite some days and was somewhat worried. She went to his residence and didn't find him there, which gave her a bad premonition. She went straight in the direction of the silent residence and from afar, she heard the sound of a fight, which heightened her concern. There was no time to knock, she jumped over the yard wall and, sure enough, saw Tian Buoluo fighting that human named Tian. With just one glance, Tian Qingyu was overjoyed, for she saw that Tian Buoluo had actually mastered the heaven and celestial being's skill to reach the celestial unity stage. But upon a second look, she was shocked. The Tian Buoluo, who had reached the celestial unity stage, was being pinned down and beaten viciously by Tian, with no chance to fight back. However, Tian Qingyu could also see that Lin Shen was holding back and hadn't actually taken a lethal shot, otherwise, Tian Buoluo would have been killed already. This person, so formidable. Tian Qingyu secretly marveled to herself, her eyes brightening when she saw Lin Shen using finger skill. Tian Qingyu was very aware of how formidable Tian Buoluo was. Without claiming he was invincible at his level, there were only a few ascenders within the celestial race who could match him. Now that Tian Buoluo had mastered the heaven and celestial being's skill to reach the celestial unity stage, there likely was no one among the ascenders of the celestial race who could stand as his opponent. An ascension-level Lin Shen being able to suppress Tian Buoluo in a fight like this was somewhat too terrifying. Tian Qingyu did not go inside to disturb them and just stood outside watching. After a while, she saw the crux of the matter. Lin Shen was really formidable, but yet not to the extent that he could viciously beat Tian Buoluo. When Tian Buoluo was not using the heaven and celestial being's skill, he could trade blows evenly with Lin Shen, appearing quite matched. But once he used the heaven and celestial being's skill, he would get utterly defeated by Lin Shen, with hardly any power to resist. This person's finger skill can actually restrain the heaven and celestial being's skill, he is indeed a rare talent, Tian Qingyu realized, completely reassured. She had figured out that Tian Buoluo was using Lin Shen to practice the heaven and celestial being's skill. Why did you come? Tian Buoluo stopped when he intended to gather information, only then noticing Tian Qingyu's arrival. He quickly went forward to greet her. You left last time and didn't send any word for so many days, I guessed you must have come here, Tian Qingyu said with a cold expression. Cough cough, Brother Tian invited me to accompany him, and it was an invitation I couldn't decline, so I stayed here for some days and forgot to inform you, Tian Buoluo said, blinking. Tian Qingyu sighed helplessly and turned to Lin Shen to apologize. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, I'm sorry for troubling you. Prince spoke too seriously, it was I who invited Mr. Shiki to stay here with me. If anyone is causing trouble, it's me troubling Mr. Shiki, Lin Shen said with a smile. Members of the celestial race, regardless of gender, as long as they are descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, are all referred to as prince instead of having a separate title such as princess. Tian Buoluo has already addressed you as Tian, so you don't need to be so formal. When we are alone, just call me by my name Qingyu, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Tian, I find your finger skill quite unique, and I have a proficiency in finger techniques as well. I am quite intrigued, would you be willing to spar with me? Certainly, Lin Shen nodded and said. Tian Buoluo said from the side, Tian, you should be careful. At the ascension level, I only dare to claim second place, with you ranking first. Stop boasting on my behalf, Tian Qingyu glared at him, then turned to Lin Shen and said, you must think it funny. My finger skill is called luminous spirit fingers. If there are any flaws in my technique, please don't hesitate to point them out. Tian Buoluo chimed in once more, the luminous spirit fingers were created by Sister Qingyu, every move inspired by a flash of brilliance, truly something acquired by a master stroke of genius. Will you shut up? Tian Qingyu stared at him angrily, before saying to Lin Shen, it's just a bit of immature thinking on my part, please provide guidance, Tian. After speaking, Tian Qingyu did not give Tian Buoluo another chance to speak and began to demonstrate her finger skill, pointing out swiftly. Tian Qingyu's finger technique was as fast as a shooting star and as elusive as an antelope hanging its horns, traceless. This single move made Lin Shen realize that Tian Buoluo's earlier remarks were far from mere boasts on behalf of Tian Qingyu. The strength of Prince Qingyu's finger technique was something Lin Shen had only seen in his life. Of course, Lin Shen had not seen many practitioners of finger techniques. As far as he could recall, aside from himself, there was only Tian Qingyu. Lin Shen used his own finger sand against Tian Qingyu. The finger sand, after being tempered by the heaven and celestial being's skill, was already an extremely mysterious finger skill. Combined with its ability to emit an unnoticeable spatial finger power, it made Tian Qingyu slightly uncomfortable. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Every move of Tian Qingyu's finger techniques was unique, each appearing to form a style of its own. She executed 7 different techniques, showcasing 7 distinct styles. To be able to mix so many different styles of finger techniques and use them without any hindrance showed that Tian Qingyu possessed the air of a grandmaster who embraced all manner of ideas and approaches. Lin Shen's finger sand remained unchanged in the face of myriad changes. Tian Qingyu's finger techniques could not overcome him, nor could he win against the finger sand. After the 7 techniques, Tian Qingyu stopped and looked at Lin Shen with an intense gaze, saying, Tian, what kind of finger technique is that? You can actually produce spatial finger power. In the universe, there are not many skills at the ascension level that can achieve this, and I have never heard of your spatial finger power. This finger skill of mine is called finger sand, something I happened upon by chance. It can only be considered a stroke of luck, Lin Shen said. Upon hearing this, Tian Qingyu's eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that finger sand is your creation? I do not possess such ability. It's a skill created by someone else. I merely made some modifications, and I cannot claim it as my own creation." Lin Shen hastily shook his head and said. "Who originally created this skill?" Tian Qingyu asked again. "Prince, please forgive me, but I cannot answer that question," Lin Shen said solemnly. "It was my oversight." Tian Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, then realized she had been too eager. Tian Buluo explained on behalf of Tian Qingyu, "Tian, don't be upset. My sister Yu is deeply passionate about finger techniques. Having seen your finger skills so unique and mysterious, she longs for it. There was no ill intent." "It's all right," Lin Shen shook his head and said. "Tian, if I were to ask you to be my master, would you be willing to teach me finger sand?" Tian Qingyu suddenly asked Lin Shen earnestly. Chapter 484, 484 Chapter Gift of Sheet Music. "Prince Qingyu, you flatter me too much. I haven't even fully grasped it myself, how could I possibly teach a disciple?" Lin Shen said with a smile, "If Prince Qingyu needs, we can exchange knowledge through sparring. To be your master, I am truly unqualified." How could Lin Shen teach her finger sand? To practice finger sand, one must base it on the 28 fists and the 1000 men's pointer. The origins of both skills were problematic. The 28 fists could be taught to others, but the 1000 men's pointer absolutely must not be casually disseminated. The hidden skill, heart concealment, was even acquired from Red Heart A, which made it all the more taboo to reveal. If discovered by Red Heart A, there would likely be serious trouble. Tian Qingyu, being extremely intelligent, heard Lin Shen's tone and knew that he was unwilling to pass on the skill of finger sand. So she said, "A sparring exchange would be good. My luminous spirit fingers consist of 7 forms. The inspiration for the first form came from Celestial Race's secret finger skill Holy Genesis, the second form's inspiration is from Phoenix Clan's secret finger skill Twin Flying Wings, the third's inspiration comes from a technique Destiny Supreme, created by an immortal of the Supreme Clan, and the fourth's inspiration derives from the finger skill Nurturing Life of the Mysterious Clan." Worried that Lin Shen might not understand Tian Qingyu's intentions, Tian Buluo explained on the side, "Holy Genesis is a royal lineage finger skill of our celestial race, and normally only those of royal blood are qualified to learn it. Twin Flying Wings is an untransmittable secret of the Phoenix Clan, only those of the pure blood Phoenix Clan are qualified to cultivate it. Destiny Supreme is even more incredible. The existence from the Supreme Clan who created this skill is nearly invincible in this era. Although Nurturing Life comes from the Mysterious Clan, which has now declined, this finger skill was famously unparalleled when the Mysterious Clan was among the powerful cosmic races. The Patriarch of the Mysterious Clan once used this skill to contend with the Ancient Realm King, but it has long been lost, leading to its lesser renown. Only my sister Yu has the sole remaining copy. The origins of these 7 finger skills are all extraordinary, each with a reputation that shakes the world. Brother Tian, if we spar and learn from each other, how about I exchange these 7 finger skills for your finger sand?" Tian Qingyu sincerely looked at Lin Shen and said, "The original manuals for these 7 finger skills are right there in Rainy Mist Tower. I can go get them first and give them to you, Brother Tian, to review. If you find these 7 finger skills to be satisfactory, then you could teach me finger sand, how about that?" Tian Qingyu's sincerity was impeccable, and if not for the sensitive origins of finger sand, Lin Shen might have actually been tempted. It wasn't a bad deal for him as others were unlikely to successfully learn finger sand, he would effectively get 7 world-shaking finger skills for nothing. "Prince Qingyu, you truly are sincere. Well then, let's not worry about an exchange. I have something here and if you can make some progress with it, come find me afterward." Lin Shen took a notebook and tore a few pages out to hand to Tian Qingyu. Tian Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't immediately take the pages. She had some misconceptions about Lin Shen's intentions, thinking that he simply didn't value her 7 finger skill manuals. He didn't take her as a disciple, nor did he pass on the finger sand, because he looked down upon her talent, believing she wouldn't be able to master finger sand, and so he gave her something minor to try first, so that if she couldn't manage it, she would understand her own limitations and give up. In actuality, it wasn't a total misunderstanding. The pages that Lin Shen tore out were sketches of the 28-fist manual figurines. Even Tianxuan couldn't master it by following the manual, despite Lin Shen repeatedly explaining the experience and heart of practicing the 28 fists, along with demonstrating it repeatedly. But Tianxuan just couldn't succeed, which was an unavoidable reality. Both Tian Xin and Wei had also attempted it and similarly failed to master the 28 fists, without understanding the exact reasons why. Lin Shen gave the manual to Tian Qingyu mainly because he found her to be a reasonable person, willing to offer 7 finger skill manuals in exchange for finger sand, and was even ready to become a disciple, not leveraging her status as a prince to force him into it. If she could master the 28 fists, the world would gain another practitioner of the method, and his friend's creation would truly have a legitimate successor. Lin Shen altered the 28 fists beyond recognition, and it was hardly the same as the original. In fact, he didn't really count as a formal successor. Moreover, having someone like Prince Qingyu in the celestial race in his corner was an additional layer of security for him. Lin Shen did not take Tian Qingyu's finger skill secret manual, not because he looked down upon it, but for fear that if he took her manual and yet could not teach her the finger sand, it would not be quite right. If I master what's written on this paper, would you be willing to take me as your disciple and teach me finger sand? Tian Qingyu asked, staring into Lin Shen's eyes. If you master it, you wouldn't need to take me as your master, Lin Shen shook his head and said. Is this the secret manual for finger sand? Tian Qingyu asked in slight surprise. No, it's not easy to explain, but you'll understand naturally once you've mastered it. Lin Shen did not say much more, only advising Tian Qingyu, it's best if the content on here is not seen by others, just you, observing and practicing alone would be good. Understood, wait for me. Tian Qingyu's mood improved quite a bit, and she also understood that what Lin Shen gave her might be the basic foundation for finger sand. Tian Qingyu had previously felt that finger sand was exceptionally enigmatic, setting a different course from the finger skills she practiced, possessing a bizarre ability like spatial finger power. She wanted to learn it and integrate it into her own luminous spirit finger skill. If Lin Shen really refused to teach her, she would not be desperate to learn it. But with Lin Shen's words, she resolved that she must master finger sand no matter what, so as not to let Lin Shen underestimate her. Tian Qingyu had great confidence in her own talent, even Tian Buoluo only dared to claim second in her presence, which indicated her talent was indeed strong. Moreover, she had single-handedly mastered 7 astounding finger skills from different powerful cosmic races and had drawn from the essence of those 7 skills to create her own 7 forms of luminous spirit fingers, which was already a marvel and shock to many. Such talent, looking across the universe, was top tier among the top tier. Anyone would be as confident as Tian Qingyu. After Tian Qingyu left, Tian Buoluo regarded Lin Shen with an odd expression and said, Tian, do you fancy Sister Yu, and that's why you are unwilling to take her as a disciple, to avoid muddling the generational hierarchy? If that's the case, I advise you to dismiss the thought. Among all of us princes, father's favorite is Sister Yu, he'll never allow her to marry outside. Prince, you're overthinking it, I merely can't teach her, Lin Shen said with a wry smile, wondering how Tian Buoluo could think this way. That's good. Tian Buoluo saw that Lin Shen's gaze was sincere and not deceitful and finally breathed a sigh of relief, laughing, honestly, I am quite interested in your finger sand too. Could you give me a copy of that document as well? Nov. L. B/JNN. If you want to see it, go find Prince Qingyu, I only have that one copy. Since he had taken it out, Lin Shen did not care how many people went to learn. Forget it, there's not much time, I still need to practice heaven and celestial beings skill, where would I find the time to practice those things? Tian Buoluo also understood that a mysterious and unpredictable finger skill like Lin Shen's surely could not be mastered overnight, and it would certainly require dedicated effort. Chapter 485 People Who Are Fearless of Death. Tian Qingyu returned to her rainy mist tower and immediately took out the papers Lin Shen had given her, starting to study them. Upon seeing the small figures, she burst out laughing. With such drawing skills, could this really be the work of Brother Tian? Although very crude, they seem quite spirited, and there's also an inexplicably cute charm to them. After looking through the papers, the smile disappeared from Tian Qingyu's face, and she slightly furrowed her brow. Why are there only these figures' movements, without a single incantation, n/o/v/b/jn.c//om? She wanted to return and ask Lin Shen, but considering he had underestimated her, believing she couldn't do it, she felt a bit piqued. I wonder if he deliberately withheld the incantations from me. If I go back to him now, wouldn't I be conceding my momentum? I'll master these movements first. Even without the incantations, I might not be able to unleash the power of the skills, but I can grasp the essence these movements are trying to convey. Then we'll see what he has to say. Tian Qingyu practiced the movements, following the figures, and soon she realized that these motions were likely a type of boxing technique. Tian Qingyu's talent was outstanding, for she was able to imitate the movements perfectly after just one look. It wouldn't be fair to say that the imitation was very similar, it was virtually identical. Lin Shen also deserved credit for this, as his crudely drawn figures nevertheless possessed lifelike dynamism, making it clear at a glance what the intended movements were. Having completed the set of movements, Tian Qingyu didn't feel anything special. This set of movements seemed to represent a fierce boxing technique, which didn't appear to bear any relation to the finger sand finger skill. Could Tian that guy have merely given me a set of movements from a boxing technique without any incantations to brush me off? Tian Qingyu had originally thought that this was the foundational introduction to finger sand. Now it seemed not to be the case, and her complexion became rather unpleasant. After practicing several more times, she felt that, aside from the force of the punches being fairly fierce, there wasn't anything particularly extraordinary about the boxing technique. This being the case, Tian Qingyu couldn't hold back any longer and took the figures with her, intending to confront Lin Shen. Before she could even step out the door, there came Emperor Tianchu, dressed in a cotton gown and dragging his slippers. "My little Qingyu, who has upset you? Let daddy take care of them for you," Emperor Tianchu asked, blinking. Seeing Emperor Tianchu, Tian Qingyu quickly shook her head. "No one on Celestial Star can bully me." "Father, what brings you here?" Tian Qingyu didn't bring up Lin Shen. She knew Emperor Tianchu's temper all too well. If Emperor Tianchu were to find out Lin Shen brushed her off like that, he certainly wouldn't let Lin Shen off easily. Although Tian Qingyu was slightly annoyed at Lin Shen for brushing her off, she didn't want him to be punished because of it. After all, whether Lin Shen was willing to teach her finger sand or not, Tian Qingyu considered it his prerogative. "How many times have I said it, when we're not in a formal setting, just call me daddy, stop with the father emperor all the time," Emperor Tianchu said as his gaze fell on Tian Qingyu's hands, asking with a smile, "What's that? Let me have a look." "It's nothing, just an insignificant boxing manual." "Daddy, I'll make you some tea." Tian Qingyu tried to divert Emperor Tianchu's attention. "That's perfect, I've also been studying boxing techniques recently." "Let me see what kind of boxing manual it is," Emperor Tianchu said as he reached out his hand. Knowing she couldn't refuse without arousing suspicion from Emperor Tianchu, Tian Qingyu had no choice but to hand over the manual. She had made up her mind that as long as she didn't mention that this boxing manual was related to Lin Shen, the matter would blow over. "This martial manual is truly unsightly," Emperor Tianchu casually flipped through it, remarking as he read, "Our celestial race doesn't have this manual, and the people who can come here couldn't produce such ugly drawings. Did Tian bring this here?" Tian Qingyu was slightly taken aback, wanting to say it wasn't Lin Shen who brought it, but she knew she couldn't deceive Emperor Tianchu. "I borrowed it from Tian to take a look," Tian Qingyu had no choice but to say. Emperor Tianzhi nodded slightly, that young man is not bad, actually possessing the 28 Fists manual and even willing to lend it to you. He indeed has some breadth of spirit. This is my friend's 28 Fists manual. No wonder when he lent it to me he said, not to show it to anyone else. Tian Qingyu was greatly surprised. Though my friend is not a top-notch powerhouse, his 28 Fists are extremely famous throughout the universe. When he lent it to you, did he not tell you that it was the 28 Fists manual? Emperor Tianzhi smiled, that young man is quite interesting, his loyalty is commendable, and he does not hog the glory. Since he is so generous, the reward I had previously considered giving him now seems somewhat stingy. Father, there is only the manual here, no skill technique. Perhaps you're rewarding him too soon. Tian Qingyu didn't wish for Lin Shen to be punished but also didn't want him to gain undue advantages. To give her a 28 Fists manual without the skill techniques, no matter how precious the manual, was useless. Emperor Tianzhi, looking at the manual, said, the 28 Fists inherently has no skill techniques. All the secrets of the 28 Fists are in these movements. As long as one can comprehend the secrets of these movements, one can master the 28 Fists. What? The 28 Fists has no skill techniques. Tian Qingyu suddenly realized she had misunderstood Lin Shen. No wonder Lin Shen had previously said that once she had mastered it, she would not need to ask him to teach her the finger sand anymore. The 28 Fists is in itself a very famous spatial fist power skill. If she could learn this spatial fist power, she could merge it into her own finger skill, giving her the ability to exert force from a distance. She now understood that Lin Shen's finger sand must have also been developed by drawing from the 28 Fists. Thinking of this, Tian Qingyu's expression slightly changed as she realized that Lin Shen had shared such a secretive technique with her, and yet she had misunderstood him. Emperor Tianzhi handed the manual back to Tian Qingyu, patting the dust off his clothes. In the past, my friend dominated the universe with the 28 Fists, undefeated in fights among his peers. I was somewhat interested in his 28 Fists and managed to get a look at his cultivation notes. Although they did not contain the complete manual, they did record his journey of creating the 28 Fists, as well as his thoughts and processes during its creation. I also studied it a bit, following the recorded thoughts and processes, trying to replicate the 28 Fists, but ultimately failed. Today, seeing this manual, I finally understand why I failed. Emperor Tianzhi exclaimed in admiration, my friend truly had unique insights. Besides himself, really no one else could create the 28 Fists. Why only he could create the 28 Fists? Tian Qingyu was actually more curious as to why Emperor Tianzhi had failed. Because he was reckless with his life, only those who disregard their own lives can create such a technique. Emperor Tianzhi laughed, that's why he died young. Otherwise, with his talents, ascending to immortal status would not have been difficult. Reckless with his life. Tian Qingyu found it somewhat incomprehensible. What does 28 Fists mean? 1 punch to warn, 2 punches to take a life. The first punch is a greeting to the opponent, letting them know he is formidable. If the opponent doesn't run, only then does he exert all his strength to kill with a punch. Emperor Tianzhi chuckled, think about it, if you were my friend, revealing your own technique first, which is essentially saying, hey, brother, I'm very strong, you better run. Those who can't defeat him naturally flee, then later they might come back with the Qi family's help to deal with him. Those who don't run are confident they can kill him, so don't such people deserve to die. If his 28 Fists weren't incredibly fierce, someone so transparent wouldn't live to reach nirvana level. Emperor Tianzhi pointed at the manual, so this technique can only be created by someone who is reckless with life. What use is the technique if one has lost their life? Chapter 486 Failing to Train. Dad, I borrowed the 28 Fist manual from Lin Shen, he must have mastered it by now, right? I don't see him as someone with a death wish. Tian Qingyu pondered. Cough cough, that's exactly what I'm about to discuss. There are exceptions to everything. Although it's true that only those with a disregard for their own lives would create it, to learn this skill, you do need a bit of that fearless spirit. Just don't be as foolhardy as my friend. This skill does have its mysteries. You practice it first. I just remembered something and need to go, Emperor Tianzhi said as he walked out quickly. Tian Qingyu watched Emperor Tianzhi's hurried figure, and couldn't help but smile tenderly, feeling quite familiar with her father. She knew it was probably because Emperor Tianzhi had not been able to create the 28 fists himself, so he had spoken of the skill as something only a foolhardy person could come up with. Even so, Emperor Tianzhi had not said that the 28 fists weren't formidable, which was enough to show that the skill was indeed incredibly powerful. I almost wronged Tian. He gave me such a precious gift of the 28 fist manual, I must repay him in the future. This time, Tian Qingyu started to earnestly comprehend the movements in the manual, hoping to master the 28 fists as soon as possible. That evening, one of Emperor Tianzhi's imperial consorts came to see Tian Qingyu, bringing her a letter. Although there was no name left on the letter, the content revealed it was from my friend. With the letter from my friend, Tian Qingyu felt even more confident about mastering the 28 fists. But as days went by, Tian Qingyu still couldn't produce the fist power of the 28 fists. She had practiced all the movements to perfection, and her punches had even developed an imposing and dominant force, but she was still unable to evoke the inner strength needed to unleash the spatial fist power. I've grasped the essence, form, and momentum of the 28 fists, so why can't I master it? Tian Qingyu was filled with an immense sense of confusion. The letter was from Emperor Tianzhi, and he had also reviewed the manual, so there shouldn't be any issues. She didn't know why she was still unable to master it. She was tempted to ask Lin Shen, but having boasted so confidently in front of him before, it seemed somewhat embarrassing to ask now. After several days of restraint, Tian Qingyu finally could no longer hold back. She decided to use the excuse of visiting Tian Buluo to meet Lin Shen, even if she might feel awkward to ask him anything, at least observing how he used the 28 fists would be useful. Lately, Lin Shen had been researching and refining finger sand and surfing fist. The combined use of the two was truly extraordinary, catching opponents utterly off guard. The contrarian unexpectedly reincarnated yesterday, and so did the inheritance fan. Lin Shen had originally planned on solely focusing on the contrarian reaching the 10th turn, but now the inheritance fan had reincarnated as well. The 7th turn inheritance fan developed the 7th form of the fan dance, fold. This skill was also of an assisting type, like shake, and was also used on the opponent. However, unlike shake which could weaken the enemy's attribute in all aspects, fold could only weaken the effectiveness of an enemy's skills. With fold, the power of all the opponent's skills would be reduced. As for how much it could reduce them, that had to be tested in real combat. Fold combined with shake to comprehensively weaken the enemy was simply a perfect match. It seems that the inheritance fan doesn't need to wait until the later stages to be useful. These two negative effect skills are already outrageously strong. Lin Shen was extremely delighted, considering the fan an invaluable treasure for overcoming those above oneself. There isn't much to say about the contrarian's growth. As the number of reincarnations increased, it naturally became very strong without much change. Tian Buluo sat in the pavilion, racked with deep contemplation. His heaven and celestial being skill had indeed made progress, yet he had still not touched the threshold of the god-ghost realm. Lin Shen knew that for Tian Buluo to enter the ghost-god realm was exceedingly difficult, almost as if traversing an entire universe lay between the unity of heaven and man and the ghost-god realm. Other skills marked each realm like the steps of a staircase, but the heaven and celestial being skill was peculiar in this respect. The gap between its two realms was so vast, with no cushioning phases in between. It was like lifting weights. The first time one might be able to lift over 200 kilograms through gritted teeth and effort, with sufficient talent, it can be done. But what does it mean for the second time weight to jump directly to 10,000 tons? Shouldn't it be added little by little? By increasing it directly to 10,000 tons, who could possibly lift that? Lin Shen did not know how Emperor Tianzhu had mastered it, but in any case, he felt that the God-Ghost realm was preposterous. Unless Tian Buluo could transform like a super scion, training in this skill would just be a dead end for anyone else. Fortunately, the heaven and celestial being's skill at the unity of heaven and man realm was quite powerful. As long as one didn't encounter a nemesis like the finger sand, one would generally be on an unbeatable footing. While Tian Buluo was wallowing in frustration, Tian Qingyu arrived at the silent residence. This time, Tian Qingyu didn't barge in but instead stood outside the hedge and called out a few times. Tian Buluo rushed to open the door and welcomed Tian Qingyu inside. Buluo, how is your heaven and celestial being's skill coming along? Tian Qingyu greeted Lin Shen, then first inquired about Tian Buluo's recent situation. Although there has been progress, I simply cannot reach the threshold of the ghost god realm, sighed Tian Buluo, shaking his head. Since you have chosen this path and don't wish to turn back, you need to maintain a level mindset. If other thoughts arise, you'd better turn back early, Tian Qingyu advised earnestly. I'm just venting a bit with you. I'm definitely going to master the heaven and celestial being's skill, Tian Buluo said with a smile. It's good that you're firm in your belief, Tian Qingyu sighed in relief. She was worried that Tian Buluo's resolve might be broken, yet he might still be forcing himself to continue. That wouldn't be perseverance, but rather obsessing over the impossible. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Tian Buluo said, changing the subject. How is your training going with the thing you got from Tian? You came this time, do you already have some results? I've been looking forward to watching Tian suffer a setback. These past few days, he's been tormenting me almost to my limit. Tian Qingyu sighed upon hearing this. I still don't have a clue, I fear that I might not be able to master such secret techniques. Tian Buluo was shocked at those words. He knew well of his sister's natural talent for cultivation among the new generation of the celestial race. She would admit to being second to no one. Even she said that the secret technique given by Lin Shen was difficult to master, without even a clue to its beginning, which was almost unbelievable to Tian Buluo. The 7 finger skills within the luminous spirit fingers, each of which could only be mastered by those with the utmost talent. For someone to master just one type was already a sign of astonishing talent. Tian Qingyu, who had managed to integrate all 7 types of finger skills, now claimed she had not even grasped the basics, making Tian Buluo wonder just how difficult Lin Shen's finger sand was to master. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Up to now, Tian Buluo had thought that what Lin Shen gave to Tian Qingyu were merely the foundational basics of finger sand. Chapter 487 Holding Great Power. How difficult can it be to practice? Show me. Tian Buluo extended his hand to Tian Qingyu, asking for the manual of the fist technique. Tian Qingyu opened Tian Buluo's palm and said solemnly, such secret skills should not be casually shown to others. Are you even guarding against me? Tian Buluo said dejectedly. If I don't guard against you, then who should I? With your big mouth, if I let you see it, it won't take many days before it spreads throughout the universe. This is Tian's secret skill, not to be disclosed, Tian Qingyu responded. When have I ever had a big mouth? Tian Buluo retorted, not convinced. The matter of that concubine from the Tianzhu family, who let that news slip out. Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Tian Buluo opened his mouth but eventually closed it, sitting down powerlessly on the ground before muttering, fine, I won't look. I just wanted to help you, that's all. Thank you, just take care of yourself, Tian Qingyu said, then turned to Lin Shen. Tian, your secret skill is indeed difficult to master. Could you provide some guidance? Lin Shen shook his head reluctantly. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this skill is quite unique. I mastered it after practicing it myself, but when others tried, they could not even enter the threshold no matter what. After a long study, I still couldn't figure out the reason. It might be an issue of congenital aptitude. It's like expecting a wolf to eat grass, it's really hard for them. Right now, it seems this skill is very much up to fate. If you can master it, then you can. If not, no one could teach you. Tian Qingyu knew Lin Shen was telling the truth and nodded slightly. Perhaps my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. I'll practice more when I get back, maybe I'll succeed. Unable to find an answer with Lin Shen, Tian Qingyu could only return to continue studying 28 fists, hoping to make a breakthrough. I refuse to believe that I can't master these 28 fists. Tian Qingyu left Celestial Star and returned to Sky Pinnacle Star to look up many resources, aiming to uncover the secrets of 28 fists from another angle. Tian Xun's mood had been quite good recently, as the Celestial Court had entrusted her with the task of eliminating the Night Ghost tribe, including Yekong and the other 4 pure-blood Night Spectres, under her command. The implied message was clear: with so many turned into hybrid Night Ghosts, it would be too wasteful to simply dispose of them all, making it difficult to replenish the manpower of Giant Ring Star in a short time. Therefore, Tian Xun was to use Yekong and the other 4 to lead these hybrid Night Ghosts within the Pioneer Corps, and continue the development of Giant Ring Star. By doing this, in effect, the entire control of Giant Ring Star was handed over to Tian Xun. The situation of the Qi family goes without saying, they already lost any chance of setting foot on Giant Ring Star. The situation of An 117 wasn't much better. With so many of his subordinates turned into hybrid Night Ghosts, all falling under Tian Xun's leadership, his power suffered greatly, not to mention the loss of numerous resources, practically a death blow to him. An 117 had always suspected that Tian Xun and Lin Shen had stolen his treasury, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. Now at Giant Ring Star, one could say Tian Xun had become the de facto ruler of an entire star. Representatives from the An family and the Qi family had already fought hard in the sessions of the Celestial Court. There was a chance to fight for control over Yekong and the others, or at least to get 1 or 2 of them. But it was unexpected to many that Emperor Tianchu, who had not participated in the sessions for a long time, attended this session personally and, despite all opinions, directly assigned Yekong and the other 3 pure-blood Night Spectres to Tian Xun's command, leaving her to sort out the aftermath of Giant Ring Star. This move thwarted many who were eager to offer their support at Giant Ring Star, understanding the value of the 4 women from Yekong. Whoever controlled them effectively held the key to developing Giant Ring Star. Everyone was hoping Dinan would refute the Heavenly Emperor, yet this time Dinan chose not to speak. The Heavenly Emperor pointed out coldly that Yekong and the others were captured by Tian Xun herself and that she also stabilized the situation on her own. If Tian Xun alone can solve the problem, what indeed do the families want at Giant Ring Star? With such a statement, none of the families could step forward to explain. In reality, they wanted to take advantage of the situation, but nobody wanted to earn such a reputation. With the assistance of Yekong and the other 3 women, Tian Xun's work on developing Giant Ring Star went much smoother. The Star Belt and the sea were directly under her jurisdiction, while most of the pioneering work on the land that was under An 117's control had stopped since he no longer had sufficient manpower. Without further support, he simply didn't have the capacity to develop so many areas. But replenishing such an amount of manpower was not an easy task. In order to compensate for the losses and to gather the resources needed for the next submission, An 117 had to seek help from Tian Xun, agreeing to share a portion of the pioneering resources with her. After negotiating a price, Tian Xun sent the hybrid Night Ghosts to help An 117 with the pioneering work. Once Tian Xun had arranged everything, she set out alone towards the utmost darkness domain, intending to take on the trial left by the Little Wine Emperor. If Qi 118 and Qi 96 could make it through, there was no reason she couldn't. However, upon entering the trial, Tian Xun realized she had underestimated the Little Wine Emperor. The initial trials posed no difficulty for Tianxuan, who easily breezed through them. But she was stumped by a test called 3 cups of wine. The 3 cups of wine trial was straightforward. Of 3 cups of wine presented, 1 contained poison. The challenge was to choose one of the 3 to drink. If one picked the poisoned wine, even a Nirvana-level expert would undoubtedly die. With just a 1 in 3 chance to choose the poison, the odds were quite low. According to the message left by the Little Wine Emperor, this challenge was meant to assess the challenger's fortune. Someone with bad luck, even if they obtained the Wine Emperor's legacy, would not avoid an early demise. If one couldn't even make the correct choice with a 2/3 chance of surviving, then they should recognize their limits. Tianxuan observed for a long time but found no differences among the 3 cups. She dared not risk her own luck trying .n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Luck, who can be certain of it? It is fickle by nature, and no one can control its highs and lows. What if her luck was low just then? Therefore, at this test, Tianxuan gave up and did not continue. When Qi 118 and the others faced this challenge, Yaya herself drank all 3 cups, forcibly getting them past it. After consuming the 3 cups, Yaya's body nearly turned to a skeleton. If it weren't for her undead talent, anyone else would have died long ago. Find more chapters on Empire. Lin Shen could have passed this challenge as well, but unfortunately, he was not on Celestial Star at the moment and unaware of such a test in the trial. Even if he had known, given his personality, he probably wouldn't have risked it. Chapter 488 The Real Old-Timers. The Diman tribe. Catherine held her watch and looked at it over and over, but still no message arrived. What's up with this guy? Why hasn't he replied yet? Catherine tossed her watch aside and sat bored on the sofa, killing time by watching Universal News projected in the air. Is it time for the race ranking war again? Catherine glanced through several news stories, all discussing the race ranking war. After watching for a while, Catherine felt somewhat bored. What's there to look forward to, anyway? The top 20 won't change much, just a few ranks fluctuating at most. The first place of the Supreme Clan should be unshakable. Well, that's not necessarily true, a voice came from behind Catherine. How many times have I told you, can't you knock before entering? Catherine said, a bit helplessly. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. A Diman girl with black eyes came to Catherine's side, plopped down on the sofa next to her, wrapped an arm around Catherine's and coyly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, sister, Tia forgot again. I really can't deal with you. Catherine rubbed Tia's head and asked with a smile, what did you mean by not necessarily just now? I heard from father, this time's race ranking war might see big changes. The first place of the Supreme Clan might not be secure, Tia said. What kind of big changes? Catherine was surprised, unsure what could threaten the Supreme Clan's first place. Father mentioned that the Phoenix Clan intends to challenge the first place in this race ranking, said Tia. Explore more at Empire. The Phoenix Clan? What makes them think they can? Catherine frowned slightly, doubting that the Phoenix Clan had the strength to challenge the first place. Tia pondered and then spoke, that's just what I heard from father, something about a Phoenix Clan member named Feng Lu returning. Feng Lu? Feng 6? That's not possible. Feng 6 is still alive. Catherine was taken aback, but soon she laughed. If Feng 6 really is still alive, then the race ranking this time will be interesting. It remains to be seen whether the Supreme Clan can keep its first place. Sister, are you going to participate in the war? Tia asked, blinking her eyes. I wasn't planning on participating, but since Feng 6 has returned, maybe I'll join the fun, Catherine said with an intriguing look in her eyes. That's great, I want to fight too, Tia said excitedly. You, just stay put and don't go anywhere, Catherine's words left Tia brimming with disappointment. 3 months quickly passed, and when Lin Shen returned from Celestial Star, the contrarian's life base had reached the 9th turn, while the inheritance fan remained at the 7th turn. Even so, Lin Shen's attributes had already surpassed those of 10th turn ascenders, especially his strength attribute, which far exceeded his counterparts. The first thing Lin Shen did when he got back to Sky Pinnacle Star was to visit the Celestial Master Institute. "Dean, you're finally back," Ansai greeted Lin Shen with a beaming smile upon his return. Other staff like the vice deans, ministers, and directors looked at Lin Shen with a different gaze, surprisingly enthusiastic, each hailing him as dean in a very cordial manner, a stark contrast to their previous behavior. "Did we get our water and electricity back?" Lin Shen, seeing an old director watering the flowers in the courtyard, asked with a sense of wonder. Although Tian's Hixia drove away the debt collectors last time, they had cut off all utilities like water, electricity, and gas until payment was made. Lin Shen wondered how the services could have resumed without him paying. "Dean, aren't you aware of what you did yourself?" Ansai said with a laugh. "What did I do?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. "You don't say, and how would I dare?" Ansai said with a smile. "Anyway, you are now the favorite in front of the Heavenly Emperor, so those little guys will definitely not dare to come asking for money anymore." "That's good," Lin Shen nodded. "Dean, shouldn't we pay some of the pension we owe, and also the wages that have been due for so long, maybe issue a bit of it first?" Ansai added. "Do we have money?" Lin Shen asked Ansai, puzzled. "No money." Ansai looked at Lin Shen and retorted. "I don't have money, does the Institute's account have money?" Lin Shen shook his head. "The Institute has no money." Ansai looked at Lin Shen and stopped short. Lin Shen knew what she meant and said with a bitter smile, "Whatever needs to be paid has been paid. Didn't get even a little share?" Ansai asked with full of confusion. "Anyway, I haven't seen any," Lin Shen replied, spreading his hands. "Maybe it's because you were facing the wall and reflecting on Celestial Star before, and the share hasn't been distributed yet. Let's wait a bit longer," Ansai sighed. While speaking, Ansai opened the door, and the old geezers who had been eavesdropping outside suddenly scattered. When they heard there was no money, these old geezers, who were more realistic than anyone, instantly changed their expressions. They stopped calling him Dean and their smiles vanished. They had thought that Lin Shen would bring back some money this time, but who would have imagined that not even a single hair of it had come? "Work your ass off, suffer all that hardship, offend so many people, and in the end, not even touch a dime, isn't that foolish?" said one of the old men playing cards, after Lin Shen left, with a snort. "Exactly, young people are still too young, thinking that pleasing the Heavenly Emperor means having good days ahead. Little do they know the Heavenly Emperor won't even throw him a bone," another old man added. "This can't go on, the kid is young, it's okay for him to suffer a little, but we're old bones, we can't always be digging into our own pockets for spending money, can we?" Vice Dean rhythmically tapped on the card table with his fingers. "What can we do about it? Our Dean is too young, doesn't know the perks of having money, doesn't even know how to be corrupt, just a greenhorn," the security director said. "He may be a greenhorn, but we're not. Since he's capable of making money, we'll just have to teach him how to get the money into his own pocket. If he has money, then our Celestial Master Institute has money, and if the Institute has money, then so do we," the logistics minister said. "You're right. I think our Dean is a straightforward young man, easier to talk to," Vice Dean Chiao said as he pushed down his cards. "Haha, self-drawn pure suit. I won, pay up, pay up. Damn it, so unlucky, how many rounds has it been, haven't won a single hand, almost lost my coffin money," Vice Dean muttered under his breath. "Don't worry, our Dean has some ability. After we teach him a couple of tricks, won't the money just come flowing in?" "This little money's nothing," Vice Dean Chiao said with a laugh. "Then tell me, how do we teach him? Vice Dean asked while shuffling the cards. Easy, teach him what we are good at. Security Director, teach him some tricks for getting money from people, which will come in handy when going out to collect debts. Logistics Minister, your skill in accounting, if you don't teach it to someone, you'll take it to the grave. Olden, you need to use those connections of yours, can't let our Dean be at a disadvantage out there, he's got to help us make a buck, Vice Dean Chiao said while picking up the cards. Fuck, after all this talk, it's none of your business, is it? Vice Dean cursed. All I'm good at is whoring, surely you're not suggesting I take him whoring, are you? Vice Dean Chiao laughed. Playing coy though the narcissus bloom not, you've got to teach him your ways with women. Otherwise, Tianxun will take all the advantages, and if he gets nothing, how will we skim off the top? Vice Dean scoffed. That stuff, if he wants to learn sure, I can teach him, just worried he might refuse, Vice Dean Chiao chuckled. Chapter 489 Divide the Spoils. Lin Shen returned home and paused for a moment when he pushed open his bedroom door. Within it were neatly arranged 4 large boxes. He had never seen these boxes before, they were not his, and he had no idea who could have entered his room to place them there. Lin Shen donned his carapace and summoned the stone golem, instructing it to open the unlocked boxes, only to find that they were neatly filled with heavenly currency. Upon opening the second box, it contained a complete set of white battle suits with gold trim. Explore more at Empire. The third box held a white pet egg, crystal clear like jade, almost occupying the entire box, with what seemed like mist flowing inside it. In the last box, there was only a small card and a piece of paper. Lin Shen picked up the paper to find that it was blank, with nothing written on it. He looked over both sides several times, but there was indeed nothing written on it. Lin Shen already knew who had placed these items here, and without hesitation, he crumpled the blank paper into ash and picked up the card. Initially, Lin Shen thought it might be something like a bank card, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a library card. Even if it's inconvenient to give me a bank card, giving me some sort of more powerful pass or maybe a shopping card would also be acceptable. Why give me a library card? I'm not someone who loves to study. Lin Shen put away the library card, but he knew that this card probably wasn't that simple. He took out the battle suit from the box, which was simple in style yet sophisticated, with a design that had a sense of timelessness, and it came equipped with a watch and a pet gun. Lin Shen pressed the buckle on the belt, and the battle suit immediately transformed into thousands of threads wrapping around his arm, quickly enveloping his body completely within the battle suit. Dressed in white with golden edges, it looked quite extravagant and eye-catching, giving the impression of ceremonial wear. Battle suit binding successful, respected master. Celestial number 7 battle suit at your service. You may call me Zioki, came the synthesized voice from the watch. Zioki, what functions do you have? Lin Shen asked directly. Respected master, Zioki is the celestial number 7 battle suit, featuring the latest intelligence system and the most advanced universal communication system. It is built with 1,736 planets access permits, equipped with top-tier Nirvana-level PET launcher capable of holding and firing 107 PET capsules, and a shooting speed of 1,000. The battle suit itself has the toughness of Nirvana level. Zioki listed its capabilities. Lin Shen was taken aback, and he quickly had Zioki search online for the Celestial Series battle suits, only to discover that these items were exclusive to the offspring of the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder the features are so extraordinary, it turns out to be an exclusive series for the Imperial family, he thought. The battle suit Tianxun had given him was already damaged, and this new suit seemed even better. Especially since it had access to over 1,000 planets, it meant that Lin Shen could use the teleporters on these planets for free, and they all likely belonged to the celestial race. Even though the toughness of Nirvana level did not mean it could withstand the full force of Nirvana level attacks, destroying it was not something that could easily be achieved with Nirvana level strength. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not yet able to use the Nirvana-level pet gun, it could only serve as a decoration for now. The box of heavenly currency was filled with white, business card-sized crystals, crafted with some unknown technique, each with a very lifelike celestial figure inside, resembling the self-portrait of the heavenly emperor. There was no face value, and Lin Shen had never seen such heavenly currency before. After searching online, he finally understood that this was celestial crystal coin, and that one celestial crystal coin could be exchanged for about 10,000 heavenly currency. How many celestial crystal coins are in this full box? Lin Shen was overjoyed and quickly poured them out to count. There were exactly 30,000 celestial crystal coins. It seems like a lot, but it's only 300 million heavenly currency. Lin Shen was slightly frustrated because he realized that this sum of celestial crystal coins was almost enough to cover the various debts of the Celestial Master Institute, as mentioned by Insai. The debts of the Celestial Master Institute add up to nearly 300 million. The Heavenly Emperor is really stingy. Couldn't he give me a little more? Lin Shen had already figured out that the heavenly currency allotted to him was probably meant for settling the Institute's debts. The other items were truly given to him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Of course, Lin Shen could also choose not to pay and keep the celestial crystal coins for himself, but then it would be up to him to resolve the problem of the Celestial Master Institute. A pet egg, a celestial number 7 battle suit, and a library card. These are all that I've been given this time. Lin Shen didn't know the level of the pet egg nor how much it was worth. Judging by appearances, the level and breed of the pet egg were indiscernible. Lin Shen guessed it should be something he could use, otherwise, there would be no need for the Heavenly Emperor to specifically give him a pet egg. After placing the pet egg into the incubation chamber, Lin Shen picked up the library card and examined it. It read Library Number 1, Card 007. Number 7 Battle Suit, Number 7 Library Card. Is this stuff supposed to be a set? Lin Shen had Zioki look up information about Library Number 1 and discovered it was the highest specification library on Sky Pinnacle Star. The 007 library card granted him access to the second tier of borrowing privileges. Lin Shen didn't know what the second tier of borrowing privileges meant, but he imagined the authority must be quite high. He didn't have the immediate intention to visit the library. He wanted to first return to Giant Ring Star to check on the situation there. Lin Shen didn't wear the battle suit outside, it was simply too conspicuous. Only princes were allowed to wear such battle suits, strutting about would attract too many envious eyes. After storing the battle suit and putting it in his backpack, Lin Shen changed into ordinary clothes and headed to the teleporter to go to Giant Ring Star. As for those celestial crystal coins, Lin Shen hadn't yet decided how to use them. He was certainly not going to use them all to pay off the Celestial Master Institute's debts. "Little lover, how's your haul?" Tianxun asked with a smile upon seeing Lin Shen. "The Heavenly Emperor only gave me 30,000 celestial crystal coins, just enough to pay off debts," Lin Shen sighed. "Nothing else?" Tianxun asked with a smile. "There's also a library card for Library Number 1 and a Celestial Series battle suit, as well as a pet egg." Lin Shen took out the items to show Tianxun. Tianxun appeared surprised after looking at them. A Celestial Series battle suit is exclusively for princes, never heard of it being given to anyone outside the imperial family, let alone to someone from other races. This is an immense honor. With this battle suit on, as long as you don't commit any serious offense, there should hardly be anyone in the celestial race bold enough to lay a hand on you. This library card is even more valuable. Library Number 1 is the highest ranked library of the celestial race, housing secret techniques of our race and other races. This card's privileges allow you everywhere except the topmost floor. So, the most elite secret techniques are still out of my reach, said Lin Shen. Not necessarily, Tianxun said with a slightly strange look. Only 3 people can access the topmost floor. They hold the cards numbered 001, 002, and 003, which belong to the Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Consort, and Demon respectively. Most of us from the Celestial Court can only get cards for the third tier, even the top 2 floors are out of bounds. Your card has already surpassed the privileges of most of the celestial race's nobility with seats in the Celestial Court. The rewards the Heavenly Emperor has given you are excessively precious. Chapter 490 Return to the Mother Planet. Isn't being precious a good thing? And it's just borrowing secret techniques after all, not like I can directly master them, so I don't consider them that valuable, Lin Shen said. This card is much more precious than you imagine. Not to mention how valuable those secret techniques are, you haven't seen them, so you can't appreciate their worth. But on the second level, there are many Nirvana level insights, and even immortal level cultivation insights, which you won't find elsewhere. They're of great help to cultivation. This includes a lot of information about the base mutation sites, which are extremely important resources for ascenders. With just this information and without the number 7 battle suit, it wouldn't be much use, but with the number 7 battle suit and this information, it means that almost all the base mutation sites under the celestial race's control can be used by you. There are many other benefits that even I don't fully know, since my card only ranks in the third tier and can't access the second level. After a pause, Tianxun continued, being precious can be good for you, but being too precious isn't entirely a good thing. There are so many big shots in the celestial race, but their descendants don't get this kind of treatment. You, a member of other races who just joined the celestial race, were appointed head of the Celestial Masters Institution right away, which was already quite outrageous and caused envy. Now with this kind of treatment, I'm afraid you'll become a target of public criticism. I've thought about this issue too. But even without these things, being the Dean of the Celestial Masters Institution has already made me a target, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tianxun nodded, indeed, you've brought back so many resources for the Heavenly Emperor this time, it's hard to keep that hidden from others. You're already a target. You'll need to be careful. It's safer on Sky Pinnacle Star, but if you leave and go to other planets, you should have a few Nirvana-level individuals by your side, otherwise, it's easy to run into trouble. Before my Nirvana, other than coming here, I don't plan to leave Sky Pinnacle Star, Lin Shen stated. How about this? Once things settle down after some time, I'll have Yekong and the others follow you. With the 4 of them teamed up, unless a top-tier Nirvana being intervenes, they shouldn't be able to give you trouble, Tianxun suggested, still somewhat worried. Are they reliable? Lin Shen worried that Yekong and the others might pose a problem. Don't worry, I have ways to control them. They wouldn't dare double-cross me, Tianxun reassured, and after another pause, asked, the racial rankings battle is about to start. Are you participating? It wouldn't be of much use for me to participate, as I can't charge up the rankings, Lin Shen shook his head. The ranking list only goes up to 100 million. Races that can make it onto the rankings list must have several top-tier Nirvana beings at least. With your current strength, if you're aiming for the rankings, indeed, you don't stand much chance. Tianxun then shifted tone, however, going there to observe could be helpful for your combat abilities and knowledge. The universe's races are countless, and each has its own characteristics. A myriad of powers and skills emerge incessantly. Every 10 years, various new abilities and skills appear, it's a good opportunity for training. Can you spectate the rankings battle? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The entire universe can watch. However, watching is different from actual combat. With your abilities, just participating in the knockout round should be more than enough to ensure your safety, without any great risk. You can withdraw when it's time for the rankings battle. Tianxun still hoped that Lin Shen would consider participating. I'll think about it, Lin Shen replied, not wanting to get involved in something that brought no benefits. Sure, it's not a major issue. Just decide for yourself, Tianxun said with shifting beautiful eyes, blinking as she asked, are you returning tonight? I'm practically home. Where else would I go? Lin Shen said as he wrapped his arm around Tianxun's waist, intending to do something to make the heart race, when the communicator suddenly rang. A message from Wei. Lin Shen glanced at it and discovered it was indeed a message from Wei Wufu. Although Wei Wufu had a communicator, he usually never sent Lin Shen messages. Isn't Wei on Giant Ring Star? Lin Shen asked Tianxun with a puzzled look. He went back to the humans' home planet before, it's been over a month now, and he hasn't returned. Tianxun pondered for a moment before speaking. Why didn't he tell me when he returned to our home planet? Lin Shen quickly opened the message and saw that it was very brief, just 2 words, return immediately. What happened? Lin Shen felt a shock in his heart. If it wasn't something major, Wei wouldn't have sent such a message, and he swiftly replied. We'll talk upon your return. Wei's messages were clearly more fluent than his speech. Darling, it seems like something's happened, I need to go back, Lin Shen said, unsure of the specifics, but knowing he had to return to find out. Go and take care of your business. If you need anything, contact me anytime, Tianxun spoke softly. Fearing that something significant had occurred, Lin Shen rushed back to the home planet. The last time he left his home planet, he was in a sorry state of flight. This time, his return required no such caution. With his current strength, he could obliterate the Wan family, even if the interstellar Wan family dispatched a large number of ascenders back, Lin Shen wouldn't be threatened. It's time to settle accounts with the Wan family, Lin Shen murmured to himself, deciding not to take Big Sister with him. If he went after the Wan family, Big Sister might become a target of theirs if she accompanied him. Upon Lin Shen's arrival back on the home planet, Hai Daxiu and Instructor Mu were already waiting for him at the teleportation device. Why are you back? Instructor Mu asked with some concern. Since Lin Shen left through Hai Daxiu's connections, the return had to follow the same route, and Hai Mansion would have been informed by Hai Daxiu. There's some trouble on Wei's end, he asked me to return. Is there anything happening in Tiancheng? Lin Shen inquired. I haven't heard of any issues in Tiancheng. Just be careful not to let the Wan family know you're back. Don't return to Darkbird Base for now, it's certainly watched by the Wan family's spies. We've made arrangements for your return here, no one knows you're back. But you can't stay too long, it won't stay a secret forever, Instructor Mu, unaware of Lin Shen's standing within the celestial race or his current level, advised. With only a few months since his departure, no one would expect Lin Shen to have already gained enough power to contend with the Wan family. Instructor Mu, thanks for your concern. I'm going to Tiancheng to see what's going on with Wei. We'll talk more later, Lin Shen said as he took out 2 items, handing one to Instructor Mu and one to Hai Daxiu, alien world specialties, see if they're useful. I must go now. Lin Shen didn't give them a chance to refuse and hurriedly left Seacorn Base toward Tiancheng. The kid is certainly thoughtful, Instructor Mu said as he opened the box and was momentarily stunned. Chapter 491 Alien World Specialties. Instructor Mu's expression was excited as he took out everything from the box, which contained a total of 6 books. The Celestial Clan's Heavenly Cloud Art, Phoenix Clan's 9 Heavens Divine Wings Skill, Deman Tribe's Great Demon Heavenly Skill. Instructor Mu became increasingly astonished. Can it be true? These are all top-tier evolution skills, where did he get them from? Hai Daxiu was also greatly surprised. Now, the major families venturing into the universe, although they have obtained some top-tier evolution skills, regard them as valuable as life itself. They don't share them casually, not to mention outsiders, even within their own family, non-core members do not have easy access. Lin Shen unexpectedly brought out 6 books of evolution skills from various clans. It was only natural for Hai Daxiu to doubt their authenticity. He is not that kind of person, Instructor Mu said to Hai Daxiu. See what's in your box. Hai Daxiu hastily opened his box to find a sparkling and translucent pet egg within, clearly no ordinary item. This is a mutated ascension egg. Hai Daxiu's expression was odd. It seems Lin Shen has fared much better than we imagined during his time away. Those 6 books of evolution skills are very likely real. Because of the existence of the Realm King planet, human mother planet nowadays doesn't lack base mutation level mutant eggs, but ascension level mutant eggs are extremely precious. The fact that Lin Shen could gift her a mutated ascension egg showed he truly had become successful. What a specialty from an alien world, that kid, he really put thought into this. Instructor Mu's expression was complex, knowing what those 6 books of evolution skills meant and why Lin Shen had given them to him. Old Mu, this is no light burden, you should be mentally prepared, Hai Daxiu said. If that kid is willing to bring out these evolution skills, and I can't produce any results, how can I be fit to be his instructor? Moreover, this is exactly what I intended to do. Even if it costs me my life, I must spread these evolution skills throughout the mother planet and not fail his expectations, Instructor Mu said with a laugh. This deed will benefit generations to come, truly benevolent. Judging from these 6 books of evolution skills, should the Wan family insist on killing him, I will do everything in my power to assist him, even if it costs me my life, Hai Daxiu said earnestly. That might not be necessary, Instructor Mu said with a light chuckle. Hai Daxiu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized and said with a laugh, you're right. If he can send me a mutated ascension egg and take out these 6 top-tier evolution skills, his abilities are probably beyond our reach. What is this last book of evolution skills, why haven't I heard of it? Instructor Mu asked, looking at a book of evolution skills in his hands. Inheritance evolution skill. You may not have heard of it on the mother planet, but this skill is quite famous in the universe, a manifestation of the cosmic rainbow light. Hai Daxiu narrated the origin of this evolution skill. The 6 books of evolution skills that Lin Shen gave to Instructor Mu included 5 that were chosen from the stash he had coveted, and the other was the evolution skill recorded on the inheritance fan. During his time in the universe, Lin Shen felt more and more that for a race to develop, relying on just one person is not enough, the entire race has to become strong to truly stand among the powerful cosmic races. Otherwise, humanity would always be nothing but vassals to the powerful cosmic races, cannon fodder to be sacrificed at any moment, just like the Ouyang family, which could be obliterated at any moment. To Instructor Mu and others, those 5 types of evolution skills were top tier, but in Lin Shen's eyes, they were just ordinary, though still somewhat useful for enhancing the overall level of humanity. Deeply influenced by Wei Wufu, Lin Shen sometimes thought about doing things beneficial to humanity. Of course, the premise was that it didn't affect him. Lin Shen flew through the sky unrestrainedly. There were few creatures on the mother planet that could threaten him now, there was no need for caution. Tiancheng was far from as splendid as Lin Shen had imagined, it was just an ancient, dilapidated city. However, beside Tiancheng, there was a huge metallic palace, looking like some ancient ferocious beast sprawling on the ground. Tiancheng Forbidden Area, all visitors, please halt. The guards on the ancient city wall, seeing someone flying towards them, shouted aloud. Lin Shen quickly descended and said to the guards on the city wall, I am Tian, a friend of Wei Wufu. Please pass on my message. Come in, Wei Wufu called from inside. Before the guard above could respond, the city gate was already being opened. Seeing that Wei Wufu had not a single injury on him, a weight lifted from Lin Shen's heart. Wei, what happened? After following Wei Wufu into the city, Lin Shen asked anxiously. Once we're there, I'll tell you. Wei Wufu led the way, guiding Lin Shen further into the city. Lin Shen looked around, and there were quite a few people within Tiancheng, however, many were disabled, missing hands or feet. By their appearance, the injuries had been sustained a long time ago and were not recent. In some houses, there were many injured people being treated, giving off a rather bleak feeling throughout Tiancheng. Wei led Lin Shen through the ancient city to the massive metallic building. Upon closer inspection, the metallic structure was significantly damaged in many places, with numerous people working on its repairs. Once inside the metal building, they found it almost deserted, making the interior space appear quite small. This colossal metallic structure was mostly solid. "Grandfather, Lin Shen has arrived," Wei Wufu said to an old man resting inside the palace. "Lin Shen, did Wufu tell you why you are here?" Wei Chongqing asked, looking at Lin Shen. "No," Lin Shen shook his head. "A terribly powerful nirvana creature has emerged in the underground space, and we no longer have the power to suppress it. We must venture into the underground space and risk our lives. This mission is fraught with the likelihood of death. If you are willing to join us, then tomorrow you shall go with us to the underground space. Life is given to each of us only once, a gift from our parents, and it should not be forsaken lightly. It is only natural for you to refuse, so if you do, depart now." "I am willing to go," Lin Shen said after glancing at Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's invitation meant he desperately needed Lin Shen's help, and Lin Shen could not and did not wish to decline. "Good, this matter is urgent. Rest and prepare yourself, let Wufu tell you what is needed, and tomorrow you will accompany us to the underground space," Wei Chongqing said, not elaborating further, but instructing Lin Shen to rest. Wei Wufu led Lin Shen away from Townland Hall to rest in a dilapidated house within the ancient city. "Wei, what do we need to do?" With not much time, Lin Shen needed to understand as much as possible what the situation in the underground space was. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wei Wufu detailed to Lin Shen the situation, which was even worse than he had imagined. The tide of beasts from the underground space was becoming more frequent, and several nirvana beings from the Wei family had gone down to investigate, discovering an extremely powerful nirvana creature in gestation. Several nirvana beings from the Wei family had just barely managed to escape, with one seriously injured. Now, before the nirvana creature had fully matured, it already possessed terrifying strength. If it were allowed to develop completely, Tiancheng, protected by the Wei family for 1,000 years, might fall. Therefore, they needed to kill the nirvana creature before it could fully form. The more Lin Shen heard from Wei Wufu, the more the place nurturing the nirvana creature seemed to resemble Nirvana Land. Chapter 492 Chapter Underground Space. Strange, Nirvana Land should have been formed by the planet itself, and the underground space was created when a spaceship crashed into an underground cavity. It's unlikely there's a Nirvana Land down there, Lin Shen thought to himself. But according to the Wei family, the underground cavity actually has the ability to breed Nirvana creatures, which is too similar to Nirvana Land. If the primeval eggs inside the spaceship can influence and mutate the native life forms into Nirvana creatures, then those primeval eggs must be overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Shen couldn't imagine, if it really was the influence of the primeval eggs, just how powerful these eggs would have to be. Wei Wufu continued with the Wei family's plan. Their task was not to participate in the extermination of the Nirvana creatures, but to destroy the place where the Nirvana creatures were being bred. The main force for exterminating the Nirvana creatures would be Wei Chongqing and the other 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family. Including Wei Wufu, there were now only 13 direct descendants of the Wei family left. The rest were either children who had not yet come of age, or those who had married out. This time, the Wei family was staking their last bit of strength. If the operation failed, or any unforeseen accident occurred, the Tiancheng Wei family was essentially facing the same as extinction. They only left behind a few female members and one severely injured Nirvana being, who were responsible for protecting the children of the Wei family and leading them away from Tiancheng if the mission failed. From a few days back, the evacuation of Tiancheng's residents had already begun. Even the orphans who grew up in Tiancheng were gradually being moved out. It seemed that the Wei family didn't hold much hope for this operation, otherwise they wouldn't have started evacuating in advance. "Didn't you seek help from other families?" Lin Shen asked, frowning. "Notified. Evacuate," said Wei Wufu. Lin Shen was also helpless. What Wei Wufu meant by notify and evacuate was probably to prepare other families for the evacuation of the mother planet. Upon further thought, apart from the Wei family, there were likely no Nirvana-level powerhouses on the mother planet. The role that Ascenders could play was indeed limited. Even if some were willing to help, their effect would be minimal. Wei Wufu then gave Lin Shen some documents to read, all related to the underground space. The more Lin Shen read, the more alarmed he became. If not for the Wei family's staunch defense, countless Nirvana creatures would have emerged from the underground space, and humanity would not have been able to resist at all. Lin Shen's own strength, combined with the various items he possessed, made him unafraid of ordinary Nirvana creatures. Furthermore, with Wei and Fei Zhe, Fatty, along with the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family, the chances of success were still very high. At noon the next day, Wei Wufu brought Lin Shen again to the Townland Hall, and the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family had all arrived. In the entire Townland Hall, only the 9 of them were left. The other Wei family members were busy preparing for the evacuation. If they failed, they would immediately evacuate Tiancheng, preserving the last fire seed of the Wei family. Seeing Lin Shen arrive, Wei Chongqing and the others nodded slightly. By accepting Wei Wufu's invitation and coming at this time, they already regarded Lin Shen as one of their own. Once we're down there, don't rush to make a move. After we've surrounded the Nirvana creature, you all try to destroy the thing that breeds Nirvana creatures together. If it's not feasible, retreat immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Chongqing said to Lin Shen, "Child, I leave Wufu in your care." "Searching, I will advance and retreat together with Wei," Lin Shen replied. Wei Chongqing nodded slightly and turned to walk deeper into the hall. "Depart." Without any further words, everyone followed behind Wei Chongqing, heading into the depths of the hall, with Wei Wufu and Lin Shen trailing at the rear. They passed through gateways thicker than city walls. With each gateway crossed, a drawbridge would fall. When they reached the center of Townland Hall, a huge pit appeared before Lin Shen's eyes. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the entire Townland Hall was built over a deep pit, which suppressed the main exit of the space underneath. The beast tides that Tiancheng usually encountered were merely base variant creatures that crawled out of nearby cracks. The real big guys were all pinned down here by the Wei family. Inside the pit was pitch darkness, and no base variant creatures could be seen crawling out from it. Wei Chongqing took the lead, leaping into the pit, followed closely by the other 6 Nirvana beings, each one jumping in after the other. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and jumped into the pit together. Lin Shen didn't use his flying ability, allowing his body to fall freely. He had seen methods for entering and exiting the underground space amongst yesterday's resources. His body continued to plummet in the darkness, the pitch black hole seemingly bottomless, as if he were falling into the abyss of hell.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Just as Lin Shen thought he would keep falling endlessly into the abyss, suddenly, a light appeared before his eyes, and then he felt a terrifying force pulling his body down at a rapid speed. Everyone tossed their clawhooks connected to ropes, securing them onto the nearby stone walls. Lin Shen did the same, stabilizing his form, and as he looked down, he immediately saw a sight that was astonishing. Although he had read about the underground space in the data, seeing it with his own eyes was still staggering. The depths of their mother planet were like an independent world, with mountains and rivers, forests and lakes stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky of the underground world was a giant stone ceiling, except it was not ordinary rock but a type of glowing crystal jade. In the crystal jade-like sky, there were countless fluorescent lights twinkling. In the distance, there were towering crystal mountains stretching from the stone ceiling to the ground, resembling Mount Buzhu from the legends, supporting the heavens and the earth, and sustaining the entire underground space. They were suspended above the sky vault, right above a strange spacecraft, broken in two and embedded in a river. One half of that spaceship alone was as large as 3 or 4 football fields, and its broken end looked like lotus root with many irregular holes, resembling a cross-section of a honeycomb. The spacecraft was carved like blue crystal throughout, with a smooth surface like a mirror, and the blue light radiating from its core bathed everything around in a ghostly blue hue. The river's water was also blue, not because of the reflection from the spaceship but due to being tainted by something, a color similar to sapphire. The strong suction pulled at their bodies, dragging them down. The ropes forged with materials unknown to Lin Shen used by the Wei family creaked as if they could snap at any moment. Before Lin Shen could take a closer look, already a swarm of creatures was flying towards them through the air. Those creatures resembled earthworms with wings like bats, as large as pythons, their bodies seeming to be carved from blue jade, and in their circular mouths, a row of sharp teeth was visible. "Down we go," commanded Wei Chongqing. With a purple phoenix plume knife appearing in his hand, he casually made a slash, and a sweep of purple blade chi solidified, instantly slaying a large number of crystal-based creatures. The other Nirvana beings also summoned their life bases, slaughtering the crystal-based creatures that fearlessly lunged at them. Chapter 493 Coincidence? Lin Shen held the evil ghost blade in his hand and casually slaughtered a few creatures that had slipped through the net, while swiftly sliding down with the help of the rope. The underground space actually had a flight restriction, neither flying abilities nor life bases could take flight, only those creatures with wings or the like could soar relying on their physical ability to fly. Creatures hanging upside down from the sky vault flapped their wings and dove down, among them were already ascended creatures beginning to appear. Wei Chongqing and his 6 companions were overflowing with purple aura, streaks of which crisscrossed the sky, slaying creatures by the swathes, causing them to plummet toward the mountain ranges. Lin Shen wondered why all of the Nirvana beings from the Wei family had life bases in the form of phoenix plume knives, with only slight variations in shape. Why did Wei's life base not take the form of a phoenix plume knife, not even remotely, but was instead a white robe? Considering they all cultivated the purple chi phoenix spell, the differences in their life bases should not be so great. Even if Wei's life base wasn't a phoenix plume knife, it should at least be some sort of weapon like a sword. Under the protection of Wei Chongqing and the others, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu landed on a mountain peak beside the big river. Before Lin Shen could take a good look around, he saw hordes of base variant creatures gathering below the mountain, moving toward them. These base variant creatures, oddly shaped like locusts, glowed a ghostly blue and were as big as tigers. Before Lin Shen could act, a phoenix cry sounded. A stroke of purple blade chi morphed into a soaring purple phoenix, spiraling down and annihilating all the base variant creatures. A Nirvana being named Wei Xiaocheng slid down the rope and landed right next to Lin Shen and his company. He wielded his phoenix plume knife in a sweeping motion, and with a terrifying display of blade chi, he sheared off half a small mountain teeming with base variant creatures in an instant. The sheared mountain crashed down, causing the ground to shake and tremble non-stop, with thunderous booming that was unceasing. Lin Shen watched in astonishment. The Nirvana beings of the Wei family are so powerful, their strength seems to be on par with Ye. Lin Shen had originally thought that the Nirvana beings of the Wei family, having undergone Nirvana on the home planet, had chosen the path of minor Nirvana and wouldn't be particularly strong. But the power of this single strike was clearly not a minor matter. The might of this blade instantly sent the nearby base variant creatures fleeing for their lives, cleaning up the area in no time. Wei Chongqing and the others also slid down the rope. The creatures in the sky did not pursue them but flew back to the top of the vault, perching on it. The twinkling lights above were the glow emitted from their bodies. Is this the crashed spaceship? Is there anything left inside? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu nearby. Wei Xiaocheng knew Wei Wufu had difficulty speaking, so he took it upon himself to say, "This spaceship is made of a special material that even our Nirvana level strength can hardly damage. From the holes that resemble blood vessels, a blue fluid constantly seeps out, mutating the body upon contact and making it difficult to enter." Lin Shen only knew from the data that the spaceship was the source of infection in the underground space, but he had not expected the spaceship itself to be so resilient. How could such a resilient spaceship suffer such severe damage? What exactly happened at that time? Lin Shen pondered. No one knows what happened at that time. If we could enter the interior of the spaceship, we might find some clues, said Wei Xiaocheng, pausing briefly before continuing. The spaceship broke into two pieces, and a lot of things fell out during the crash, forming sources of infection all over the underground space, including space capsules containing primeval eggs. This river is particularly heavily infected, it's teeming with ascended creatures. We have to clean them out every so often. The last cleanup was 3 months ago, and now there are probably countless more ascended creatures in there. Our mission this time is not them, do not approach the big river. All right. Lin Shen followed Wei Chongqing and the others as they set out. The underground space was filled with mountains everywhere, and since they couldn't fly, they could only walk along the mountainous terrain. The base variant creatures in the underground space were simply too numerous, almost everywhere there were groups of them, and ascended creatures often appeared. Fortunately, the strength of the nirvana beings like Wei Chongqing was formidable, slicing through ascended creatures as if they were butchering chickens. The blade technique of the Wei family was described in 2 words, domineering. Lin Shen had previously thought Wei Wufu was already very domineering, but compared to Wei Xiaocheng and the others, Wei Wufu seemed much gentler. Stay here and wait, there's a nirvana creature nesting ahead. Before we proceed, we must eradicate it to avoid any surprises, Wei Chongqing said, looking at the water flowing through a gorge as the group reached it. As he spoke, Wei Xiaocheng had already rushed to the side of the gorge, unleashing a purple blade qi towards the blue water stream within it. The blade qi split the water flow into 2, then with a clang, it was shattered by a giant purple claw. A purple figure burst from beneath the water, leaping onto the cliffside, its claws gripping the rocks, with a head full of blue eyes that twinkled like light bulbs, fixating on Wei Xiaocheng. Lin Shen took a clear look at the creature and couldn't help but be slightly startled. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The thing looked remarkably similar to the black-capped mushroom beast Lin Shen had encountered before, except its body was crystal blue, and its mushroom cap was dotted with many bizarre blue eyes. It can't possibly be the same species, can it? Lin Shen wondered doubtfully. The nirvana creature's claws exerted force, shattering the rocks, and in an instant, its form vanished, as if capable of teleportation. Bang! Wei Xiaocheng's figure also disappeared, followed by a loud crash. Shades of purple and blue clashed continuously amid the mountains, the terrifying shockwaves shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. After a moment, there was the crisp sound of something snapping. The fast-moving shades of purple and blue came to a halt, as Wei Xiaocheng flicked off the blue liquid on his knife. Across from him, the nirvana creature's head had been severed from its body. So powerful! Lin Shen muttered to himself, feeling a sinking sensation as he witnessed Wei Xiaocheng's prowess. Among the nirvana beings of the Wei family, Wei Xiaocheng was not the most formidable, but even he was so powerful, his strength not far behind Yaya's. Such a formidable nirvana being, when several of them teamed up to attack a nirvana creature that had not fully matured, didn't gain the upper hand and even suffered hurt. Just how strong was that nirvana creature? Lin Shen was beginning to worry. Along the way, the 7 from the Wei family cleared out various creatures and even took detours to kill several nirvana creatures, ensuring that no other nirvana creatures would come to interfere with their siege on that one. The number of nirvana creatures in the underground space exceeded Lin Shen's expectations. If these nirvana creatures were to jointly strike at the Townland Hall, it was unimaginable who else on the mother planet could withstand if the Wei family were to fall. The underground space was vast and boundless. Wei Chongqing and the others could only eliminate nirvana creatures nearby while also collecting a lot of nirvana fluid and a few spirit bases of nirvana level. However, they did not use those spirit bases themselves, fighting primarily with their own life bases. After several days of battling, the nirvana creatures nearby had been mostly cleared out. What puzzled Lin Shen was that all these nirvana creatures looked almost like the black cap mushroom beast, without any other species of nirvana creatures in sight. There were many types of base variant and ascended creatures in the underground space, yet there seemed to be only this one type of nirvana creature, which baffled Lin Shen. Chapter 494 Bizarre Creature. Lin Shen and Wei Wufa followed behind, which basically meant cleaning up the battlefield and collecting various spirit bases and liquids for future use. The mutation rate in the underground space was quite high, although not as exaggerated as in the Realm King planet. It was much stronger than other places. Even the giant ring star didn't have such a high mutation rate. Wei Chongqing allowed them to pick and keep anything useful they found, to take away if possible, and to set aside what couldn't be taken, without delaying the action plan. The nearby nirvana creatures that could be found had all been cleared out, and several nirvana beings searched again to make sure no nirvana creatures were appearing nearby before they headed towards the place that nurtured the nirvana creatures. Before they reached the place, Wei Chongqing had already admonished everyone to be fully prepared. Lin Shen took out the celestial number 7 battle suit and wore it, then summoned carapace to protect his whole body, directly entering the super base form. On one side of his waist hung the tyrant's pet gun, on the other the scrap sword, and in his hands, he held the inheritance fan. If the 7 nirvana beings from the Wei family were so powerful yet so wary of that nirvana creature, Lin Shen didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. "Wei, try this and see if you can get used to it," Lin Shen said, seeing Wei donning the white robe but without a weapon in hand, and tossed the evil ghost blade to him. Wei Wufa caught the evil ghost blade, tried it out, and nodded, "It works." After everyone was ready, they continued forward, led by Wei Chongqing. After crossing several mountains, Lin Shen saw a giant log appear between the peaks ahead. It was difficult to estimate how big the log was. It was wedged between 2 mountain peaks, like a long bridge connecting them. The log was entirely icy blue as if made of blue jade. It was referred to as a log rather than a jade column because on one side of the log, there was a lonely small twig with a few leaves on it. The leaves were emerald and transparent, even more so than top-grade blue jade, akin to flawless blue crystal. Below that log, there was a shuttle-shaped black bug sac hanging, about 13 to 14 meters in length, with a diameter of around 3 meters at its widest. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. There was an opening beneath the black bug sac with half of a creature's body protruding out, hanging upside down beneath it. The creature was even more bizarre. Its bare upper body exposed outside of the sac resembled that of a very muscular human, with arms and hands indistinguishable from those of a human body. But its head was different from that of a human. Though it had facial features, it had no hair, and instead appeared to be wearing a blue steel helmet. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it wasn't a helmet, but a blue carapace that was growing on its head. On top of the carapace, there were a pair of antennae resembling snail antennae, which were clearly grown from the carapace itself. Although its face looked similar to a human's, even strikingly angular, the presence of the helmet-like carapace and a pair of fleshy antennae, coupled with a layer of transparent mucus covering it, gave off a very unsettling vibe. It hung there inverted below the bug sac, its upper body exposed, hands hanging down, each clutching something resembling oversized wolf's teeth in its dangling hands. As if sensing the arrival of the group, the creature that had its eyes closed suddenly opened them, revealing eyes similar to those of a fly's compound eyes. The eyes were particularly large and made of black crystals, with a honeycomb-like hexagonal structure inside, each a small eye, possibly amounting to thousands in number. Without any pointers from Wei Chongqing, Lin Shen also guessed that this bizarre creature must be what they referred to as a nirvana creature. Lin Shen looked around but didn't see any features of the nirvana land, except for the giant ice-blue round log wedged between 2 mountain peaks, which was utterly inscrutable in origin. That strange nirvana creature must have been nurtured from the round log. Lin Shen examined the round log because one end of the bug sac was near the log, with at least a kilometer distance to the other end. Lin Shen and Wei's task was to try to bring down the round log wedged between the 2 peaks while Wei Chongqing and the others besieged the bizarre creature. According to the Wei family's conjecture, the round log lying between two mountains was drawing some energy from the mountains to provide for the nurturing of the bizarre creature. If they could bring down the round log and cut off the creature's energy supply, it would not be so easy for the bizarre creature to be fully nurtured and emerge. Without its source of energy, the creature's abilities might diminish significantly. The bizarre creature watched them coldly but made no move. With a cold command from Wei Chongqing, the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family split into 2 groups and climbed the 2 peaks. 3 on one side and 4 on the other, they ran across the round log toward the location of the strange being, leaving trails of afterimages so fast that they appeared while they dashed past. Before they even arrived, they unleashed their blade qi in a ferocious assault, with waves of purple blade qi that could cut through mountains and rivers, transforming into intertwining purple qi phoenixes slashing towards the bizarre creature. Lin Shen had already witnessed the Wei family's phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill, enhanced with purple profound qi, powerful enough to sever mountains. In a one-on-one situation, even Yaya might not be able to suppress a Nirvana being from the Wei family endowed with Nirvana attributes and the phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill. The attribute carried by purple profound qi greatly enhanced their surrounding attribute, the potency of skills and stamina, and the purple profound qi struck with an evil purging effect. This so-called evil purging effect actually meant greater destructive power, functioning effectively against various attributes. In essence, the purple profound qi developed by the Wei family was an exceedingly comprehensive and dominant Nirvana attribute. The more times of Nirvana, the greater the enhancement to oneself. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Initially, it might not compare to those with a single Nirvana attribute, but after several Nirvanas, the advantages of purple profound qi would gradually become evident, far surpassing the power of conventional single Nirvana attributes. Regrettably, on their home planet, there weren't many treasures that could suppress the physical impact of Nirvana, so the Wei family members could only rely on their will and some secret techniques developed over generations to counteract the effects of multiple Nirvanas on their bodies. Under such circumstances, members of the Wei family generally completed Nirvana 7 times, and if they attempted an 8th one, there was a high chance that they would have mental issues or even become Nirvana beings devoid of humanity. Among the living Nirvana beings of the Wei family, only Wei Chongqing had broken through 7 Nirvanas, reaching an astounding 9 Nirvanas. 6 who had undergone Nirvana 7 times and 1 who had achieved it 9 times unleashed their phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill on the bizarre creature. 7 streams of phoenix blade qi attacked the bizarre creature from different directions, and the creature, with a stern expression, started to move its hanging arms. Chapter 495 Cutting Tree Roots. Just as the 7 phoenix blade qis were about to slash at the bizarre creature from different directions, the creature suddenly raised its hands, wielding something akin to wolf teeth, and rapidly swung them. The 7 phoenix blade qis were abruptly torn apart in midair, as if they were not the domineering and unmatched purple qi phoenixes, but mere paper drawings of phoenixes. Lin Shen watched in shock. The dominance of the purple profound qi combined with the phoenix sword skill had already been witnessed by him, yet to see it effortlessly torn apart by the bizarre creature was nothing short of astonishing. "Let's go," Wei Wufu said, heading towards a mountain. Lin Shen followed closely behind, bolting up the mountain with Wei Wufu. From time to time, flashes of purple light could be seen in the sky, as phoenix sword skill attacks sliced towards the bizarre creature from all directions, filling the sky with dancing phoenix blade qi. Yet, as soon as the blade qis neared the bizarre creature, they were shredded to pieces by the strange fangs in its hands, dissipating like dust. Such powerful blade qis were torn apart without stirring the slightest ripple. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The more Lin Shen watched, the more alarmed he became. The bizarre creature, hanging upside down beneath the log, swung the strange fangs in its hands back and forth, leaving behind trails of afterimages, almost like 1,000 armed guanyin. It managed to tear apart all the blade qis relentlessly unleashed by Wei Chongqing and the others, leaving not a single one to touch the creature's body. Lin Shen knew that watching was futile and charged towards the peak with all his might. The two reached a spot near the mountain's summit and carefully inspected the intersection of the cylinder and the mountain. The giant cylinder, over 3 meters in diameter, was embedded into the rock, from where numerous roots thicker than a thigh emerged and buried deep into the stone. With hundreds of roots glowing from within, it seemed as though something inside was using them to channel energy into the large cylinder. Seeing this, Lin Shen understood why the Wei family believed that the cylinder was drawing energy from inside the mountain to transmit to the bizarre creature. Wei Wufa grasped the evil ghost blade with both hands, fully activating its strength, and fiercely slashed at one of the roots. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking jade rang out, and the evil ghost blade was repelled, causing Wei Wufa to lose his balance and stagger back several steps before dissipating the force of the full-powered strike. "These roots are too hard, let's try digging into the rock," Lin Shen suggested, and transformed his inheritance fan into a light sword, stabbing it towards the rock next to a root. His thrust carried the strength surpassing that of an ordinary 10th turn ascender, but as the light sword touched the rock, the concentrated light from the feathery blade shattered, leaving only the hilt formed from the inheritance fan. "How can this rock be so hard?" Lin Shen immediately realized why the Wei family did not simply send a nirvana being to split the mountain and dislodge the cylinder. It was probable that even those nirvana beings would find it difficult to break through the mountain's toughness. "There's something wrong with this mountain," Lin Shen remarked, frowning. "Together, resolve problem," Wei Wufa said, as he began to activate the abilities of his white robe, trying to weaken the toughness and resilience of the cylinder's roots. Seeing this, Lin Shen also opened his folding fan, and mysterious light patterns flew from the fan's surface, landing on the roots. While the sixth move of his fan dance spin normally worked on living beings, Lin Shen wasn't sure if it would have any effect on something like this cylinder, or if it could even work on inanimate objects or plants, as he had never tried it before. Fortunately, the mysterious light patterns did not disappoint, branding themselves upon the roots. Wei Wufa gripped the evil ghost blade with both hands and struck the same root again, with even greater force. Only a muffled clang sounded as the evil ghost blade left a shallow mark on the tree root. "This might work!" Lin Shen exclaimed, overjoyed at the sight, and once again transformed the inheritance fan into its light sword form, slashing at another tree root. Indeed, the tree root branded with the mysterious light pattern was marked by a shallow cut from the light sword. Both men hacked fiercely at a tree root each, deepening the cuts gradually, but considering the thickness of these roots, it would probably take about 10 minutes to sever one completely. It's such an effort just to cut one root, and there are at least hundreds of them on the log. This could take forever. Lin Shen had an idea and took out the mutated jade exquisite, commanding it to use the suppressing mountains and rivers skill. The mutated jade seal appeared before Lin Shen, emitting a strange fluctuation. As the ripple undulated, it touched the tree root, and soon a suppressive mountain and river seal appeared on the root. When Wei Wufa slashed down again, the wound on the tree root clearly widened a lot. "It's really effective," Lin Shen was beyond thrilled. Just as he was about to use the light sword on his own root, an idea struck him. He returned the inheritance fan to its normal state, clipped it to his waist, and then drew the scrap sword. Placing it against the previously made cuts on the root, he began to saw back and forth. Having only wanted to give it a try, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this method was genuinely effective. He sawed with the scrap sword, actually faster than Wei Wufa's chopping. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Shen had sawed through a root, while Wei Wufa was still working on cutting through his. Although glowing fluorescence could be seen within the root, once it was sawed open, there was nothing inside. No liquid came out, and no light overflowed. The whole root was solid. As if sensing the damage to its root on this side, the bizarre creature suddenly let out a strange screech, like the wail of a malicious spirit. As the bizarre creature went into a rage, it reached out with its strange fang in the air, viciously clawing toward Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The invisible force of strength, with a piercing sonic boom, hurtled towards Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. In Wei Changqing's hands appeared a purple short knife of the same style as the phoenix plume knife, but much smaller, barely the size of a dagger. Wei Changqing held the short knife in one hand and the long knife in the other. The two blades rubbed against each other, igniting the purple profound qi like lightning, transforming it into a purple thunderous bolt that forcefully blocked the tearing force of the bizarre creature's claw from reaching Lin Shen and the others. Boom! The thunder exploded, and the claw force shattered. In this head-on collision, neither side gained the upper hand. Searching has used double life base from the primeval eggs for ascension, Lin Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Keep working, Wei Wufu simply kept chopping determinedly, never even lifting his head. Lin Shen quickly resumed sawing at the tree root, with the sounds of thunder and the continuous flashing of purple light at the edge of his hearing. With the power of his dual blades, Wei Changqing thwarted the bizarre creature's attacks on Lin Shen and his comrades. Wei Xiaocheng and the others slashed out blade qi even more frenziedly, hoping to inflict wounds on the bizarre creature while it was distracted. The bizarre creature, having spent most of its strength battling Wei Changqing, was slowed in its reactions and failed to completely block the blade qi from Wei Xiaocheng and his group. A phoenix blade qi struck directly at the neck of the bizarre creature. Chapter 496 Slaying Nirvana Creatures. The bizarre creature's neck was struck by the phoenix blade qi, twisting into a strange angle as if it had been broken. But the next second, the creature's neck twisted back into place, its grotesque fly-like eyes resembling countless hexagonal little mirrors that reflected the figures of several people. Here it comes, stick to the plan, Wei Changqing shouted loudly. No sooner had Wei Changqing's voice faded than the seven of them stood frozen as if in a still frame, maintaining various poses without movement. The bizarre creature, too, halted in place, only its compound eyes, made up of countless little ones, glinting like facets on a gemstone with an eerie glow. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exerted their full strength to continue sawing the tree roots. The reason Wei Changqing had instructed them not to join the battle was precisely because of this strange compound eye skill possessed by the creature. Even if Lin Shen and Wei Wufu joined the fight, once they entered the range of its skill, it was as if their souls were siphoned away, rendering even the strongest abilities useless, for this was no longer a physical battle. Using skills that weaken the body became meaningless against the bizarre creature. At this moment, it was as if they were fighting the creature's soul with their own in a spiritual state, and physical weakening had no impact on the outcome of this battle. All the two could do was hasten their work to sever all the tree roots and wait for the soul battle to end. Suddenly, the surroundings fell quiet. Lin Shen sawed desperately, and Elder Wei chopped with all his might as they broke through the sturdy tree roots one after another. Suddenly, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both looked up, their gazes fixed in the direction of the foot of the mountain. A blue shadow was speeding up from the base of the mountain. Nirvana creatures! The two exclaimed, standing up quickly and gripping their weapons tightly. The blue-crowned creature, with a head full of eyes, rushed up to the middle of the mountain and leapt onto the log, its eerie eyes fixing on them. Suddenly, the blue-crowned creature's mouth opened wide, spewing blue flames like a flamethrower, shooting towards the two. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu dodged the blue flames to the left and right, also activating their skills. Lin Shen pulled out his folding fan, flicked his wrist, opening the fan, and mysterious light patterns rained down on the blue-crowned creature like falling stars. The mutated Jade Linglong simultaneously activated the suppressing mountains and rivers skill, sending ripples surging toward the blue-crowned creature. Wei Wufu's white robe fluttered as an invisible aura spread out from him. The blue flames on the blue-crowned creature burned wildly, but were unable to withstand these skills. The mysterious light pattern and the suppressing mountains and rivers stamp branded themselves on the blue-crowned creature at almost the same time, only this time there were two different forms of light patterns. One light pattern shone brightly while the other, like a dark emblem, branded itself onto the body of the blue-crowned creature. The power of Nirvana on the blue-crowned creature dramatically weakened, and the burning blue flames, now like a turned-down stove, became much less intense. Lin Shen swung the stubborn lone will gauntlets, wave after wave of fist power relentlessly flooding toward the blue-crowned creature. The blue-crowned creature lashed out its claws covered in blue light, attempting to tear apart Lin Shen's fist power. After successive weakenings, the blue-crowned creature's powerful power of nirvana still tore through 3 layers of fist power, but its remaining force was no longer sufficient to injure Lin Shen. Wei Wufu leaped high into the air, his evil ghost blade slashing down toward the blue-capped creature. The blue-capped creature didn't have time to look up and spew flames again. Beams of blue light shot from the eyes on top of its head, colliding with the evil ghost blade, instantly exploding and producing a terrifying shockwave. Wei Wufu was sent flying by the blast, flipping over to land behind the blue-capped creature. Lin Shen stepped forward forcefully, his fist power rising like towering waves, one after another, while on the other side, Wei Wufu, brandishing the evil ghost blade, furiously hacked at the blue-capped creature from all directions. Facing 2 opponents, the blue-capped creature seemed to struggle to keep up, giving off a sensation of being unable to defend itself. In just a moment, it was hit by Lin Shen's sneakily out of rhythm finger sand on an A-cup ointment, and its body instantly stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wufu's evil ghost blade mercilessly chopped at the creature's neck, causing its body to stagger. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This time, Lin Shen's surfing fist also roared forth, blasting the blue-capped creature's head towards Wei Wufu's side. The blue-capped creature was like a punching bag between the 2 men, being battered back and forth. The evil ghost blade sliced horizontally and chopped vertically, cutting into the blue-capped creature's body. Lin Shen's ruthlessly pounding surfing fist constantly bombarded it. Under their tempestuous assault, the blue-capped creature barely had the strength to counterattack. More and more wounds appeared on its body, and its blue, crystal jade-like surface was now covered with dents and cracks. "Wei, Kixin!" Lin Shen shouted loudly. Hearing him, Wei Wufu reversed the evil ghost blade and implanted it in the log, pulling out the Kixin wooden fish and starting to strike it, while singing, "The sky is vast, the field is wide, for in my life I've been wildly prideful." The white robe stirred, and the heroic singing, as if accompanied by a bass cannon's effect, resonated with the sound of the wooden fish, impacting Lin Shen's soul, sending shivers down his spine and causing the strength inside his body to become restless. Lin Shen erupted with full power, unleashing the surfing quadruple strike, a wave of fist power surpassing the next, accompanied by the demonic music and singing, slamming into the cracked and dented mushroom cap of the blue-capped creature. Bang! The blue cap along with its head was blasted into pieces by Lin Shen's punch, with blue nirvana fluid spraying out. The cadaver of the nirvana creature collapsed, and both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the body on the ground, somewhat disbelieving that they had so easily killed a nirvana creature, which didn't even have a chance to use its life base. Without time to think further, they grabbed their weapons and continued to tackle the roots. One by one, the roots were broken by the 2 of them, and less of them were embedded in the mountain. Wei Chongqing and the others standing on the log remained motionless, as did the bizarre creature. After more than 2 hours, every root that had penetrated the mountain was broken by the 2 men. Lin Shen felt as though his arms no longer belonged to him, and Wei Wufu wasn't in much better shape, his hand shaking as he clutched the evil ghost blade. Push! Wei Wufu jumped onto the mountain, trying to push the log with his hands, but with his strength, he simply couldn't budge the log wedged on the mountain. Lin Shen also jumped over, and the 2 men pressed their forehands against the log, straining with all their might, yet the log didn't move an inch. "This log is just too heavy, our strength is not enough to push it," Lin Shen tried and immediately knew it was impossible to move. Wei Wufu frowned and said, "The other side, roots." "No, the other side of the log is too close to that bizarre creature, definitely within its skill range. If we go there, we will surely be drawn into the skill, having no chance to cut the roots on the other side." Lin Shen shook his head. Chapter 497 Incorrect Plan. The ends of the log where it connected with the mountain had sprouted roots that burrowed into the mountain itself. The original plan was to cut off the roots on this side, push down the log, and use the weight of the log and the momentum of its fall to twist off the roots on the other side. But the log was wedged too tightly and was too heavy, they couldn't budge it at all. Going to the other side to cut off the roots to prevent the log from absorbing the energy from both mountains was not an option either, as that area was within the skill range of the bizarre creature, leaving them in a dilemma. Lin Shen scrutinized the point where the log and the mountain wall were connected. The end of the log was stuck in the fissures of the mountain, flanked by protruding rocks. Unless they could lift this end of the log, pushing it down was out of the question. If they could shave off one side of the protruding rocks, the log itself could slide down, but unfortunately, the rocks here were extraordinarily hard and couldn't be chopped at all. Lin Shen tried, but neither the sway style nor the folding style worked on the rocks. Only the suppressing mountains and rivers skill of the mutated Jade Linglong could affect them. The problem was that only the suppressing mountains and rivers skill was effective. Wei Wufu's white robe skill was of no use either, as it had limited success in weakening the hardness and toughness of the rocks, making it impossible to cut them off like tree roots. Lin Shen looked at Wei Chongqing and the others on the log, whose carapaces were bleeding. Their situation didn't look very promising. Wei, start singing, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and activated all his skills, with super bass change fully engaged. He placed both hands on the scrap sword, and directly filed down on the protruding rock. Bang! 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 The sky is so vast, the wild so immense, in this life I've been wildly unruly. Wei beat the wooden fish, singing the enchanting lyrics over and over again. Lin Shen held the scrap sword, treating it like a file and continuing to scrape at the rock. The hardness and strength of the scrap sword were beyond imagination, and under it, the rocks, whose hardness and toughness had been reduced by suppressing mountains and rivers, began to display cuts with each file. If Yekong and the others were here, it would be great. With their accompaniment and singing along with Wei, giving me empowerment, the effect would certainly be much better. Lin Shen knew that thinking such thoughts was of no use now, he had to keep on harshly filing the rock. Although he was uncertain if there was enough time, this was the only thing they could do now. Lin Shen had chosen the rock on this side because it protruded more than on the other side, but this part of the mountain itself had a crack, which, if filed down to, might just cause that section of the mountain to split open. Who knows how long he had filed for, but Wei's singing voice was already hoarse, as if his throat had been filled with 3 pounds of sand. Lin Shen suspected that in his entire life, Wei hadn't spoken as much as he sang today. However, the crack that Lin Shen had filed was still over a foot away from the mountain's own crack. Crack! Crack! n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After a few more vigorous files by Lin Shen, several cracks suddenly appeared near the fissure. Seeing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed and filed vigorously a few more times. The cracks multiplied, and the sound of the rocks splitting was continuous. I bet right. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, seeing that the rock wedging the log was about to split from the mountain. He quickly called Wei and ran to the other side of the mountain. Crack! Crack! The rock cracked in intervals, but it never completely broke off. Lin Shen gathered all his strength and unleashed the wave-breaking quadruple punch at the mountain. That punch was like the last snowflake that triggers an avalanche, immediately causing a massive rock slide as large swaths of rock tumbled down the mountain. With the rocks sliding down, one end of the colossal log, which had lost its support, slid down as well. The immense torque snapped the roots embedded in the mountain one by one, and the log, carrying a terrifying force, smashed down towards the bottom of the mountain. The log crashed against the mountainside, fracturing the rocks, and when the roots at the other end finally snapped, the whole log smashed into the mountain stream with an incredibly terrifying momentum. The ground shook, mountains quivered, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, dust billowed up below, creating a scene like the end of the world. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu lay on the mountainside, trying their best to steady themselves, looking down into the ravine, but they couldn't see the situation below. Wei Wufu looked down anxiously. Although he knew that a nirvana being's body wasn't so easy to damage, if it was smashed by that log, even a nirvana being's body wouldn't withstand it. However, the chances of that were slim. The log's falling speed was much faster than their bodies would fall. As soon as the shaking stopped, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen immediately rushed down the mountain toward the ravine, but they couldn't see anything in the midst of all the dust. "Grandfather!" Wei Wufu shouted loudly, but his voice was already hoarse, thin, and faint, almost lost. "Wufu, we're okay," a voice came from within the dust, bringing Wei Wufu and Lin Shen immense relief. "We're okay, we're okay." Another voice resonated amidst the dust, and soon the 7 members of the Wei family emerged from the clouds of dust. Although they all had varying degrees of scrapes and bruises, they seemed to be all right, only their carapaces were somewhat damaged. When the dust settled, Lin Shen and the others could see the log had smashed into the ravine, creating a deep pit. Everyone's eyes searched and quickly found the location of the bizarre creature and the bug sack, down in a lower position. The bug sack was crushed under the log, with the top half of the hideous creature exposed, and the sickeningly slimy substance that connected its body to the bug sack splattered everywhere. Perhaps the contents of the bug sack were squeezed into pulp and squirted out. Such was the terrifying weight of the log that not even a nirvana creature could withstand being smashed like that. As Wei Chongqing and the others were about to go finish it off, chopping the bizarre creature into pieces, the creature's body twitched. With its hands pressing against the ground, it propped up its upper body and stared at Lin Shen and the others in a weird pose, letting out strange cackling laughs. Finally down here. I really should thank you." The creature spoke human words, startling Lin Shen and the others. Wei Chongqing snapped into action, his swords rubbing together to create an indestructible purple thunderous crackling, slashing towards the bizarre creature. With one hand supporting itself on the ground, the creature swung its grotesque fangs to meet the purple lightning, letting off a thunderous boom as Wei Chongqing's attack was blocked. The log swayed a few times, and as it rocked, countless roots could be seen sprouting from where it met the ground. These roots penetrated the earth under the entire log. Streams of glowing light were drawn out from the earth, flowing into the log, which gradually began to glow with said light. "This is bad," Lin Shen's expression soured, realizing that their plan had been wrong from the start. Chapter 498 Dongli. As the roots of the log sank into the ground, the log itself slowly began to turn, moving the bizarre creature and the bug sack to the side. The bug sack, which had been flattened, was rapidly expanding and recovering due to the infusion of energy. The body of the bizarre creature stiffened like a snake lifting its head, its hands grasping the strange fangs. The originally dark skin was now covered with raised blood vessels resembling little snakes, and its waist twisted slowly. It was clear his body was growing rapidly as if it was about to break free from the bug sack. "It seems we must resort to that move, are you all willing?" Wei Chongqing's gaze swept over the faces of the other Wei family members, and for once, his usually firm tone hesitated. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Wei Chongqing, without further ado, holding his twin blades, shouted to Wei Wufu and Lin Shen, "Retreat to the mountain." After witnessing this strike, if it is successful, come down, but if it fails, leave immediately without hesitation. "Sir, let me assist you," Wei Wufu stepped forward and said. "There's no need. If this move fails, even the strongest aid will be useless." Wei Chongqing's face glowed with brilliance as he stepped towards the bizarre creature. Lin Shen had initially wanted to help the Wei family members by using sway style, folding style, and suppressing mountains and rivers, but after hearing what Wei Chongqing said, he could only retreat. As Wei Chongqing advanced, Wei Xiaocheng and the others followed, lining up behind him. The purple profound qi rose from their bodies and miraculously connected together, continuously converging onto Wei Chongqing. "What is that skill?" Lin Shen, having reached the mountain, was astonished by the scene, having never witnessed someone transferring their own strength to another before. "Purple profound Qi. Wei Wufu said, eyes fixed on Wei Chongqing and the others below. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment before realizing that purple profound Qi itself must possess this special function. The 7 members of the Wei family stepped towards the bizarre creature, their purple profound Qi growing stronger, igniting each other as it soared wildly, multiplying in a blink of an eye by an unknown factor. The purple profound Qi was so intense that it was impossible to see their figures anymore, resembling a purple phoenix flying low through the sky. A spark of purple light ignited at the beak of the purple Qi phoenix, setting the entire phoenix ablaze in an instant. The purple Qi phoenix transformed into a purple lightning phoenix, its power explosively growing in an instant. The undulating force was unimaginably terrifying, with the dazzling purple lightning illuminating the valley and the sky. No wonder Searching said there was no need to weaken the opponent. With such terrifying strength, if one can't win, even weakening some of the opponent's power would be futile, Lin Shen remarked as he watched the purple lightning phoenix move with the sound of thundering lightning. The surrounding rocks, due to that terrifying power, rose from the ground and disintegrated into dust in mid-air. The earth shook, the mountains swayed, and everything around the terrifying purple lightning phoenix seemed as fragile as tofu. Wei Chongqing swung his twin blades, the purple lightning phoenix issuing a phoenix's cry as it left his body and charged towards the bizarre creature on the log. Boom! Thunderous purple lightning burst forth, and for a moment, the whole gorge was illuminated by the purple lightning, nearly blinding the eyes. Wei Wufu stared unblinkingly at the valley, his eyes reddened by the glare until the lightning finally faded, and he saw Wei Chongqing and the other 6 fall to the ground, unable to even maintain their base mutation state, their carapaces gone. They were drenched in sweat, their battle suits completely soaked. The battle suits they were wearing were actually low-grade goods procured by Wei Wufu. The condition of Wei Chongqing and the others was evident to anyone, they had overexerted themselves severely. If this attack didn't have the desired effect, they could only wait for death. Wei Wufu's gaze quickly turned to where the bug sack was located, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. At the spot on the log where the bug sack had been, there was only a pile of black ash. It seemed that the bizarre creature had been incinerated along with the bug sack. Many of the roots that had grown from the log were also affected by the strike, turning into black charcoal, and even the log itself was the same, transformed into a massive blackened husk. Such powerful purple profound Qi! Lin Shen, seeing this scene, also let out a long sigh of relief. The combined strike from the 7 people led by Wei Chongqing had reached an unimaginably powerful level, likely unrivaled among the Nirvana level. If even such a powerful force couldn't kill that bizarre creature, then there would be no further need for them to fight, turning and running would be the only option. Just as everyone thought the bizarre creature had been slain, they heard a cold laugh that seemed to come from beyond the heavens. Everyone shuddered and incredulously looked up towards the source of the sound, only to see the bizarre creature, which originally had only its upper body exposed, now standing intact and tall on the mountaintop, its figure slim yet seemingly bursting with explosive strength. Beyond flesh and blood, it had a unique blue exoskeleton. These were not base mutation carapaces but a part of its body, fundamentally different from humans.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. I never expected that on a primitive planet like this, in such a short period of time, so many at the Nirvana level could evolve and even master such unique skills. The strength of your joint strike almost touched the edge of the immortal laws, said the bizarre creature from a superior position as it appraised Wei Chongqing and the others with interest. It seems the god-making egg has been more effective than I thought. Lin Shen. Wei Chongqing, sitting on the ground, used all his remaining strength to bellow out. Lin Shen understood what Wei Chongqing meant and looked towards Wei Wufu, whose gaze also met his. Lin Shen sighed inwardly. If he forcibly took Wei Wufu away now, Wei Wufu would likely live in agony for the rest of his life. With Wei Wufu's nature, he'd rather die in battle than accept living on in such a way. Searching, I apologize, but I only ever promised to advance or retreat together with Wei, Lin Shen said as he followed Wei Wufu down the mountain, approaching Wei Chongqing and the others. Wei Chongqing let out a long sigh. At this point, anything else said was meaningless. The bizarre creature leaped from the mountaintop and instantaneously landed on the charred log, its odd compound eyes scanning over them. Wei Wufu stood at the front, facing the bizarre creature and said firmly, "Go. I'll cover." Lin Shen shook his head, knowing Wei Wufu wanted to fight to the death, but even if he didn't care for his own life, how long could he really hold off the creature? "It seems you are not an ordinary nirvana creature but come from a race within the universe. How may I address you, sir, and from which race do you hail?" Lin Shen did not leave, but, shaking his folding fan, he walked beside Wei Wufu, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, and addressed the bizarre creature. "Has it really been such a short time, and you've already entered the interstellar age? That is truly astonishing," the bizarre creature said with interest, appraising Lin Shen. "The myriad races of the universe, how many do you really know?" "I suppose I know a few but not many, you may go ahead and enlighten me," Lin Shen replied, unperturbed. "Considering that you helped me push down the primordial tree, allowing it to absorb enough energy from within Two Realms Mountain for my birth, listen well. My name is Dongli, a member of the God-making race," the bizarre creature said with an air of arrogance, as if it were a great honor for Lin Shen and the others to hear its name. Chapter 499 You are not capable. Lin Shen recalled his knowledge of cosmic races, but found no information about this particular race. At least, in the current universe, the God-making race was definitely not ranked in the top 100, Lin Shen was certain of that. "Zioki, tell me about the God-making race," Lin Shen rapidly typed a line of text into his communicator. He could have asked Zioki directly using voice, but to inquire about someone else's race in their presence seemed to smack of contempt. "No need to look it up, you won't find information about my race on the cosmic network," Dongli said with a cryptic smile. "Respected master, the God-making race is not a race but an organization formed by some extremely dangerous individuals. They have long used extreme methods to plunder planetary resources, causing planet destruction, and species extinctions." Zioki's voice suddenly rang out. The information left everyone silent for a moment. Lin Shen and the Wei family were silent because the other party was more terrifying than they had imagined. It was probably not just about killing them, but possibly even destroying their planet. The silence from Dongli seemed a tad awkward. Does the God-making race have a person named Dongli? Since Zioki had already revealed this, Lin Shen just went ahead and asked directly. Respected master, among the suspected members of the God-making race known so far, there is only one named Dongli Changhen Dongli. Originally from Dongli Star, he caused the Dongli Star disaster, destroying the planet and nearly exterminating the Dongli clan. He is an extremely dangerous madman, of unknown level and strength, with no further detailed information available, Zioki shared, the information chilling despite its brevity. If Dongli was indeed Changhen Dongli, then he was a madman who could destroy his own home planet and people. With him on the human mother planet, the entire planet could be in danger. Not bad, you can even find out my origins. Which cosmic race does your communicator come from? Changhen Dongli effectively confirmed the information that Zioki had shared. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. You've come here to destroy our planet and our race. Lin Shen didn't answer Changhen Dongli, instead staring at him intently as he spoke. Destroy your race and planet. Changhen Dongli laughed, you don't qualify for that. In some ways, I gave you uncivilized primitive creatures the opportunity to step on the path of evolution, to enter the interstellar age. Without me, you'd still be ignorant savages, confined to one planet until your species went extinct. So theoretically, I am your savior. So you're saying your arrival on our planet was just an accident? Lin Shen sought to extract more information. Perhaps due to being trapped for too long, Chang Handongli was very eager to communicate and took the initiative to answer Lin Shen's question. Of course, otherwise, a planet with no real resources and uncivilized barbarians like you wouldn't even deserve a glance from me. Ignorant people think the god-making race are madmen creating terror. What we do is the future of this universe. Chang Handongli suddenly pointed at Wei Chongqing and the others. You all have benefited from the god-making race. If it weren't for the god-making eggs that were abandoned here, how could your short history of evolution produce so many strong beings? God-making eggs, you mean those primeval eggs? Lin Shen's mind stirred. You call them primeval eggs? A fitting name indeed. They are indeed the most original batch of god-making eggs, designed for creating gods, the pet eggs researched. You ignorant beings have no idea of their greatness, Chang Handongli continued coldly. These god-making eggs were supposed to be delivered to a civilization millions of times more advanced than yours, to turn their advanced beings into test subjects. If it weren't for an accident that crashed my spaceship on your planet, you lowly creatures wouldn't be worthy of using the god-making eggs. As he spoke, Chang Handongli looked up at the underground space with a sinister smile. Fortunately, mistakes have their advantages. I never expected such a primitive civilization to harbor such a miraculous base mutation site, and also that you lowly creatures would prove the viability of the god-making eggs. I will accept this great gift. From now on, this planet will be my testing ground, and you lowly creatures, as my test subjects, should feel honored. I will give you the chance to become gods, a chance that all races in the universe would crave. I too feel very honored, but what exactly do you mean by becoming gods? I only know that the pinnacle of evolution is immortality, and to go a step further, one would have to become a realm king, the supreme being in the universe. I've never heard of a god tier. Lin Shen wanted to know as much as possible. Immortality, realm king, what are those? Who defined immortality, and who crowned the realm kings? What we are resisting and aiming to control is the core order that governs this universe, the true origin of the universe. What we are creating are gods that can rule this universe. Not the ignorant beings constrained by cosmic order. Chang Handongli spoke. What a grand plan, I would like to be part of it. Lin Shen felt the best approach was to appease Chang Handongli for now, and he praised accordingly. No. You can't. You must die. You all must die. Chang Handongli looked at Lin Shen mockingly. Although you've used the god-making eggs, it's clear that your evolution hasn't reached the required level, so you're already rejects, of no use anymore. Besides, for the sake of a peaceful experiment, I can't let people discover I'm here, nor can they know of such a miraculous base mutation site here, so you must all die, especially you. After saying this, Chang Handongli specifically pointed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was speechless, searching and his people fought him for so long, I didn't lay a finger on him, and I even helped push down the primordial tree to allow his successful birth. Why should I have to die, and be the one specifically named? In truth, Lin Shen was aware that since he possessed such an advanced communicator, he was the most likely to get the message out, which naturally Chang Handongli would never allow. Compared to that, the battle suits of the Wei family were all low-grade goods, except for Wei Wufu, Searching, and others didn't even have communicators, so obviously, Lin Shen posed the biggest threat. Unfortunately, after arriving at the underground space, communication devices no longer had a signal. Even if Lin Shen wanted to send a message out, it was impossible. Moreover, Lin Shen did not intend to send a message out. Chang Handongli had said this place was a miraculous base mutation spot. If the other races knew, they would probably do everything to come to the human mother planet. Chapter 500 Escape for Life. What is that? Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes, looking in a certain direction. Chang Handongli subconsciously turned to look, but saw nothing, and when he turned back, he found Lin Shen speeding through the distant mountains, fleeing for his life. Naive. Chang Handongli's figure moved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Shen, reaching out to kill him on the spot. Bang! Without looking back, Lin Shen fired a gun behind him, and at the moment he fired, his speed surged, instantly shooting up to over 1000. Changhan Dongli reached out and caught the pet capsule shot by Lin Shen, and with a slight squeeze, crushed the bullet to bits. Yet, the accelerating speed of Lin Shen made Changhan Dongli's eyes narrow. What's with this guy's speed? That's not the speed an ascender should have. Glancing back at Wei Chongqing and the others, Changhan Dongli did not hesitate to chase after Lin Shen. The strange speed displayed by Lin Shen took Changhan Dongli by surprise, and he was not willing to give him any chance. Moreover, the direction Lin Shen was fleeing toward was the exit of the underground space, and Wei Wufu and the others would have to go through there to leave the underground space. Lin Shen fired the pet capsule from the tyrant again, but this time it was not aimed at Changhan Dongli, but rather ahead to maintain his speed of over 1000. But even a speed breaking 1000 was not enough to escape Changhan Dongli's pursuit, as he quickly caught up, almost in the blink of an eye he was behind him. Without even looking, Lin Shen waved the inheritance fan in one hand back and forth, while in the other hand, the mutated jade exquisite spewed out life base, using the power of suppressing mountains and rivers. Just as Changhan Dongli was about to catch up with Lin Shen, he suddenly saw an influx of mysterious light patterns and fluctuations coming at him, his chi fiercely surging to shatter the mysterious light pattern and the waves. To his surprise, the mysterious light patterns and the waves passed through his body, forming a brand that instantly reduced his speed, and once again the gap between their speeds widened. While speeding up, Changhan Dongli used his strength to erase the brand on his body, but found it had little effect. Interesting, the weakening talent of an ascension level actually had such an effect on me. These innate abilities are already approaching beyond the standard, Changhan Dongli said, not with shock but with glee, a strange smile appearing on his face. Despite facing a triple weakening, he once again caught up, quickly closing the distance between them. Sir, you, go. Wei Wufu did not hesitate for a moment, he stood up and chased after them with all his might in the direction they left. Others might doubt that Lin Shen was only trying to save himself, but Wei Wufu believed that Lin Shen was leading Changhan Dongli away. Despite chasing desperately, Wei Wufu's speed was far inferior to that of Lin Shen and Changhan Dongli, and he was quickly left far behind. Damn it, this guy's too fast. Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Changhan Dongli, even with a triple weakening, was about to catch up with him in just a few breaths, his speed unbelievably fast. Lin Shen fired a shot and leaped straight into the air, soaring into the sky. Courting death. Changhan Dongli almost immediately followed right behind Lin Shen and also leapt into the air. His speed was much faster than Lin Shen's, and just as he was about to catch up to Lin Shen in the sky, he suddenly noticed Lin Shen eerily changing direction in midair. Changhan Dongli's outstretched palm failed to grab Lin Shen, and his charging figure rushed past Lin Shen. Changhan Dongli, infuriated with embarrassment, struck out with his hands, unleashing terrifying bursts of energy, attempting to kill Lin Shen right there in the sky. However, Lin Shen was darting and weaving in the sky as if he were on the ground, dodging Changhan Dongli's attacks time and again. This time Changhan Dongli saw it clearly, Lin Shen was actually stepping on his own feet, continuously borrowing force to move through the air. What kind of talent is this? It seems to somewhat exceed the scope of cosmic laws. Changhan Dongli's eyes brightened, and he actually stopped using his energy to attack Lin Shen, descending and then chasing after him once again. The pet capsules available to tyrants were limited. After firing a few shots, Lin Shen also forced himself to rush towards the high sky. Unfortunately, although the underworld had flying restrictions, there was also a limit to how high one could go. There was a stone ceiling above. Otherwise, he only needed to keep rising into the sky to escape Changhan Dongli's pursuit. Changhan Dongli, who was pursuing Lin Shen on the ground, saw Lin Shen's speed decrease and leaped up again, soaring into the sky. Lin Shen wanted to use his aerial advantage to shake off Changhan Dongli again, but he saw Changhen Dongli clap his hands and send forth a surging force. That force actually pushed against his body, allowing him to change directions rapidly in the air like a jet propulsion system. You can play like that? Lin Shen was shocked, hurriedly firing another shot to increase his speed, then swiftly changing direction in midair.n/o/b/in.c/om. Fortunately, Changhen Dongli's technique only allowed him to thrust rapidly in one direction. Changing directions was much harder for him than for Lin Shen, who ultimately managed to shake him off. Seeing Changhen Dongli fall back to the ground, Lin Shen seized the opportunity, stepping on his feet once more to gain altitude, and directly rushed towards the stone dome, catching hold of a crevice at the top, dangling beneath the dome and watching Changhen Dongli below. Are you also using the god-making egg? Changhen Dongli, seeing Lin Shen stop, surprisingly did not strike again and looked at him with his compound eyes, asking suspiciously. So what if I am? What does it matter if I'm not? Lin Shen stalled for time with his words while considering all the possibilities in his mind. Changhen Dongli was indeed at the nirvana level, but his speed was obviously much faster than that of an average nirvana level. Lin Shen believed that he didn't have the ability to take a direct hit from searching and the other's combined strike, he merely dodged it using his speed. If he really had the ability to take them head-on, why would he have dodged? All of searching and their previous attacks had been directly crushed by Changhen Dongli, yet he dodged the last one, which showed that the blow had exceeded his tolerance. Changhen Dongli's boasts were big, but after all, he was just at the nirvana level. If he truly disregarded the immortal and realm king levels as he claimed, why would he be so afraid of the news getting out? If you have advanced using the god-making egg, you truly stand a chance at becoming a god. I permit you to become my experimental subject, Changhen Dongli spoke as if he were offering Lin Shen a grace. That's truly an honor, but may I know how you plan to arrange me, your experimental subject, afterward? Lin Shen countered. You can continue to ascend using the god-making egg, from nirvana, to immortal, to realm king, until you break through the universe's boundaries and become a god controlling the cosmic order. Changhen Dongli's voice was full of enticement. Unfortunately, there aren't many god-making eggs scattered around the underworld, Lin Shen stated. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.